Welcome back to the channel. This is Trendy Storm and you are watching What If Kid Naruto Never Get Helped by 3rd Hokage. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no time, let's start the story.
5 years after the attack on Kyuubi, Naruto is being battered to the ground in an alley as usual, but something wasn't right with him. In the mindscape of Naruto in a sewer that he had never seen before, Naruto awakens. Naruto wasn't particularly afraid because he had been living on the streets since before he was 4 years old and had been treated like trash before then. Nothing really frightened Naruto. He follows a gentle voice that says, "This way." To him, he opens a door that has the number 9 on it. When he gets there, a woman wearing a red kimono is inside, and she appears to be about to cry as she looks at him. "I'm guessing you're Kyuubi." Despite gasping, she said quietly, "Yes, how did you know?" "I started guessing because of everyone calling me a demon, but the 9 on the door answered my assumption." "Very smart. I guess you hate me, don't you?" "No, why would I? I ruined your life." She sobbed softly at this point. "Not really. If it wasn't for you, I would think these people were good people, but you made it where I could see how terrible they are. So I still attacked them and they hate you for it." She was crying uncontrollably now, and although Naruto was nearly emotionless, nobody enjoyed watching women cry. He approached her, took hold of her, shrank her to his size, and placed her in his lap. Even her voice had become younger as the Kyuubi looked up in confusion and asked, "How did you do that?" "I figured my rules. Now would you please stop crying? I don't like it." He drew her in after saying that her eyes were filled with tears as she gazed at him. "Why aren't you mad at me? I already told you I look at it like you did me a favor. Anyways, I need your help with outside if you can." She grinned as she glanced up at him. "Yes, I can just bite my neck and drink my blood and it'll start the transformation." After a brief moment of hesitation, Naruto leaned in and gave her neck a bite, his larger than normal canines digging in as he started to drink. After finishing, he began to glow and his eyes began to swirl as his body gradually dwindled. Finally, he heard the words, "Give him hell, Naru Nikin." Outside the Forest of Death, a year later, as he stood outside the Forest of Death, Naruto reflected on the previous year. Even though he knew what had happened the night he met Q-chan, he had persuaded everyone that he didn't. On the same day, he persuaded the elderly man to get him an apartment. Additionally, he persuaded the geezer just last week to allow him to train in the forest for the next 6 years, which would count as the academy. He only needed to take the test, which he could now pass. Since he had been in the forest many times, he began to rush into it without fear of anything. "Hey Naru Nikin. Hey Q-chan. When you get to the training site, I want you to work on your physical attributes for the first year." "Okay Q-chan." A year later, in a forest clearing, Naruto was meditating while perched on a rock. He was now just over 4 feet tall, having trained hard over the past year. "Okay Naru-chan, do you remember the plan?" "Yes, I will go find Mizuki and you will put an illusion over me to look like Orochimaru. I will then convince him to take the forbidden scroll of sealing. Right, and remember to not get caught by anyone." Since Naruto Wince was essentially a kitsune and kitsunes are experts at deceit and stealth, that would be simple for him. He had become so proficient that he could enter the village covertly, take anything he desired, and never be discovered. He set out to locate Mizuki in the village in order for Naruto to obtain the scroll and avoid detection. They had devised this scheme. Waiting for Mizuki to return home, Naruto stood outside his apartment abruptly. He watched Mizuki enter. "Okay Q-chan, activate the illusion." "Got it." When the puff of smoke that had suddenly surrounded Naruto vanished, he bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru. As Naruto entered the house, he noticed Mizuki seated. "Mizuki-kun." Mizuki got up when he noticed it was Orochimaru. "Yes, Orochimaru-sama. I need you to do something for me." "What is it?" "I need you to take the scroll of sealing from the Hokage tower tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At that time a distraction will happen so no one will be there." "Of course Orochimaru-sama. Good, bring it to the Forest of Death and I will be waiting for you. If you complete this you will become my second in command." "Yes Orochimaru-sama, I will be there." Orochimaru. Naruto vanished in a shushin after that. The following day throughout the village, Naruto had surreptitiously placed small paper bombs. He put some of them in a few shops, the Inuzuka's cages, the Hyuga compound, being careful not to harm anyone there because he didn't hate anyone there, and he avoided the Aburama and Nara clans because they were the only ones who ever assisted them, which is significant because the Naras are extremely lazy. Mizuki ran up with the scroll as Naruto, dressed as Orochimaru, was waiting outside the forest. Mizuki rushed up and gave the scroll to him. "Thank you Mizuki, and now die." After drawing a kunai, Naruto stabbed him in the head. Before he hit the ground, Mizuki passed away and Wu later discovered the body, but they were never able to locate the scroll. One more year later, after performing an A-rank jutsu for the 20th time in the previous hour, Naruto stood panting in a clearing. The jutsu was known as Zeus's Bolt, or Lightning style. The name explains why there is a hole through 5 trees and is somewhat self-explanatory. After taking a seat to relax, Naruto started to reflect on the night he unlocked both of his bloodlines. Naruto's first encounter with Q-chan in the past. As soon as Naruto opened his eyes, a pool of red and purple chakra began to form around him in a massive explosion that left Naruto surrounded by a crater. His canines grew about 1.5 inches longer, his hair became more wild, his nails began to grow into claws, his eyes stopped swirling and turned purple with a black pentagram, and finally, his ears became more pointed on the ends. He suddenly lunged at the 3 nearest individuals, slitting their throats when a low-ranking Jonin in the group ran to him. Naruto slammed his head against the wall, scattering brain matter and pieces of skull all over the place. This went on until Anbu discovered the devastation that had occurred. Only the woman who had attempted to stop them from harming Naruto and the 3 whose throats had been cut were still alive. Naruto was lying down, exhausted from the entire experience. He heard Q-chan's voice in his head when he woke up the following day in the hospital. "I have a message for you." Naruto entered the cell. Shutting his eyes, Naruto began to focus on the cell Q-chan was in. He was inside the cage when he opened his eyes, and Q-chan was grinning at him. "Good you're here, I have something important to tell you." After nodding, he stood up to approach her, sat down, and held her in his lap. "What is it now?" 2 very old and strong bloodlines have been awakened by you. They are the greatest demon bloodline, demonic pentagram, and the greatest human bloodline, Rinnegan. How did I obtain them, and what does this mean? The Jubi, from which I and the other Bijus were created, had a bloodline known as the demonic pentagram. Apart from what it has already done to your eyes, I don't know what it will do, but I think the trauma of last night and the surge of my chakra roused it. After nodding, he inquired, "And the Rinnegan?" "The fact that you are an Uzumaki, descended from the sage of the 6 paths, and the horrific events of last night, in my opinion, are what roused it. If my understanding of your DNA is accurate, there is another person who possesses the Rinnegan, and while you both possess the same abilities, some of them are more potent. You can revive people with the yin-yang release, which is as good as the sages, but you will never be able to create the 6 paths. Additionally, I think you possessed more of the sage's body and chakra when he acquired the dojutsu part. I think this is because, despite my presence inside, you wouldn't have this much chakra in any other way, and the demonic pentagram overlapped the Rinnegan for you. People are actually revived by the yin-yang releases powers, but it is much simpler with paths. You'll have a lot of control over the Banbutsu Sozo, or creation of all things, which will eventually let you make things like the sage's staff, which couldn't be broken and help with Fuinjustu, or sealing, and his necklace, which enhanced any element you've mastered. Okay, I'll tell you some more later, she said after taking a deep breath. That's good, I guess, Naruto said, nodding, and now close your eyes, I have a surprise before I go. She closed her eyes and nodded. All of a sudden, something appeared around her neck and it felt warmer. She was leaning against a tree in a forest and wearing a red and black choker when she opened her eyes. Suddenly, she heard the faint sound of, "Enjoy." Final flashback. After 2 years. For the previous 2 years, Naruto had been training with gravity and resistance seals and shadow clones. With creation of all things, he had also produced a few items. They weren't particularly remarkable, but they served a purpose. He had made 3 for each of the 6 years. Each one demonstrated his level of development in each area, including yin-yang release. As of right now, only wind was fully glowing, fire was 3/4 full, and water was roughly 1/3 full. Lightning and earth were barely aglow. Approximately 1/4 of the yin-yang one was filled. Naruto is once more meditating on the rock. As we stand in the clearing about a mile away, he hears someone crashing through the forest. He opens his eyes and makes his way in that direction. He arrives to find a girl with blue hair fleeing from a huge tiger. He made the decision to halt it, so when the girl stumbles and falls, he leaps down as she waits for the end. The girl closes her eyes and opens them to see a boy who is about 4 feet 8 inches tall and has blonde hair with silver streaks and black tips. She noticed that he struck up a conversation with the tiger, and that the tiger left after a short while. She rushed up to embrace him as he turned around, saying, thank you so much. It's fine, don't worry about it, but why were you in here anyways? Glancing up at him, she said, I don't want to bother you with my problems. Come on, tell me, I can help. She could tell he would assist. When she looked up with a nod, she began to tell him. After an hour or so, Hinata had described how her father and her entire family believed she was unworthy, although it wasn't nearly as bad. He could identify with the poor treatment. You are a very gifted young girl who has been deflated by her father's unreasonable expectations. In my opinion, you are strong, and I know that deep down you are too. She hugged him and looked up at him. She had to go later, so he asked if she could return, but he told her not to tell anyone he was there. 2 years later, since this year's graduates graduated a month ago, Naruto's training would soon come to an end and he would be assigned to a team by himself. While Kiba and Shino were conversing, Hinata was thinking about Naruto, whose name she had only recently learned, while she was with her team, who had just completed another mission. As Team 8 ran toward the gate after hearing a massive explosion at the gate, they discovered a group of Kumo Nin engaged in combat with Leaf Nin. Kurenai stated that they would search for the other teams. They finally located the other teams of Team 10, Team Guy, and Team 7, which contained Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai, after about half an hour. They had just entered the village when 24 Nin appeared, along with the leader of the group. Bow before me, Zurachi, and I won't kill the women, only making them slaves. Ignore that, Hinata shouted, slapping the man's cheek with a kunai. Wow, that bitch hurt perish. As he recited hand signals, a lightning bolt erupted from each of his fingertips as he shouted, lightning-style electric storm. Hinata closed her eyes and waited for it. After realizing there were too many people to avoid, she felt someone pick her up in bridal style, and when she felt nothing else, she opened her eyes. After the smoke cleared, everyone could see a boy who was about 13 years old, 5 feet 8 inches, and had silver and blonde hair with black tips. With a glance at Hinata, Naruto asked, "Will this happen often?" Naruto. Hinata yelled. She put her arms around him, and he put her down and went to the others. You got to let go, Haim. I need to take the bad men out. She gave him a nod and released him. Will we allow a 13-year-old to enter there? Kakashi shouted. Considering he just took an A-rank jutsu head on and doesn't have a scratch, I think he'll be fine. As Naruto approached the Kumo Nin, everyone was observing him. You know that I wasn't going to murder you, but it is unacceptable that you attacked my Haim. However, I will allow your subordinates to depart. When nobody departed, he went on, all right, you may be a monster, but you're not a demon. In the eyes of some I'll show you a real demon, but no. After saying, true demonic form release, and going through a number of hand seals, smoke began to appear. Naruto was standing there with even more wild hair that was entirely black. His eyes were purple with black pentagrams as they should have been, and when he smiled, all of his teeth were sharp. The majority of the Kumo Nin screamed in terror, and every Konoha Nin gasped. Eminem. Cue music till I collapse. Naruto grinned as he looked up at them. Go get him. Zurashi yelled. The first ninja kicked Naruto to the side, causing him to cave in his chest cavity. The next two had their heads smashed together, leaving pieces of skull all over the place. The next three were cut in half at the waist, and one of the idiots behind him had a kunai in his throat, and the last one had a sword through his forehead. Lipping the blade, Naruto remarked, I love the taste of blood. Two men who believed they could get him ran at him from both sides, but he jumped up and pulled out his blade. Cutting off both of their heads, he pulled out a giant shuriken and charged it with wind chakra, but of course no one knew this. Even though people jumped away, it followed and killed 3 and wounded 2 who would die soon because cutting off both legs is fatal if not treated right away, and the other had his innards on the ground. I'll show you how to use that jutsu. After stabbing the sword into the ground and using hand signals, he uttered the words, lightning-style electric storm, and released 10 bolts that killed all of the nin except Zurashi. Zurashi was examining his fallen or dying soldiers when he looked up to see the boy who had done this, but he had vanished. What are you observing? When he turned around after hearing this behind him, he was shoved to the ground and a sword stabbed him through the hands. You'll regret trying to hurt my Haim. Zurashi was now yelling unintelligible words, and Naruto turned to face Hinata after hearing her. Please stop. He turned back to Zurashi after nodding. You're lucky she has seen enough. Then he struck Zurashi's chest with his fist, turning it into pudding on the inside and creating a crater. Final music. After saying, seal, and going through hand signals, Naruto's demonic features disappeared as he picked up his sword and sealed it away. He approached Hinata and gathered her up, saying, are you okay? Yes, thanks to you, my guardian angel. Yay, well, even an angel can become a demon when provoked. Kurenai approached and inquired, who are you? My real name is Naruto. Kakashi stopped breathing, but you all know me as the container of Q-chan. No one really noticed him say Q-chan, and all of the Jonin froze up, leaving the genin perplexed except for Hinata, who simply leaned closer to Naruto. I believe the fourth Hokage had killed the Kyuubi, the Banshee inquired. Hee. You believe that Q-chan could be killed by a small mortal? Naruto asked. So the terrible Kyuubi is inside of you. You know who it is, Banshee. With killing intent, out and directed at the girl before him, Naruto uttered the words, "Shut up, stupid Banshee." Kurenai placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder as he turned to leave. Where are you and her going? Is it important? Does she appear to be in danger? Kurenai turned to face Hinata, who was leaning against Naruto with her eyes closed. She nodded and released Naruto, who, to everyone's surprise, turned around and vanished with a single step. The guards were about to attack when Naruto turned to them, and a few minutes later he appears in front of the Hyuga compound, frightening them. Leave the gate open. Normally they wouldn't pay attention, but since he was accompanied by Lady Hinata, they opened the gate and allowed him to pass. Hiyashi, who was inside when Naruto approached and opened the main door, was startled to see a boy of about 13 carrying his daughter, and he was about to say something when he saw that the boy was carrying her to her room. After entering Hinata's room and setting her on her bed, Naruto realized she was holding onto his jacket, so he took it off and put it on her before returning to Haishi's location. We should go to your study. Despite his confusion about how he knew he had a study, Hiyashi nodded and they headed there, whereupon Hiyashi entered and Naruto shut the door. Why are you in this place? Bringing her back and I needed to talk to you. Why must you speak with me? What the fuck were you thinking? I have a little question. The boy's directness astounded Hiyashi, who said, watch what you say, I'm the Hyuga clan head. Yes, but so what? I'm a demon. Hiyashi recognized who he was speaking to after having a sudden flashback of Minato. You're Naruto. So you remembered me by my father. I've been told we look alike. Don't ask how I know, I won't tell you. Now answer my question. You didn't clarify what you meant. After Hinata's mother passed away, why did you treat her in that manner? Hiyashi realized what a horrible father he had been after having a flashback of how he had treated Hinata. Hiyashi, who was on the edge of tears, stated, I only wanted to make her stronger so she wouldn't die like her mother. I know you had, but I'm glad you realized it. Now I must be leaving. I need to talk to the stupid old man. An hour after speaking with the office of Hiyashi Hokage. When Naruto entered the Hokage's office, he noticed an elderly man who appeared to be considering something. How are you, Naruto? Saru Tobi said, not really meaning it. Naruto sarcastically remarked, cut the act, old man. I understand. Who would you like to work as an apprentice for, then? Just leave me by myself and use me for C rank and to help people for now. I suppose that might work, and I could use that to get a Jonin to do something else. Alright, I'll do that. Where can I find you? The forest. Naruto vanished in a black shushin after that. The following day, Hyuga compound. When he saw that it was just Hiyashi, he closed his eyes once more. Naruto was sitting against the wall near Hinata's bed, his sword in front of him, when someone entered. Has she moved in any way? Naruto gave a nod but remained silent. When she wakes up, will you let me know? Hiyashi gave a little smile and left the room after Naruto nodded once more, but this time it was a yes. An hour or so later, Hinata began to stir, opened her eyes, and looked around when she saw Naruto, which caused her to blush and smile. Hinata, how are you? Without opening his eyes, Naruto uttered those words. I'm all right even though I don't like it here. I appreciate you taking me back home. Opening his eyes, Naruto smiled and said, don't worry hon, I'm sure things will get better soon. What did you do, Naruto? Me and your father had a talk which made him realize how bad of a parent he had been. When Hinata heard this, she leapt from her bed, embraced Naruto, and sobbed with joy. Thank you so much, Naruto. Anything for my Haim. Is there a way for me to thank you, Naruto? She didn't have to, Naruto was about to say, when he remembered something he had considered while she was asleep. Actually there is Haim and I only trust you to help me. Hinata wasn't sure what he meant, but when she saw his smile, she thought it might be something strange, bizarre, or a combination of all three. Enigmatic. You'll have to read on to find out what Naruto might be up to. Hokage's office. A few months later. A few months have passed since the invasion, and Naruto has been spending most of his time with Hinata, as he had done before. An Enbu had come by to inform him that the Hokage wanted to speak with him before coming here. He had apologized to Hinata and taken her home, and he had done some light training. So, old man, what did you want to discuss? Naruto uttered. Naruto is making fun of Saru Tobi's advanced age when he says, old man, which isn't the same as in the manga or show where it refers to a grandfather. Naruto, the council has called a meeting and have requested that you be there. Saru Tobi responded. Okay, then let's go talk to the council then. They both shushined to the council room after Saru Tobi nodded and got to his feet. And first of all, the reason I have Naruto using the Shushin so much is because, from what I understand, it is essentially a speed enhancement, so why wouldn't everyone use it? The Shushin costs too much chakra for a normal shinobi, but since Naruto's chakra is 10 times that of a Kage, it shouldn't bother him, which is why only the third person has used it thus far. Secondly, this chapter will contain a few more A.N. The majority of the council was taken aback when Naruto and Saru Tobi entered the council room. Naruto approached the center of the room and grinned at Hiyashi. What would little me be expected to do by the great council? The sarcasm in his speech was almost visible. Demon, what have you been up to for the past 6 years? One of the less intelligent members of the civilian council inquired. Since A.N. Saru Tobi dislikes Naruto, he has never complied with the law prohibiting him from discussing his tenant. Calmly, Naruto said, I have no obligation to tell you. We'll use that Hyuga slut you've fallen for unless you tell us, someone like a banshee yelled. Can you guess who it was? Everyone gasped, first at his speed, which only a few of the higher Jonins in the Hokage even noticed, and then at the legendary technique he was employing. Hiyashi suddenly leapt to his feet, ready to do something, but before he could, Naruto was standing next to the woman, holding a Rasengan inches from her face. Naruto remained composed as he said, You will not threaten my Hime or I will kill you. Naruto was in the center of the room as soon as she nodded her head. Now before I leave, think about this. After letting go of his transformation, Naruto remained there for roughly 30 seconds before walking away. Nearly everyone had the same opinion. He looked exactly like. 1 month following the council meeting, Naruto was smoking something that looked a little bit like a cigarette while he stood in the office of the Hokage Tower. Anyone who had ever heard of the Rakudo Sennin would instantly think of him thanks to his new attire. His coat was similar to the sage's, but it had orange, blue, and red flames. His hair was styled similarly, but it was dyed bluish-black with red and orange tips. His shirt was nearly the same except for a red line across it. His pants and shoes were identical to the sage's, so it was typical shinobi clothing. The only difference that no one could notice was that his horns weren't the sage's hair, but they were real. His necklace had 6 different kamas, each of which was a different color. Brown for earth on the far left, yellow for lightning on the far right, blue for water on the left, red for fire on the second from the right, green for wind. And finally, white and black, but nobody really understood why. The Hokage threw a scroll at Naruto and said, I need you to support Kakashi and his team on a mission to Wave. As Naruto put it, okay, got it. Before you leave, what are you smoking? It looks like a cigarette, but I know it isn't. That's a secret. Naruto then walked out of the office. A few hours later, close to Wave, where the initial Zabuza attack occurred. Around the time that Zabuza trapped Kakashi in a water sphere, Naruto appeared. He made the decision to hold off and see what they would do. He made the decision to go investigate after sensing someone in the forest just in case. He left a shadow clone. As he reached the individual, he saw that it was a girl getting ready to don a Hunter Nin mask. He simply waited while standing there. How are you today, miss? Haku jumped when he turned around and saw a handsome man. I'm a boy actually. No you're not, I can smell your hormones. How? I have the nose of a fox. You're with Zabuza, aren't you? She nodded, taken aback by this man. Good, tell Zabuza that Konoha's demon fox has a deal for him. Are you going to let me save Zabuza-sama? Obviously. Naruto then vanished into the darkness, leaving a bewildered Haku in his wake. Around the time that Kakashi was knocking Zabuza unconscious, Naruto returned, hurried to save Kakashi from falling due to chakra exhaustion, and then Haku appeared as in the show, with the only difference being that Naruto pretended not to know. Naruto interrupted on the way to Tazuna's house, stating, that wasn't a real Hunter Nin, Zabuza is still alive. With a nod, Kakashi said, yeah, I realized too. How are you aware? Sakura inquired at the moment. Sakura and Sasuke were carrying Kakashi and Sai in front of Naruto, who was walking behind everyone else with Tazuna in the center. A real Hunter Nin would burn the body right then. After giving his students a nod, Kakashi led them all to Tazuna's residence. Tazuna's house. A few hours later, a lovely woman in her late 30s answers the door when Tazuna knocks on it. When they get to the house, hey dad. The woman shouts while embracing Tazuna. I've missed you, daughter, but we should go in. These ninja helped me get here and one of them is hurt. She blushed a little when she saw Naruto, but she nodded and invited them inside. Naruto remarked, thank you for letting us stay here, miss. Tsunami is my name, and it's fine considering you brought my dad back. Can I smoke in this place? Questioned Naruto. I don't mind, but you know those can kill you, right? This isn't a cigarette, and I can't get sick, Naruto said with a sly smile. Ninja stuff, don't ask. Okay. She grinned. Also, would you like helping fixing supper? I'd love it, thank you. No problem. After 2 hours or so, everyone was seated around the table, including Tsunami, waiting for Naruto to bring out the food he left with his coat off, an apron on, a few dishes in his hands, and a cigarette in his mouth. Bon appetite. Naruto sat everything down. A decade or so later, Inari said, why do you even try? Gato will kill you all. I want to help these people. Oh, you feel bad for us, you have no idea what it's like to suffer. This infuriated Naruto a little. I was beaten and worse almost every day. I had to eat out of the trash. I had no family, while you have a mother and a father, a house, food, and a bed. Naruto said, tell me, then, which of us has endured more hardship? Naruto then walked out of the house. Kakashi-sensei, is everything that you said true? Sakura inquired. In truth, that's the nice version of his life. This caused everyone to gasp, but they remained silent. Zabuza and Haku heard something behind them as they approached Naruto, who was leaning against a tree. What are you doing? When the Naruto at the tree disappeared, they both jumped and turned to face the Naruto again, glancing between the two Narutos. Naruto responded to their unasked question by saying, Shadow clone. Both of them gave understanding nods. So, Zabuza, have you heard about my deal? Yes, but you have to prove that you are Konoha's demon fox. Haku remained silent despite his continued confusion. Right. Zabuza and Haku both gasped when Naruto's fingers snapped, causing smoke to fill the air around him. Naruto's ears were pointed like a fox's. His whiskers were well defined. His claws were razor sharp, and his hair fell just past his shoulders. However, the most noticeable change was the 6 tails behind him. 2 were midnight blue, 2 were crimson red, and 2 were bright orange with black tips. Good enough. Who are you? Haku inquired. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. I have a deal for you now, Zabuza. What is it? First of all, we both know that Gato will eventually try to get rid of you. Please don't kill him. When you go to the bridge in a week, you'll pretend to fight Kakashi, who will be aware of the plan, while Haku will fight Sasuke, who won't be aware. She nodded, saying, all right, Zabuza, how long do you think you could fog the bridge? I don't know, maybe 30-45 seconds. Great, when I tell you to do that, then I'll take care of the rest. What are we gaining from this? I could get you into Konoha so you won't have to be on the run anymore. How come I would want that? You care about her, and you know she doesn't like this life. She's just a tool. Then you wouldn't mind if, Naruto said with an evil smile, we went into the woods and talked. Would you? Naruto appeared behind Haku. Zabuza was enraged and Haku flushed, saying, hell no, my daughter will not be touched by you. I knew you cared about her. Haku gasped as Naruto's face softened and he said, Zabuza, don't push away people you care about. Zabuza simply grinned and nodded. The following day, Tazuna's house. Around 7 in the morning, Tsunami entered Tazuna's living room, where Naruto was sitting, grinned, and looked up at her. What are you up to, Naruto-san? I don't get much sleep. Please refrain from using those pretentious honorifics, Tsunami-chan. Then, may I call you Naruto-kun? After a brief moment of inaction, Naruto said, yes, that's better. So, what's up with you? I don't sleep very much. Really? Yay, only about 4-8 hours a week? That's not very healthy. It's fine, I've done it since I was about 5 years old. Alright, so do you want anything to eat? That'd be great, Tsunami-chan. A week later at the bridge, only the Team 7 genin believed they were dead. The others knew they had just been knocked out. Naruto, Tazuna, and Team 7 had just reached the bridge when they noticed a number of bodies strewn about. Suddenly, the bridge started to fog up. Naruto remarked, this mist isn't natural. Even though no one could see them, Zabuza and Haku both smiled as they emerged from the mist. Sasuke then ran at Haku, who ducked under it and attempted to perform 1,000 Needles of Death on Sasuke, but Sasuke escaped. Sai tries to assist Sasuke in the end fight, but Haku knocks them both out as soon as Sasuke unlocks Sharingan. Naruto pretends to assist in fighting Zabuza while they wait for Gato, who they know will arrive shortly. When Zabuza performed a very wide-ranged, hidden mist jutsu, covering the entire bridge, Gato approached with about 300 thugs, grinning maniacally, and signaled for them to attack. Naruto pulled out his sword, released 3 tails, and went to work. When the mist vanished, Naruto was on the opposite side of all the thugs, but nothing else seemed to have changed. What on earth, brat? You did nothing, yelled Zabuza. Sakura, Sasuke, Haku, and surprisingly Sai went to the edge of the bridge and began vomiting after Naruto turned around and grinned so coldly that even Zabuza shuddered. Naruto then walked up to the group of thugs and snapped, causing them to all fall to pieces with blood all over them. After approaching Naruto and placing a hand on his shoulder, Zabuza said, "Never mind." 2 weeks later at the completed bridge, Zabuza, Haku, Naruto, and Team 7 were about to wave goodbye to everyone and start to leave after saying their goodbyes. What then ought to be the bridge's name? Tazuna inquired. The Great Bridge of Naruto. Inari shouted as everyone applauded. Tazuna grinned and said, "Okay, then. The Great Naruto Bridge, it is then." A short time later, the Hokage's office. Naruto had to convince the elderly man to bring 2 missing nins to their village after Team 7 had just completed their mission report and departed. Naruto, why should I let 2 missing nin into my village? Zabuza would be a fine addition to the village, and Haku has great potential. When you put it that way I must accept, but you 2 are on probation for 3 months. After so much travel, they both grinned, glad to have a place of their own at last. Now we need to discuss where you will be staying. I've already thought of that old man. They will be staying with me till they find a place to stay or can stay with me as long as they want. The Hokage nodded, and Haku and Zabuza gave him appreciative smiles. Where do you stay, Naruto? I live in the forest. Where can I inquire? He laughed and said, you 2 can look around the village. I'll find you later. That would be telling old man. Good, now I must be going. I miss my home very much. They both nodded. He vanished in a shushin. After that most of the people there, with the exception of Hinata, looked at least a little green. The Rookie 9 were all at a training field talking about what had happened recently, and Team 7 was currently recounting what had happened on their mission in Wave and where Naruto had killed 300 thugs. When they heard a small yip, a fox with 6 tails, 2 orange, 2 blue, and 2 red, about twice the size of a typical house cat, appeared. He approached the group, lay down in Hinata's lap, and she blushed wildly because she recognized the fox. Even though Hinata mostly just petted the fox in her lap, everyone was perplexed by the new arrival but didn't care, and Kiba was perplexed because Akamaru had been in his jacket the entire time, staring fearfully at the fox. Kiba approached Hinata as everyone was ready to depart and said, "Hey Hinata, how would you like to go out with me?" The fox, which remained in the same spot, glared up at Kiba. "I apologize, Kiba, however, Naruto-kun will be taking me out already." Ignorant of the hint, Kiba grinned and said, "Why go out with that loser when you could go out with me?" "Kiba, don't talk about Naruto-kun like that, and I will not go out with you." Kiba was about to speak when the fox got up, moved a short distance away, and smoke billowed up around it. Naruto was there, smoking whatever he was smoking, and he gave Kiba a menacing smile. "I'd appreciate it if you left her alone." Naruto shocked everyone, with the exception of Hinata, by saying, "No, you don't deserve Hinata, you demon." Everyone gasped when Naruto said, "I agree, I am a demon and I don't deserve her, but as long as she wants me around I won't let the likes of you bother her," he said, laughing loudly. "You won't have her, and I don't care." He turned back to Hinata, who nodded and smiled, and he walked up to her, picking her up in a bridal style before vanishing in a whirlpool of red and blue. Suddenly, Naruto appeared in front of Kiba, handing him across the field into a tree. A few months later, Shikamaru and Naruto were sitting in a clearing playing shogi, and although he was technically smarter than Naruto, Shikamaru was starting to think he would lose because Naruto was unpredictable and difficult to counter. Naruto wasn't a serious person, so he was currently leaning against a tree with Hinata's head in his lap sleeping. The Chunin exams were in a week, and most of the genins were worried except for Naruto. Naruto remarked, "That was a good match, Sloth." In addition, Naruto had started to give each character a nickname over the past few months. Hime for Hinata, Mutt for Kiba, Insectoid for Shino, Sloth for Shikamaru, Hulk for Choji, Skinny for Ino, Teme for Sasuke, Banshee for Sakura, Smiles for Sai, Youth for Lee, Panda for Tenten, Bitch for Neji, Spandex for Guy, One Eye for Kakashi, Icy for Kurenai, Smoke for Asuma, and Dango for Anko. The reasons for the others were as follows. Shino's because it sounded cool and fit, Choji's because he reminded him of that person, Ino's because she dieted so much, Sai's because of his strange smile, Tenten's because of her hair, Neji's because that's all he did, and Kurenai's because she never accepted any dates. Hinata's, Shikamaru's, Kiba's, Sasuke's, Sakura's, Lee's, Guy's, Kakashi's, Asuma's, and Anko's were self-explanatory. It's likely that Inos, Nejis, and Kurenais will change in the future. Additionally, Sasuke isn't upset with Haku because he received the Sharingan, so there's nothing to complain about. Only Sakura, Kiba, and Sasuke were bothered by it, but no one else really understood it. "You're the only person who can beat me besides my father," Shikamaru said as he picked up the board in pieces. Naruto laughed at the statement as he departed. Raising her head and wiping the sleep from her eyes, Hinata said, "Naruto-kun." "Oh, I'm sorry, Haim, I didn't mean to wake you. It's okay," she said with a smile. "Well, while you were sleeping, I was wondering if you would be interested in helping me with a practical joke for the Chunin exams." She smiled foxily at him, enjoying the occasional prank even though she didn't particularly enjoy it. His foxy demeanor had been influencing her. The Chunin exam day, a demon and his princess were the ones who caused the screams that woke everyone up that morning. Reference to Omake number 1300. Everyone discovered Gato was still alive and crawling to the edge of the bridge after Naruto had slain all 300 thugs. He got to his feet as Naruto approached him, exclaiming, "This is insane." After glancing around, Naruto smiled malevolently and said, "No, this is ninja." He then kicked Gato over the side of the bridge in the chest. The longest yard reference for Omake number 2. Abruptly, Kiba was handed into a tree by Naruto, who suddenly materialized in front of him. After sniffing and looking up, Naruto said, "I think I made him shit himself." "Did someone shit themselves?" Shikamaru said as he awoke. Kakashi abruptly approached and then turned to leave, saying, "I think someone shit themselves." As they picked Kiba up, Shino and Choji remarked, "He just shit himself." After bursting into laughter, Naruto said, "I knew I made him shit himself." In the village of Hidden Leaf, the village was destroyed by Naruto and, to a lesser extent, Hinata. First, random bars were sprayed with animal pheromones, which wouldn't be too bad on its own, but then the Inuzuka kennels were all opened and all the dogs began humping random civilians and shinobi. The council was also holding a meeting that night, and for about half an hour, nothing happened and everything seemed fine, until smoke bombs went off, and after the smoke cleared, everyone in the room was covered in paint. This may seem like little, and you would be correct if this was all that occurred. In some way or another, every clan compound had been pranked in the Nara compound. All of the deer were wandering the streets of Konoha, and when they discovered this, they discovered that they had all been glued down to their favorite resting places. Normally, this wouldn't be so bad, but the women had all taken pills that made their tempers run the gamut, and nearly every Nara who was still alive that day received horrendous beatings. In order to keep their hair in good condition, the Yamanakas, who are even more well known than the Hyugas, added various hair dyes to their shampoo. As a result, all of the women had purple or blue hair, and all of the men in the family were beaten for allowing this to happen to their wives, parents, or relatives. That night, they had chili with a lot of beans, and because the Akamichi eat a lot, it was a very messy and foul-smelling day. The worst part was when they discovered that all of the toilet paper in the compound was gone. The Akamichi's food was poisoned with laxatives, which doesn't seem that bad at first. Naturally, the Inuzuka had to catch all the dogs, but they also added dog semen to all the condiments in the house. Since it was sandwich night that night and everyone had put at least one condiment on theirs, they all went to brush their teeth, only to discover that they had all been replaced with ones meant to clean the dog's teeth. Although most people are unaware of this, members of the Aburame clan are extremely attractive, both men and women, and they wear what they do because they dislike the attention it brings them. The only shirts the Aburame wear are tank tops for the women and muscle shirts for the men. The Aburame went to sleep well, but when they woke up, all of their coats and pairs of sunglasses were gone, and everyone else in the village was too. All of the male members of the Hyuga clan had their hair cut short, and the words, "Look a little more manly," were written on their shaving cream mirrors. This infuriated them, especially when a note reading, "or this will happen," was written in pink on their closets. When they opened their closets, they discovered that all of the clothes were dyed pink or bright yellow, with some being, "Kill me." Orange. The women, surprisingly, were largely unaffected except for a note that said, "Be more feminine or else," with an arrow pointing to a picture of the male closets. From that day on, all of the Hyuga women were at least slightly more feminine, and none of the men allowed their hair to grow longer. Until he left the compound and saw various pictures of him posted throughout the village, from him training to him sleeping. The last Uchiha was unaware that he had been pranked that morning. A loud scream reverberated throughout the village. Above the Hokage monument, as they sat there admiring their work, Naruto and Hinata were laughing at the different reactions that occurred, with Hinata between Naruto's legs. Pulling Hinata along, Naruto began to get up and said, "We need to start heading to the academy for the test." They vanished in a crimson and black flame after she gave a nod of comprehension. The academy with Hinata on his arm and her head resting on his shoulder, Naruto was making his way slowly up the stairs to the exam room. Everyone was staring at them when they entered the room for a variety of reasons, but their attire was the primary cause of the attention. First of all, Naruto had finally persuaded Hinata to take off her heavy lavender jacket. She was now wearing a lavender shirt that resembled Kurenai's. Along with black Anbu pants and black shinobi sandals, she was still wearing a jacket, but this one was blood red in color, with a yin-yang symbol on the back, and it was open, showcasing her stunning figure for her age. In addition to a long trench coat that hung just above his ankles and was crimson red throughout, Naruto was wearing black combat boots and black cargo pants, which were strange for a shinobi but made sense because they would make kicks hurt more. On the back of the coat was a black pentagram with a purple ring pulsing out of it. They would blush and giggle whenever they passed any girls. I neglected to mention that Naruto was not wearing a shirt. It takes a lot of physical conditioning to live in a forest for more than 6 years and train every day. Nearly all of them glared at Naruto when they approached the group of Konoha genin, which makes sense given that Neji had his hair chopped and his clothes were pink. Shikamaru had some bruises. Choji still looked sick. Ino now had blue hair. Kiba didn't physically look bad, but Naruto knew what had happened. Shino didn't have a coat or sunglasses, which showed that he had a nice body. Sasuke was still flushed and looked very angry, and Sakura was blushing and giggling as she gazed at Sasuke. As he approached, he heard Shikamaru say, "Troublesome blondes." Naruto laughed and Ino glared at him. A man with white hair and glasses suddenly approached them and said, "You all need to relax, you're drawing attention." Once everyone had calmed down, he said, "Would anyone like to know more about a particular individual?" "Yay, tell me about Gaara of the Sand and Naruto of Konoha," said Sasuke at this point. "Ah, you're already aware of their unfunny name. First up, Gaara has finished 15 D rank missions, 10 C rank missions, 6 B rank missions, and 3 A rank missions. He is the Shukaku, or one-tailed beast. Jinchuriki. Additionally, he has never been harmed in any of the missions he has participated in. Although his knowledge of Gen and Taijutsu is unknown, he is almost impossible to hit because he has total control over sand. No bloodline is known." Next, Naruto formerly had the last name Uzumaki. He forfeited the name when he discovered his mother abandoned him because he had the Kyuubi no Kitsune sealed inside him. He was given the rank Elite Genin, something not given in Konoha since the 4th Hokage, and he has no known sensei, which would mean he has taught himself everything he knows. It is believed his actual skill is equal or greater than Sharingan Kakashi. No one knows for a fact how strong he actually is because everyone he has ever fought seriously died. Just like Gaara, he has never been injured on a mission. He has completed 0 D ranks, 6 C ranks, 10 B ranks, and 15 A ranks. He has no known bloodline, but he does have the ability to transform into a fox with 6 tails. It is also believed that he has fox ears and tails. Even Sasuke, Shikamaru, Neji, and Shino gazed at Naruto in wonder when Hinata pushed him. He moaned and let go of one tail and his ears, which caused a huge power surge that made everyone in the room gasp and made a couple cough. Everyone calmed down when he put the henge back on. Suddenly there was a man wearing a bandana. "All of you brats, shut up." Everyone fell silent as he let go of Ki. Naruto simply yawned and let go a bit to shield Hinata, who scooted closer to him right away, making him smile. "Now everyone into the room and choose a seat, but don't sit near your teammates or you'll be disqualified." After 5 minutes in the exam room, Naruto was seated close to Hinata. She was standing right next to him. Against a wall, they went to the front of the room and saw the man they now knew as Ibiki. "Okay brats, these you will be taking a 10-question test. Sounds easy, but you will struggle now. There's a couple of rules. Rule number 1, no cheating whatsoever. If you're caught cheating 5 times you are disqualified along with your team. Rule number 2 is if you don't get at least one question right you're disqualified along with your team." "Hey, that isn't fair," exclaimed a random genin. "Tough." Ibiki noticed that Naruto's hand was up. He thought he was amusing the child by being courteous, so he gestured at him to allow him to ask his question. "Are you finished yet?" The child's balls startled Ibiki, who asked, "Why brat?" Naruto smiled and said, "So I can do this." He was expecting that question. When Hinata leaned against the wall, Naruto got on the table and lifted her up, causing her to eat. Something she still did, but not as frequently as she used to, and placed her in front of him so she could lean into him. Ibiki was furious with the brat, but he respected his guts because he wasn't actually breaking any rules, and everyone gasped at this. After 55 minutes, when Naruto awoke from his slumber, he heard Ibiki say, "You all passed." Naruto smiled. Many people cried out, "What?" "Well, I would explain it, but that brat understood it, so I'll let him." Naruto laughed and said, "This test was meant to test if you could make difficult decisions on missions and to test your information gathering skills. Right, Brad, I'm guessing you figured it out at the beginning. When the window exploded and smoke rose, Naruto nodded a woman with a banner behind her that read, "The sexy and single Enko Midarashi, second exam proctor," was standing there when the smoke cleared. Naruto laughed and replied, "Pretty good, but I would have used colored smoke and painted the banner with different colors, but besides that, pretty good entrance." Enko chuckled and added, "I'll have to remember that anyway. Everyone who passed be at training ground 44 in 20 minutes or you're disqualified." She then vanished in the typical leaf shush and Naruto shushed in a black emptiness after yawning and putting an arm around Hinata. After ogling this, everyone hurried away at the forest immediately following Naruto's shining. Both Naruto and Hinata, who were familiar with the area, emerged and surveyed the area. Enko showed up, staring at Naruto. "How'd you get here before me?" I shushined. "So did I. I still should have got here first. I didn't have to stop." "Why? My shushin goes further than yours." Lee had only recently arrived, so Enko didn't ask any more questions. "Yosh. I was the third person here. Actually, Lee, Hinata got here with me, so you were actually the fourth." "Yosh. I will try to move faster next time, or I will climb the Hokage monument with my..." According to Naruto, "Your teeth." "Yes, I will climb the Hokage monument with only my teeth." This made Naruto laugh, and he took a seat to wait for the others. 15 minutes after everyone had reached their destination. "Okay, brats, the second exam will be here at training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Each team will be given either an Earth or Heaven scroll, and you will have to get the other from another team. Be careful though, or you might be killed by the forest instead of a ream." At this, Naruto burst out laughing. "What's so funny, brat? I've lived in this forest since I was 6 years old, so I have the home field advantage because I know every inch of it," Naruto said after calming down. Except for Hinata, everyone thought he was crazy. Enko even thought he was crazy, and she would only visit the place once a week at most. He kept laughing, so she got a little upset and threw a kunai at him, intending to cut his cheek and then lick the blood behind him. However, he was gone when she got there. He shuddered as someone licked her blood after she felt her kunai cut her cheek abruptly. Not as good as Hinaheim's, but not bad, Hubbyheim." Hearing this, Hinata flushed, and Enko, surprisingly, did too, despite Naruto being the only one who saw it, which made him smile. She returned to the front after returning her kunai. "Okay, then everyone sign the waivers and then pick up your scroll and gate number." After half an hour with Naruto, Naruto was contemplating his next move as he leapt through the forest. He wasn't too concerned because he recalled seeing a few teams glaring at him, so they would likely pursue him because he was alone and they likely believed they could take him. He made the decision to wait for a team near the tower. He accelerated, and in another half hour, he was a mile from the tower. To aid in his discovery, he made the decision to light a fire. He decided to take a nap and set up some traps around his location. 2 hours after Team 8's initial gate opening, having just witnessed Gaara massacre 3 people, Team 8 was on edge. Surprisingly, Hinata was the least impacted by the encounter because Naruto had chosen to request a mission from the Hokage to eliminate some bandits so that she could get her first kill out of the way while he was nearby to keep her safe. The Hokage concurred, and everything went smoothly. She was relieved that Naruto had taken that action to prevent her from freezing in mid-battle after killing someone. They were now planning to halt shortly, take a night's rest, and resume tomorrow. All of them heard cries of terror and agony. Suddenly she knew it was most likely Naruto's fault when she saw that it was coming from the tower. Then she turned to her group and said, "Naruto." Both of them gave understanding nods concurrently with Naruto. People screaming woke Naruto up, so he went to investigate. He discovered that some people had stepped into his leech trap when he arrived. These leeches, which were the size of a large cat, weren't your typical ones. Grinning, he looked through them and found the scroll he needed. With a smile, he made the decision to return to his slumber and take his time traveling to the tower. 10 a.m. the following day, Group 8, they chose to stop briefly in a clearing they came across while strolling through the forest. 3 Kumo teams arrived, and they began to sit down. Even though their lightning armor was nothing in comparison to the Raikage's, it was still powerful, and 2 of the team members rushed up to Kiba and Shino, quickly knocking them out. Knowing what they wanted, Hinata got to her feet and prepared for battle by adopting the updated Juken stance that she and Naruto had developed after he realized the previous one was too rigid for her. While the other Kumo nin circled the area to ensure no one arrived, 4 of them launched an attack. As everyone hurried toward her, she Jukened the nearest one in the arm, paralyzing it, then turned and struck the weakest one in the heart, killing it. One shouted, "You bitch," and turned on the lighting armor once more. Hinata was electrocuted when he rushed at her and slapped her away. Then a kick to the back was delivered. She fell, but she got back up. The other lightning armor user rushed at her, but she managed to paralyze him completely with a Juken to his neck. The other lightning armor user then punched her from behind, using a lot of lightning chakra, nearly knocking her out. Hinata landed on her back after colliding with the ground and rolling slightly. The only person she hadn't struck began to approach her brandishing a kunai. Said we had to bring you back alive. He didn't say I couldn't have some first. Reza, no, we need to be going, said another nin. She sounded like a girl after slapping her. The person who is now known as Reza said, shut up or you'll get some too. Reza approached Hinata, who touched the necklace she had received from her. Hinata advised Reza to inject some chakra into the necklace in case she was in danger. Reza approached Hinata and began making cuts that exposed portions of her bra and underwear. Earlier, 9:30 a.m. alongside Naruto. After an hour of sleep, Naruto heard fighting and hurried to the scene, where he saw Team 7 engaged in combat with Orochimaru. Sasuke attempted to roast him, but it turned out to be an earth clone. He was going to intervene when Sasuke was about to be bitten, but he knew she was in danger. When he sensed a chakra pulse from Hinata's necklace, he made the decision to assist Hinata after noticing that Orochimaru was departing. With that, he vanished in a nearly black flash of deep purple. Returning with Hinata, Reza had made several cuts to Hinata, extending up her thighs, legs, and chest. Despite her tears, Hinata knew Naruto would arrive shortly. Reza remarked, now the real fun begins, bitch. A flash of deep purple caught his eye as he began to unzip his pants. Naruto was there when he looked at it. As soon as Naruto saw Hinata, he rushed to her side and lifted her up. How are you, Hinata? She gave him a quick glance and said, Naruto, I'm okay. He didn't get to do anything. After nodding, Naruto reportedly vanished, resurfacing 100 yards away from a tree. He placed her down and removed his coat. Placing it beneath her, he disappeared once more and then reappeared with Shino and Kiba. Shino, can you move? Shino nodded, leaning up. Good, I'm going to put a barrier around you three. It'll be over soon. After Shino nodded, Naruto demonstrated a number of hand signals before slamming his hands together, creating a black barrier to enclose them. Naruto returned to his position in front of Reza after completing that. Are you the one who did that to Hinata? Yay, and if it wasn't for you I would have raped, smiled Reza. Let the bodies hit the floor, is the cue song. Naruto released 4 tails, instantly releasing his resistance and weight seals, so he was unable to finish one tail's power makes breathing difficult. A couple of people nearly fainted when they saw 4 tails. With his sword drawn, Naruto swung it at Reza and pronounced, you will die. In contrast to his previous carefree tone, Naruto's voice now sounded ominous and demonic. Ha, funny, I'll kill you and then rape that bitch over and over. Everyone attack him. After they all remained motionless, Naruto raised his head and said, you have no chance if you don't all fight me at once. Except for the person who attempted to stop Reza, everyone hurried him at once. Naruto cut the next 2 in half at the waist after kicking the first 2 away. He smirked, chopped off one of Reza's head, and kicked Reza away as she and the other person wearing lightning armor approached. He then ran 2 of the people he hadn't yet hit and slammed their heads together, sending blood, pieces of skull, and brain matter flying in all directions. He rushed to the first 2 and stabbed one in the heart before using chakra to power his hand and slamming it into the other's chest, causing it to cave in and cause him to slowly and painfully die. He turned back to face Reza, who was rising again. Reza began to retreat as he approached, but Naruto hurled his sword like a spear and drove Reza's hands into a tree. He approached him with a malevolent grin. Reza screamed, please don't kill me, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. What happened to killing me and rapping Hinata? Lost your nerve? Before he could finish speaking, Naruto used his clawed hand to tear out a lung and charged it with electric chakra to avoid dying too soon. He pushed it back in, allowing it to burn the open wound and electrocute him. Now let's take a look at your memories. Using the Rinnegan, Naruto reached out and searched through his memories to find what he needed. He then tore out his soul and gave it to the King of Hell. He then pulled his tail back and approached the girl who was attempting to stop Reza. As he approached, he noticed that she was trembling on the ground. He picked her up by reaching down. Thanks for trying to help Hinata. Now I want you to go back to Kumo and tell the Raikage, tell him we'll be meeting shortly. I'm so sorry about Hinata. I didn't want to do this, the girl said, nodding. It's okay, I understand. Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her back as she nodded and turned to leave, saying, this is for helping Hinata. Reaching up, he repaired the spot on her cheek where Reza had struck her. Thank you and sorry again. She left after Naruto gave her a nod. He approached the barrier and gave it a tap to cause it to vanish. Shortly after the barrier had been erected, Hinata had fallen asleep, while Shino and Kiba were now awake. They gasped as the barrier disappeared and they turned to look around. The most terrifying aspect of what appeared to be a horror scene was that Naruto appeared to be completely exhausted and uninjured. When Naruto approached Hinata, who had snuggled into his coat, he smiled, not just grinned, but grinned since it was late November and quite chilly. He reached down, picked her up, and wrapped the coat around her. He turned to face Hinata's teammates, who continued to stare around in disgust. Hinata was leaning into Naruto's chest as he stood up, holding her in a bridal style. After they gave him a look, he remarked, "I was being nice to them. It would have been worse if I didn't want to check on Hinata." Both of them were shocked by this and failed to ask how he could have performed worse. They set off in the direction of the towers. They still needed a scroll, Shino realized. "Don't worry, Shino. I picked up those Kumo Nin scrolls. They had 2 earth and 1 heaven, so you fine." Shino didn't ask, but he didn't know how he knew what he was thinking. They reached the tower approximately an hour later. Naruto knew what to do as soon as they entered and he saw the board. Shino take 2 of each scroll and open them at the same time. Shino gave a nod and followed through. Kurenai and Iruka emerged as he did. Iruka was about to speak when he and Kurenai noticed Hinata's condition. Before either of them could take action, Naruto said, "It's okay, I'll take her to my room, and she'll be fine. I'm not letting you take Hinata anywhere, demon." A huge explosion was audible from the location where Naruto killed the Kumo Nin as he snapped his fingers. That Kurenai-san was the lung of the person who tried to rape Hinata. Shino was among those who gasped and thought the same thing. How in the fuck could you do that to a lung? Need anything else to prove I won't do anything to her? I don't trust you, demon, so yes. With a growl, Naruto reached into his back pocket and took out a card. Kurenai took it from him to examine. Kurenai picked up the card and examined it. When Kurenai saw it, her eyes widened. Uzumaki Naruto Medic Lysine Medic S rank. Permitted by Hokage Hiruzen Saru Tobi Retsu Unohana, the chief physician. She distributed it so that everyone could see it. "Is that enough?" asked Naruto after he received it back. "I could authorize the Hokage to retire if I wanted to." After saying that, he left to find his room. Shino asked, "Kurenai-sensei, is that true?" as he turned to face Kurenai. "Yes, Shino-kun, he could authorize the retirement of the Hokage if he had a valid medical reason." In the room of Naruto at last, Naruto located his room. There was only 1 bed when he entered, so he knew it was his. He approached it and placed Hinata on it. When she lost his body heat, she complained, which caused him to laugh and smile. He then began tending to her wounds at her feet. At first glance, he counted nearly 100 of them, but they weren't very deep. When Hinata began to awaken, he had already reached her waist and was healing her. "Naruto-kun. It's okay, Hinata, I'm just healing you right now." After 20 minutes or so, he was nearly finished. He had the entire right arm and a few left on the left. It took him roughly 5 minutes to finish. He turned to face Hinata, who was merely observing him. "Okay, Hinata, I am going to help you stand. Tell me if you feel anything hurt." He helped her stand up by putting his arm around her. She said, "Yes," and yelled as soon as she did. He laid her down again. "Okay, what is hurting, Hinata?" "I think a couple of ribs and maybe my left lung is bruised." "Okay, I'm gonna need to take off your shirt, okay?" She nodded, and since it was already ruined, he created a chakra blade to cut it off. Leaning down, he performed a diagnostic examination and discovered that 2 ribs were bruised, 3 were broken, and the remaining ribs were cracked. She also had a cracked right hip and a bruised lung. "Okay, Hinata, I can fix it all in about 30 minutes, but you have a cracked hip, so I'll need to take your pants off." Despite her blush, she nodded because she knew Naruto would never take action. Naruto grinned and went to work, healing the lung and ribs in just 20 minutes. He then cut off her pants because they were also ruined and worked on the hip. He finished that in roughly 5 minutes. He rose from his seat and said, "There we go, it's finished. I don't know what clothes I have sealed, but I can see if I've got anything you want me to." Looking up at him, Hinata nodded, saying, "Yes, please." With a laugh, Naruto bent down to give her a cheek kiss. Approaching his coat by the door, he reached into the pockets and took out a scroll bearing the word "clothes." After opening it, he discovered only a few shirts. Before approaching Hinata, he selected the largest one and another for himself. "Here you go, Hina-chan, it's all I've got with me. I'll get you some clothes tomorrow, sorry." It was an orange shirt with a fox on the front, which Hinata put on and said, "It's okay, Naruto-kun, I don't mind." "Okay, Hina-chan, I'm going to take a shower, okay?" After she gave him a nod, he went to the restroom and entered. After 15 minutes after putting on his pants and using a towel to dry his hair, Naruto left the restroom. He approached Hinata and gave her a kiss after noticing that she was sleeping. "Good night, Hina-chan." Taking his sword, Naruto sat down on Hinata's side, leaning against the wall next to the bed. He prevented himself from falling forward by using the sword. He was relieved that Hinata was safe, even though he knew he wouldn't be sleeping for some time. Naruto-kun, why don't you lay down with me? Hinata said abruptly as she reached out and took his arm. I'm okay, Hinata. Please, Naruto-kun. You're not gonna let me say no, are you? Naruto sighed. I thought so, fine, I'll get in bed, she said, nodding. When she grinned, he got up, crossed over, and climbed in with Hinata nestled against his chest. He slipped beneath the covers and put his arm around her. At her, he grinned and said, good night, Naruto-kun. Upon receiving her kiss, he said, good night, Hina-chan. 8 a.m. the following morning, same room. Hinata and Naruto were still in bed outside the room. People were conversing. Hokage-sama, I'm telling you, he took her in there and she never came out. Kurenai-chan, calm down, the brats aren't doing anything. She is right, Kurenai. Naruto was lying on his side with Hinata curled up to his chest when the three entered the room. Anko remarked, "Ah, the brats are so cute." She took a picture with a camera, but before she could move or even look, Naruto threw a kunai at it, breaking it when the flash went out. Still motionless, Naruto uttered, "Please explain why I'm being woken up from the best sleep I've ever had before I kill you all." The Hokage questioned, "Naruto, are you not ashamed of your position?" As if it were the easiest thing in the world, he declared, "I don't get embarrassed." "Okay then, well, we are here to check on Hinata-chan there. As you can see, she got attention from an S-rank medic. I promise she's fine. Naruto, as your commanding officer, I order you to let her go. Not on a mission and not endangering the village, so you can't do shit." Kurenai clenched her jaw and faced the Hokage, who gave her a nod. Naruto is right, you can't order him to do anything in the current situation. Kurenai opened his mouth to reply, but Naruto interrupted, saying, "How about a bet?" The Kurenai said, "Go on. If I can trap you in a genjutsu that you can't get out of, you have to leave us alone. If you break it, then I'll leave." The smiled Kurenai said, "Okay, deal." Leaning down, Naruto smiled and said, "Hina-chan, I have to do something, but I'll be back soon." "Okay, but hurry, you're warm," Hinata said after whining. After laughing, Naruto got out of bed. Anko whistled and both women flushed. "Dang. You're ripped, you know that, Naruto." "That's not the only place I'm big either," Naruto said with a smile. He left a laughing Hokage, a drooling Anko, and a deeply flushed Kurenai in the room. They left the room after they had calmed down. Kurenai waited for it across from Naruto. With a malevolent grin, Naruto said, "Kur-chan, get ready." Before Kurenai could respond, Naruto demonstrated about 10 hand signals before declaring, "Ultimate Tsukiyomi." Kurenai immediately fell to the ground, sobbing, and then fainted. Saru Tobi and Anko were shocked by how quickly that happened. They had no idea what would happen, but they weren't prepared for it. That was the improved version of Itachi's Tsukiyomi. I just tripled the time inside and reduced the time outside to a third. He gasped, "You mean to tell me you tortured her for 216 hours in less than a second?" With an evil smile, Naruto said, "Yeah, and old man, we need to talk about Hinata's attempted kidnapping after the second exam." The Hokage nodded, adding, "Anko, I want you to be there when we talk." Curious, Anko asked, "Why?" With a smile, he said, "I might be able to remove your curse." She let out a gasp, but before she could react, Hinata appeared, massaging her eyes and donning Naruto's shirt, which was okay because it only reached her lower thighs. "Naruto-kun, please come back to bed, it's cold without you." The Hokage nodded, "Thanks." Naruto laughed and approached her, asking, "Oh, old man, can you get someone to bring Hinata some clothes?" Naruto and Hinata approached the bed, climbed back in, and assumed their previous positions. Leaning down, Naruto planted a kiss on Hinata's forehead. "I love you, Naruto-kun." "I love you too, Hinaheim." Later on in the day around 11, Naruto and Hinata got out of bed because they were hungry and Hinata's clothes were there while he went to get some food. Naruto told Hinata she could take a shower. He went to get some food after she did. After locating the cafeteria, Naruto grabbed a dozen cinnamon buns and 4 bowls of ramen. Just as he turned to leave, Ino stepped in front of him. He raised an eyebrow in her direction. It took him a moment to realize that he had forgotten to put on a shirt because she was flushed. That clarified why the woman at the cafe refused to let him pay. "What's up, Ino?" "Naruto, did you really kill 3 teams of Kumo Nin out in the forest at the same time?" "Yay. Why?" Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. "Really? Why?" "One of them was going to rape Hina-chan and then they were gonna take her to Kumo to get the Byakugan." With a gasp, Ino said, "I see, okay then, bye Naruto." Naruto simply shrugged as she fled. Naruto began to make his way to the room in roughly 5 minutes. He arrived. Hinata said it was okay when he knocked on the door. When he entered, Hinata was dressed exactly like her other. She grinned as she looked up. In return, he grinned and said, I brought you cinnamon buns. Hinata tackled him after he raised the bag. She kissed him and took the bag. Thank you Naruto-kun, you know just what to get me. Grinning, he got back to his feet and sat down. He began to eat. After they finished eating in peaceful silence, he picked up the trash and disposed of it. Hinata looked back at him after touching his shoulder. What is it, Hina-chan? Something wrong? No, I was wondering if I could, she said, flushed. He didn't understand a word she said, even with his improved hearing. Sorry Hina-chan, I didn't hear you. I was wondering if I could stay here again tonight, she said, her face flushed more. He laughed and said, of course you can Hina-chan, I'd like that. He glanced at her. Grinning, she gave him a hug and said, thank you, Naruto-kun. He returned her hug with a smile and said, no problem. The morning after, voices were talking outside the door, just like yesterday. I'm telling you, he really did it. I don't believe you, Ino pig. Yosh. Munch, 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 troublesome. Ino's right, he slaughtered those nin. You shouldn't worry why you ask, because you could just ask him. Shino's right, guys. Naruto was lying on his back when they opened the door, and Hinata was resting her head on his chest. Tenten, Ino, and Sakura all simultaneously exclaimed, ah. Kiba said, blackmail. He took out a camera and snapped a photo, but just like the last time, without even looking, Naruto threw a kunai, destroying the camera. Without opening his eyes, Naruto questioned, what the fuck do you want? First to reply, Ino said, they were wondering if you could answer their questions. Will you leave if I do? Moaned Naruto. He didn't open his eyes, but he knew because they all nodded. Hina-chan, I need to do something again. I'll be back soon, he said, leaning down. She gripped him and whimpered, please hurry, it's cold without you. Like yesterday, Naruto laughed and said, of course Haim. He grabbed his sword and got out of bed at him. The three girls flushed. They followed him as he left the room. You each get one question, go, he said, resting his sword on his shoulder. He gestured toward Kiba. You first. Why are you in the bed with Hinata? Kiba asked after nodding and giving it some thought. Good question, mainly because she won't let me lay against the wall beside the bed and I don't feel like arguing good enough. Kiba gave a nod, and Naruto gestured to Shino, saying, you next. Like Kiba, Shino nodded and asked, how strong do you think you are? Good wording. I was able to put your sensei in a genjutsu that knocked her out and she's the best genjutsu in the village. Good enough. Before Shino nodded, everyone just stared at him. Naruto then pointed to Tenten and said, your turn. Tenten asked, can I hold your sword? Knowing exactly what she wanted. With a nod, he took it out of its sheath and gave it to her. After spinning it around, she examined it closely. The grip was black with red flames, and a picture of a huge fox with 9 tails was depicted along the blade. It's beautiful. Does it have a name? With a nod, he said, her name is Ryujin Jaka. Here, I'll show you something. He reached for it and used chakra to channel it, causing an odd language to appear on it. That means turn all of creation to ash. Ryujin Jaka. That is the second stage of Ryujin Jaka. Everyone said, cool. Sheathing it once more, Naruto gestured to Lee and said, you're next. For a moment, he thought, Yash, do you think I could hit you? With or without your weights? Asked Naruto with a smile. How did you know about those? Lee exclaimed. I can look at you and tell, let me see them. With a nod, Lee removed them and gave them to Naruto. Lee and Tenten were surprised by how easily Naruto held them. Guess who asked, what's so special about weights? Watch. He dropped them, causing the floor to get quite dented. The majority of them had wide eyes. With a sly smile, he gave them to Lee, who put them on. He walked back into the room and said, hold on a sec. He carried his coat as he left. Everyone was perplexed, so he grinned and gave it to Lee, who picked it up with ease. Lee remarked, I'm confused, Naruto. Lee handed him the coat, and Naruto turned on the weights, saying, here, I activated the weights. Oh yeah, sorry, let me see it. Lee accepted it and fell to the ground right away. After picking it up, Naruto put it on. Lee nodded and said, answer your question? Naruto gestured to Choji and said, you're next. Did you really slaughter 3 teams from Kumo? With an evil smile, he said, yes. The majority gasped, and he gestured to Shikamaru, saying, you next. Troublesome. Why and how? He asked himself for a moment. Good wording. They attacked Hinata's team and one was going to rape Hinata, then they were going to take her to Kumo for the Byakugan. They were all gasping. I caved one's chest in, stab another in the heart, sliced 2 in half at the waist, cut another's head off, slammed two of M's heads together, and the one who tried to rape Hinata, I stabbed his hands into a tree, then I tore his lung out and shoved it back in to electrocute him and burned the open wound close, and then when we got to the tower I blew it up. That's what that explosion was. Most of them yelled. He pointed at Ino. You next. She nodded, gave it some thought, and then burst out laughing, asking, how big is your dick? With the exception of Naruto, the majority of them stared at her as though she were insane. You can't tell anyone that I asked a question? He smiled as she nodded. She blushed like a tomato and began to giggle as he leaned over and whispered something. He gestured to Sakura and said, you last. After giving it some thought, she nodded and asked, what would you have done if Hinata had been raped? With the exception of Naruto, everyone had the same thought. You stupid fucking bitch. Suddenly, Naruto began to laugh evilly, and he did so for almost a minute. He paused and became serious. I would still be torturing him and would continue until I ran out of chakra, and because of a special genjutsu that takes 1/100th of my chakra, I can torture someone for 216 hours in 1 second. Then I would begin the physical torture. First I would cut his eyelids so he would have to watch it, then I would cut his arms off, first cauterizing the wounds, then the legs and cauterizing the wound. Next I would cut off his ears, then I would cut his dick and then shove it all the way up his ass, but not before putting spikes in it. Next I would take out his eyes. Lastly I would remove his tongue so I could hear his screams the whole time. Kiba, Choji, and the girls had all puked, and everyone was completely green. He simply grinned as he made his way to the door. But that would never happen, so no one has to worry. He returned to the room, where he lay down grinning. He pulled Hinata onto his chest. In the preliminary arena the following day, everyone who had gone by was present. They were Suna, Kabuto's, Team 7, 8, 9, and 10 at the moment. Naruto was not listening to the Hokage as he spoke about the significance of the exams. When he saw Gekko approach and begin speaking, he refocused. Okay, the board will randomly pick names for the fights. We have an odd number. Would anyone be willing to take a second fight? Speaking up, Naruto said, I'll do it. With a nod, Gekko said, first up is. Examining the board, he saw that it read, Sakura Hirano vs Ino Yamanaka. The same as manga or anime. The board reads, Gaara of the Sand vs Kabuto Yakushi. Okay, next fight is. Kabuto said, Proctor, I give up. Very well, winner of second match by forfeit, Gaara of the Sand. Next fight will be, on the Q board, Naruto vs Rock Lee. Proctor, will I only have to win one match to advance? Gekko replied with a nod, okay then I forfeit. What, why? We must show our flames of youth. Lee fumed. I know, and we will, but in the next round we will verse, I promise. Okay then Naruto, that is fine, you have the flames of youth. Thanks. Okay then, winner of third match by forfeit, Rock Lee. Next match will be, the Q board reads, Neji vs Sai. They both went down and separated themselves between them. Gekko walked. Both combatants ready. Fight. Sai called forth some ink wolves while Gekko leapt out of the way. Neji saw where the wolves were weak and struck them, causing them to fall into puddles. I have no chance then, Proctor, I forfeit, Sai said. Very well, winner of fourth match by forfeit, Neji Hyuga. The fifth match will be between, according to the Q board, Hinata Hyuga vs Tenten Higurashi. Hinata, can you perform the rotation? Yes, I can. Tenten? I forfeit, my weapons are useless. Okay, winner of fifth match by forfeit, Hinata Hyuga. Sixth match is, on the Q board, Kiba Inuzuka vs Tamari of the Sand. Tamari walked down as Kiba yelled and leapt to the ground. Gekko moved between them as they were standing apart. Ready. Fight. Tamari swung her fan in Akamaru's direction as he leapt away, knocking him unconscious as he struck a wall. I forfeit. Fine, winner by forfeit, Tamari of the Sand. Seventh match is, the Q board, Shino Aburame vs Choji Akamichi. Gekko was in the center, and they both walked down and stood apart. Ready. Fight. Choji immediately entered boulder mode and charged at Shino, who ducked and hit him with roughly half of his insects. He kept dodging until Choji's chakra was almost depleted, leading him to believe that Choji was out. However, it was too late to realize that he was approaching again, and he was crushed, causing Choji to run out of chakra and faint. Double KO. With a grimace and a sigh, Naruto picked them both up and carried them to the medical staff. Take these two. Choji ran out of chakra and Shino has 3 broken ribs, a cracked collarbone, and a fractured femur. At the same moment, the 3 medics said, Hi Naruto-sama. With the exception of Team 8 and the Hokage, most people were perplexed when they removed them and Naruto rose again. The unasked question was answered by Naruto, who said, I'm the best medic in the village and a registered S-rank medic. This startled everyone, and they all turned to face the Hokage. It is true Naruto is as good if not better than Tsunade as a medic. What? Something on my face. They all exclaimed as they turned to face Naruto, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Anyway, 8th match, Gekko said, pointing to the cue board, Sasuke Uchiha vs Kankuro of the Sand. Gekko intervened between them as they both leapt to the ground. Ready, fight. When Kankuro leapt off his puppet's back and his puppet emerged, Sasuke rushed him and punched him, nearly breaking his hand. He then jumped away. According to Kankuro, good luck. Sasuke was rushed by the puppet, who then punched and cut him away. The curse acted out. As a result, Sasuke made the hasty decision to stop it as he demonstrated hand signals. He shouted, fire-style fireball jutsu. After Sasuke was declared the winner, the puppet was completely burned, and the seal caused Sasuke to collapse. Can I have 5 minutes to seal him? Asked Naruto before anyone could move. Yes, said the Hokage, but please hurry. With a nod, Naruto took out a brush and began quickly sketching seals all around Sasuke as the seals circled Sasuke. Resembling foxes, Naruto slammed his hands together and uttered, sealing Artskitsune restraint. The 4 foxes suddenly materialized around the seal after the others gathered on Sasuke, climbed his body, and began to circle it. With a smile, Naruto got up and said, take him away, Kakashi. After picking Sasuke up, Kakashi vanished. How long would that normally take? Shikamaru asked, leaning in Asuma's direction. After giving it some thought, Asumsa remarked, I would say for Kakashi, who's the best sealer in the village right now, about 2.5 hours at best. Troublesome, okay. 9th match is, the cue board, Shikamaru Nara vs Yoroi Akato. Gekko stood between Shikamaru and the arena as he approached it slowly. Shikamaru made a mental note, he doesn't have any weapons. Begin. Yoroi ran towards Shikamaru, who performed his shadow possession, while Gekko leapt out of the way. Yoroi abruptly stopped and was immobile. What the hell? Exclaimed Yoroi, shadow possession successful. He drew a kunai and advanced, indicating that Yoroi followed suit. Shikamaru raised the kunai to Yoroi's throat as they faced each other. According to Yoroi, I forfeit. Okay, winner by forfeit, Shikamaru Nara. Final match, Naruto vs Masumi Tsurugi. Naruto shushined and said, how about a bet, as Masumi leapt to the ground. I bet I can beat you before this coat hits the ground. If not, you automatically win. Deal? Naruto grinned. Speaking, Gekko said, ready, fight. After throwing up his coat, Naruto appeared behind Masumi and then vanished. He had his sheath and sword next to him, and he clicked his sword in as soon as his coat touched the floor. Everyone was bewildered as Masumi stood there with a sly smile. Naruto approached Masumi. Masumi fell to pieces as he snapped. Nearly everyone became green. Naruto simply took out a lighter and what appeared to be a cigarette, then smoked it. He grabbed his coat and shushined before turning to Hinata. All winners come down and shows a number out of jar. Numbers? Was asked after everyone had lined up and selected a number. 1 is Naruto. Hinata. 4, 5 is Shikamaru. Gaara. 7 Lee. 2 Neji. 3 Temari. 6. That means Sasuke gets 8. The finals will be held at the arena in 1 month. You may train during this time. After they all nodded, they all departed. First battle, Naruto vs Lee. Fight 2. Hinata vs Neji. Fight 3. Temari vs Shikamaru. Fight 4. Gaara vs Sasuke. Office of the Hokage. Anko, Naruto, and Saru Tobi had just hushed here and were going to talk about Anko's seal and the kidnapping. Naruto said, all right, let's talk about Kumo first. Saru Tobi replied, yes. Now before we discuss anything else, tell me everything that happened. With a nod, Naruto started telling the story of what had transpired all the way to the tower before his arrival. By the end of it, Anko was smiling, and even the Hokage smiled a little. Rape is always disliked by most people. That's everything that happened, and I have all the proof I need since I read one of M's minds, Naruto said with an evil smile, taking out his lighter and cigarette. Is it okay if I smoke in here? He asked. Saru Tobi replied, I do it all the time. So sure. Now what are we gonna do about the Raikage? After a moment, Naruto thought, I could always pay him a visit. That might work. I could say I'm sending someone over for a diplomatic mission. When do you want it to happen? I'd prefer it in 2 weeks. Why might I ask? I was gonna ask if I could leave the village for training anyway, and it'll make it easier to find a way to break the curse seal. That's fine, I don't mind, but why would you need to leave for training? I need to meditate for around a week straight, and there's no way I can do that in the village. Okay, that's fine, but when do you think you'll be back? Probably 3 days before the exams unless I rush. Okay. I'll notify the guards at the gate, you may leave later tonight or tomorrow. Cool now Anko. Come here please. What do you need? She asked Naruto as she approached him. I need to look at your seal, okay? She nodded, removed her coat, and approached Naruto so he could examine it. Fortunately, his height allows him to view it without having to stretch. He took out a scroll and started sketching the seal onto it. He completed it in about 5 minutes. Okay. I'm done. This seal is very crude and obviously not done by a master, so I'll have a counter when I get back easily. After turning around, Anko gave him a hug and said, thank you so much. After giving her her coat with a smile, Naruto said, it's nothing, I'll be seeing you later, old man. Naruto vanished in a blue flame. After that, I wish I had the chakra to use it all the time like him. The Hokage laughed when Anko said this while pouting like a child. At the compound of Hyuga, the guards were startled when Naruto emerged in front of the Hyuga compound. This made Naruto laugh, and he passed by. You'd think you two would get used to that. Naruto entered the compound through the front door. He headed for the dining room after smelling something. When he entered, he noticed that dinner was being eaten in the main house since he had removed his coat when he entered, leaving him with nothing covering his upper body. Everyone turned to stare at him, and the majority of the girls flushed. The glares he was receiving from the majority of the men in the room made him laugh. He approached Hanabi and Hinata. He leaned over and gave Hinata a blushing kiss before flustered and blushing Hanabi by ruffling her hair. How's my little firecracker doing? Naruto Nichin, Hanabi said as she attempted to straighten her hair. Naruto simply sat between the two and laughed. The majority of the people in the room were laughing at their antics. With an evil smile, Naruto said, I'm glad you all aren't being stuck up right now. He gestured to the elders and said, well, except for them prudes. While the elders scowled at Naruto, the others merely chuckled at their annoyance. After chuckling, Naruto turned to face Hiyashi. I'll be taking care of the events about Hinata that occurred in the forest in around 2 weeks, so don't worry about it. Hiyashi smiled because he was aware that hell would be paid if anything were to happen to Hinata. The question, what are you talking about, demon? Was raised by an isolated female elder. 2 individuals exclaimed, none your damn business, hag. If anything has happened involving our clan, even if it is with that demon slut, the elder said, giving him a fierce look. She didn't get to finish because Hiyashi was about to do something when Naruto, who had at some point transformed into a fox and had 4 tails waving behind him, appeared behind her with a sword at her throat and a claw at her temple. Now listen here, hag. You can insult me all you want, but you will not talk about Hinata like that, you got it? Since the key was preventing her from breathing, she nodded her head angrily, and Naruto rose from behind her. His gaze shifted to the other elders. The same goes for you old bats, okay? They all imitated the other elder, and Naruto showed up next to Hinata, who was flushed from Naruto's support. Hanabi tapped him on the shoulder as he was about to seal his demon form after he had sat back down. What is it, sweetie? He asked, grinning as he glanced at her. Can you stay like this, Naruto Nichin? Hanabi asked, blushing slightly. Naruto asked, somewhat perplexed, yay, why? I was wondering if you could stay like this when you're at home. Hanabi said, blushing even more. This is home too, Naruto said with a smile, sure sweetie, as long as Hiyashi doesn't mind. Both of them turned to face Hiyashi, who replied, I don't mind. It's so soft, exclaimed Hanabi, grabbing one of his tails and massaging it. The rubbing was now causing Naruto to purr. This was cute, according to most of the women using his tails. Naruto drew Hanabi and Hinata close to him. Every one of them had a tail wrapped around it. Naruto saw that Hanabi was sleeping, and Hinata glanced at it. As they ate for another hour, he lifted Hanabi and got to his feet, assisting Hinata in standing up. Good night, Hiyashi, I'll put these 2 to bed. With a nod, Hiyashi said, good night. First, Naruto went to Hanabi's room, threw back the covers, and laid her down on the bed. After covering her with the covers, he gave her a forehead kiss. Good night, Nichin. With a smile, Naruto said, good night, sweetie. He led Hinata to her room. After they left the room, she pulled his arm just as he was ready to tuck her in like he did with Hanabi. Please lay down with me, you know I need to leave. Please, just for tonight. All right, he said with a smile, but I have to go tomorrow. She grinned and nodded as she climbed into bed. He removed his boots and climbed in as well. He pulled the covers up on them and wrapped his tails around her as she curled up to his side. 8 a.m. the following day, a few voices could be heard outside Hinata's room door. Hiyashi, we must put the seal on that demon slut. He is right, Hiyashi, we must do this. The demon might take the Byakugan. After hearing this, Naruto bent down and said, "Hina-chan, I have to do something." "Hurry up, damn it, you're warm." Naruto laughed at her arrogance. He got out of bed and retrieved his kunai, dagger, and sword. He approached the door and paid attention. "You will not put a seal on Nichan, and Nichan isn't a demon." Naruto gave Hanabi a sly smile. He was glad she didn't believe he was a bad person. "She is right, you will not put the seal on my daughter." Naruto smiled once more because Hiyashi was a truly nice man. "We will force it if we must, it's for the good of the clan. We can't let that demon have the Byakugan." With a scowl, Naruto decided it was time to intervene. With the sword and dagger in each hand, he placed the kunai in his mouth. He opened the door with a kick and viewed the switch. Hiyashi felt irritated. For the last 10 minutes, 3 of the elders had attempted to enter Hinata's room in order to seal her. It wasn't helping that Hanabi had just woken up and come out to argue. However, he was pleased that she was defending Hinata and Naruto. Just as he was about to reply to the 3 elders' additional remarks, Hinata's room door was kicked open from within in front of the elders. Naruto made an angry appearance. He had a kunai in his mouth at the middle one's throat, a dagger on the second farthest's chin, and a sword on the farthest's temple. Hiyashi wondered why he was in Hinata's room, but he didn't give a damn because he was going to end this. "Why in fucking hell are you all yelling out here and waking me up?" Naruto snarled around the kunai. The female said, "We are going to put the seal on the demon slut," as the elders all started to perspire. The other 2 elders also thought, "Stupid bitch." With a smile, Naruto said, "Just what I wanted to hear." She was knocked unconscious when he struck her forehead with the kunai. He said, "You leave now," pointing to the other 2. Both of them rushed off with a smile. He lifted the other elder. He faced Hiyashi. "Looks like I'll have to make an example before I leave." "What?" Hiyashi asked, perplexed. "You'll see, just call a meeting of the whole clan to meet out in the backyard, okay?" said Naruto with a menacing smile. Despite his continued confusion, Hiyashi nodded. "Oh, and Hiyashi said as Naruto began to leave, "You wouldn't mind if me and Hinata were to get married in a few years, would you?" Hiyashi looked up. Hiyashi was startled. I wouldn't mind, but I do need some sort of reason. You know I don't care about politics and all. How about marrying the son of the 4th Hokage and heir to an entire country, and if I play my cards right, heir to the Senju clan?" Naruto asked him, smiling. Hiyashi sighed. "I can't believe I never noticed. Yes, that would be more than enough. I thought so. Have everyone outside around 12, okay?" Naruto said as he turned around. Hiyashi grinned and nodded. After 10 minutes. The elder had been restrained and stored by Naruto. He and Hinata were back in the room. Leaning down, he gave her a kiss. "Hina-chan, you need to wake up." After whimpering and rolling, Hinata leaned up and rubbed her eyes. She grinned when she saw Naruto. "Now go take a shower and I'll go make breakfast." After giving a nod, she stood up to use the restroom. Grinning, Naruto left the room and headed for the kitchen. Since there was nobody there when he entered, he picked up an apron and put it on. He started to cook. He intended to prepare meals for Hanabi, Hiyashi, and Hinata. After about 15 minutes of cooking, he was nearly done. He saw Hiyashi and heard someone enter. "Can you tell Hanabi and Hinata that the food is done?" After giving a nod, Hiyashi went to retrieve his daughters. Naruto gazed at the sun and grinned. He estimated it to be around 9. 5 minutes later, he was done. When everyone entered, he began to pass food out and place it on plates. Hiyashi and Hanabi thanked him after he gave them each a plate. Hinata, perplexed as to why she was not given a plate, smiled at him. With a smile, Naruto remarked, "Right about now." A timer sounded as soon as he finished speaking. After shutting it off, he opened the oven. He produced what looked like a gigantic bun of cinnamon. After placing it on a plate, he approached Hinata, who was now drooling. He placed it in front of her and gave her a cheek kiss. In between mouthfuls, Hiyashi said, "You can cook, Naruto." With a laugh, Naruto took out a cigarette and lit it, saying, "Thanks, I try." "You're amazing, Nichan," said Hanabi as she leapt to her feet and gave him a hug. With a return hug, he said, "Thanks, sweetie, now finish your food." Grinning, she returned to her seat. After removing the apron, he began to leave the room. "I need to do a few things. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Hiyashi, don't forget about getting everyone outside." Hiyashi gave a nod, and Naruto left. Hinata was perplexed. "Why does Naruto-kun want you to get everyone outside?" Hiyashi responded, "I don't know, he just said to get both of the houses outside in the backyard around noon." Being in the village with Naruto made the decision to start by going to the Hokage's office. Shushing, he emerged into the office's shadows. When the Hokage emerged from the darkness, he raised his head. "What do you need, Naruto? I thought you would have left by now." I would have, but I need to take care of a few things first. Okay, what do you need? I was wondering if the Uzumakis have a bank account in Konoha. Actually, they do. Your mother never took the money out before leaving, so it belongs to you. Cool, how much is in there? When you were born there was around 100 million in there, but since it's had 13 years to sit there's no telling. Good, can I get the codes? After giving a nod, Saru Tobi approached the wall-mounted image of Minato. A blood seal appeared when he moved it. It should be in there, but you have to open it. With a nod, Naruto wiped his finger across the seal, causing it to disappear. He extracted a couple of scrolls by reaching into the hole. Okay, cool, I'll see you later, old man. Naruto hushed away after saying that. In front of the bank, Naruto emerged. When he entered, he could see where he needed to go. When he approached a female bank teller, she blushed upon seeing him. He grinned. Can you help me? I need to make a withdrawal. Yes, what's the name of the account? She asked, nodding. Uzumaki. She sighed. That account hasn't been touched in 13 years. Yay, how much is in it anyways? Let me check, she said, taking out a book. Almost 800 million, she gasped as she looked in the use. After giving her the code, Naruto smiled and said, good, here's the code, I want to withdraw 500,000. She gave a nod and walked away. After a few minutes, she came back with a case. She gave him the case. He grinned. Thanks, would it be possible to change the name of the account? Yes, she said, nodding, but it cost 50,000 to change. With a nod, he extracted that amount as well as an additional 10,000. She gasped at the 10,000 and attempted to return it, saying, here and keep the rest. No, keep it. Change the account name to Kitsune. Okay, and thank you, she said, nodding, no problem. When he appeared in front of a jewelry store, he shushined once more. He carried the case over his shoulder. As he entered, he approached the clerk after spotting her. Can you help me? Yes, what do you need? He said, nodding. Right now I need 9 1-carat diamonds and 6 ounces of 24-carat gold. With a gasp, he went to the back and returned with a box containing what Naruto needed. That will be 100,000 inches. After opening the case, Naruto took out that much and gave it to the clerk. Before giving Naruto the box, the clerk made sure the amount was correct. Need anything else? He produced a list and said, I need all of the items on this list within a year if possible. Actually, yes. He gave the list to the clerk. The clerk's eyes nearly burst from his skull as he studied the list. A dozen 24-carat gold ounces, 2 of the following. Ruby, sapphire, the blue diamond, diamond in purple. Emerald. You realize this will cost about 10 million with shipping cost? The clerk asked, looking up. After nodding, Naruto said, yeah, hold on, be right back. Naruto returned to the bank with a shush. About 5 minutes later, he quietly made his way back to the jewelry store. This is 5 million, he said, taking out a case, and I'll pay the rest when I get the items. The clerk looked into the case and nodded. After picking up his other case, Naruto turned and left the store. Once outside, he shushined back to the compound. 11:45 Hyuga backyard compound. People were beginning to move to the compound's backyard. As they stepped outside, they saw an elderly person bound to a huge wooden X. A few minutes later, Naruto was spotted hovering over everyone who was working on something. Naruto held a small box. As he slowly floated to the ground at precisely 12. Grinning, he approached the front of the crowd. Thank you all for being here. Now, before I begin, I must ask Hinata and Hiyashi to step forward, he said, turning to face the audience. Despite their confusion, Hiyashi and Hinata moved forward. Naruto approached Hinata and took out the little box. Hina-chan, will you marry me in 3 years' time? He asked, falling to one knee and holding out the box. A stunning golden ring featuring a picture of a 9-tailed fox with a diamond in each tail was visible when he opened the box. Hinata began to cry and said, yes. Naruto laughed as she leapt to embrace him. He placed the ring on her finger. After taking her hand, he then produced a scroll and gave it to Hiyashi. This scroll is a marriage contract between Hinata and I. It will make me a part of her family and her a part of mine. Will you sign it? With a nod, Hiyashi opened the scroll and signed his name. Naruto took it from him and sealed it. Good, now I can do this with no consequences. He approached the elder on the X, drew his sword, and slashed the elder across the forehead. He then moved the blade slowly over each of her limbs. He looked around and said, this woman did not listen to my warning. I told her I did not care about her insulting me, but she would be punished for insulting Hinata. She not only insulted her several times this morning but also threatened her with the caged bird seal. Now she will be an example to all of those who will try to hurt Hinata. With a sly smile, he returned to the elder and severed her left hand. He then broke her femur by punching her in the left thigh. Now before she dies, I think she deserves to see my sword's second form, he said, turning back to the audience. Hinata, who had always wanted to see it, gasped. Now would all of you please back up to the wall, wouldn't want to harm any of you. Everyone moved to the wall that was the furthest away. He turned back to the elder with a smile. Any last words? He was struck in the face by the elder's spitting and glaring. He wiped away the spit with a smile. You won't be able to do that when I'm done. He lifted Ryujin Jaka above his head and retreated 10 feet or so from her. Turn all of creation to ash. Around Naruto, flames began to shoot out. Ryujin Jaka. The crowd was on their knees and gasping for air, but they were all still staring at Naruto in wonder. It was so hot that steam was escaping from all around him. To everyone's surprise, the flames abruptly stopped. You aren't worthy of dying by Ryujin Jaka, said Naruto with a sly smile. Saying, how strong is your compound walls? He turned to face Hiashi. A moment of reflection occurred to Hiashi. Tsunade herself would struggle to crack them. With a sly smile, Naruto approached the wall behind the elder. Mind if I test my strength? After giving it some thought, Hiashi said, sure. With a smile, Naruto let his cloak fall, leaving an indentation where it fell. This caught everyone off guard. Hinata, remember when you asked how strong I was? She replied, this is my second strongest punch that doesn't use chakra. He closed his eyes and took slow, deep breaths. He slammed his fist forward and opened his eyes abruptly. Before he struck the wall, he uttered the words, Akatsu. Everything within 10 feet of his fist collapsing into the wall. Everyone was staring at this with wide eyes. They had never witnessed anyone causing damage to that wall. Smirking, Naruto approached the elderly woman who appeared to be about to urinate. What do you think would happen if I did that with 2 hands? Everyone began to reflect. He had no chakra and only used 1 fucking hand to accomplish all of that. Any last words? He asked, standing directly in front of the X. He closed his eyes and began breathing slowly. Just as she was about to speak, he bent his elbows and brought both of his fists back to the area directly next to his waist. Then he squatted. Spreading his legs, he slammed his fist forward and opened his eyes. As his fist was about to strike the center of the X, he uttered the words, Sokotsu. She instantly broke in two when he struck her, sending her flying into the forest behind the compound, leaving a trail of blood and guts in its wake. He had everyone staring at him. They had never heard of someone punching someone in half, but Tsunade was famous for his rib-breaking punches. He got to his feet and picked up his coat. Returning to the still frozen crowd, he walked. So I can trust no one will touch Hinata while I'm gone. Almost all of them nodded simultaneously. He approached, lifted Hanabi, and spun her around. I'll see you in a few weeks, okay sweetie? Nodding, she said, okay Nichin. After putting her down, he approached Hinata and gave her a kiss that made her flush. I'll see you when I get back, okay? She gave a nod, okay, come back soon, okay? It's cold without you. Before he vanished, he laughed and kissed her again. Indeed, he simply vanished without a trace. After 2 weeks, 1 mile away from Kumo, Naruto just needed to transform 6 corpses into the 6 paths after perfecting his sage abilities the day before. He had also completed the curse seal counter overall. The last 2 weeks have been quite fruitful. The day before, he had gone by a town and heard that he had been entered into the bingo book and that 8 Kumo nin had been massacred in the Chunin exams in that town. He had picked up a copy and examined his section. The Demon of Konoha, real name unknown, height, 5 feet 8, age, unknown, possibly 13. Weight, uncertain, approximately 145 pounds. Rank, reason, killed 6 Chunin and 2 Kumo Junin. Notable features include bluish-black hair that reaches the shoulders and has orange and red tips. He has ears and tails on his head when he is in demon form. Be careful not to attack unless there are multiple Jonin. 10 million Kumo, dead or alive. Bounty. He was now traveling to Kumo. The gate was now visible to him. How would it be received at the gate? He wondered. The journey here was troublesome. To get up here, he had to follow a narrow path along the mountain for miles and miles for fun. He really wanted to jump over the edge, but that would have to wait. One of the guards shouted, "Halt! Who goes there?" Smirking, Naruto said, "Konoha nin here to discuss with the Raikage." He hurled the mission scroll in their direction after giving it a quick glance and nodding. They threw it back. The 3 guards were startled when he removed the straw hat he had been wearing. "You're Konoha's demon," exclaimed another guard. "So you've heard of me?" he asked with an evil smile. Each of them gave a nod. 5 Bolt agents appeared out of nowhere among them. One moved forward. "We will be escorting you to the Raikage." Naruto gave a nod and began to move forward. Upon entering, He saw that it didn't appear all that different from Konoha. The taller buildings and their stone construction were the only obvious differences. The tower he thought was the Raikage's tower came into view. They walked to the tower for roughly 10 minutes. They allowed him to enter alone. When he arrived after climbing a few steps, he noticed a woman with white hair and black skin working at a desk on some paperwork. To get her attention, he approached and pressed the desk bell. She gave him a look. "How may I help you?" He cracked a grin. "Tell the Raikage that Konoha's demon is here to talk." With a gasp, she pressed a buzzer and exclaimed, "Raikage-sama, Konoha's demon is here to talk." Just next to the door, a man who Naruto was fairly certain was the Raikage suddenly burst through the wall. "So you're who they sent to talk about that Hyuga girl?" the Raikage asked, glancing at him. Abruptly, Naruto appeared behind him, his sword resting on the Raikage's throat. "I suggest you not talk about my wife," to be in that tone. How this brat got behind him was a mystery to the Raikage. "Okay." Naruto returned to the Raikage's line of sight after nodding. "Let's talk in my office." He hurried back in, puncturing the wall once more. The secretary was staring at the Raikage. He noticed. "You want me to fix it for you? You can?" the secretary asked, glancing at him. Nodding, he said, "Yeah, easy." Nodding, she said, "Please." Before slamming his hands down, Naruto laughed and demonstrated a few hand signals. Earth-style stone wall. The damaged section of the wall was replaced by a stone wall leaping over the desk. The secretary gave Naruto a hug. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much." With a laugh, Naruto replied, "No problem." He entered through the door and shut it behind him. A wooden desk and a chair behind it made up the mediocre office. Weights were placed in the room's corner. There was a large window overlooking the village behind the desk. Sitting at the desk, the Raikage gazed at Naruto. "You have no proof I ordered those nin to capture that Hyuga?" "Actually, I read that one's mind before killing him, so I know everything," Naruto said with an evil smile. However, the Raikage grimaced and said, "You can't prove anything though." "You're completely right." The Raikage grinned, "But I can start rampaging and take at least half this village with me. I'd like to see you try." With a smile on his face, Naruto let out 4 tails of power, releasing his seals and a ton of ki. "You think I can do some damage?" The Raikage was astounded by the power this child was letting loose. It was absolutely unbelievable. He felt Naruto behind him all of a sudden. "And just so you know, this is less than a third my power, and this is how I slaughtered those fools." When Naruto reappeared before him, he said, "Now, I wouldn't have been involved if you had attacked any other Hyuga, but you attacked my wife-to-be." Sweating now, the Raikage pressed a button to summon the Jinchuriki. Before long, 2 individuals burst through the window. Naruto observed that one of them had the Nibi and was a woman with blonde hair. The other was a man with dark skin who wore a bandana. He was wearing the Hachibi. "Hey Nibi and Hachibi, how's it going?" The child held up 9 fingers as he was about to say, "Well, Yugito was going to rap." After they had both turned to face him, both of them turned to the Raikage at once. They both simultaneously said, "I won't fight him." The Raikage was now in a bad spot because he had frightened the Jinchuriki. He gave Naruto a look. "What do you want?" Let's see, how about 5A rank jutsus and 3S ranks?" The Raikage glanced at B and Yugito, who were both nodding wildly. "Okay, do you care what element?" "No, I have total control of all of them," Naruto said with a nod. He held up a hand with a different element on each finger to illustrate his point. There were 5 fingers. One with a ring of water, one with fire encircling it, one with rock covering it, one with wind visible, and the final one with lightning emerging from it. The Raikage was relieved that they didn't fight because they were all stunned at that point. The Raikage took some scrolls out of his desk and said, "Okay." Naruto caught them after he threw them, saying, "There you go, 5A ranks and 3S ranks." Naruto gave them a quick glance. One of the A's was lightning, 2 were water, and 2 were earth. Each of the 3S ranks, fire, lightning, and wind, was also distinct. At the gate, Naruto had been escorted to the gate by the Raikage, Yugito, and BA. Thought struck Naruto as he glanced at the mountain's edge. "Has anyone ever tried to jump off the mountain?" They all gave him the look of insanity in response. The Raikage said, "I don't think so." "Good, see you later, I'll be the first," Naruto smiled. After saying that, he leapt over the mountainside. They sprinted aside to observe him. He was singing and flipping and falling. "Bro, can I?" B said. "No, you can't follow him." "Aw, this sucks." B sulked and turned to leave. 3 days prior to the test, Naruto was en route to the compound. After completing his explanation of the mission to the elderly man, he observed the guards letting him pass. After nodding at him, he approached the door and entered. As he entered, he noticed Hanabi attempting to wake Hiyashi, who was lying on the ground. He realized what had happened at once. He approached them and began to heal Hiyashi, who soon awoke. Hiyashi, was it the elders? Hiyashi nodded, then fainted once more. Hanabi complied with his request to remain there. When he entered her room, it was robbed. He assumed that they had ambushed her in the shower after she had removed the ring and necklace to take a shower. He dashed over to the Hyuga council chamber. As he opened the door, he saw 3 elders drawing the seal and 5 others holding the nude Hinata down. He lost his mind. The elders felt suffocating intent to kill. When they were nearly finished with seal, the village as a whole sensed the intent to kill. Alongside Hokage, Saru Tobi leapt out of bed abruptly. It reminded him of the Kyuubi's murderous intent. He was concerned about this, but not because he feared the Kyuubi would escape. It was worse than the Kyuubi's, so no, he was scarred. Anko's point of view. Anko had already left for home when she sensed murderous intent everywhere. When she realized it felt like Naruto's, she thought her old sensei was attacking her. Oh fuck. Returning to the compound, Naruto was furious that they had attacked Hiyashi, that they had taken Hinata, and that they had attempted to seal her, but what really made him lose it was when he saw her crying. He lost his mind. When he saw this, he was still awake enough to ensure that Hinata was not affected. All of the elders immediately fainted and urinated. Naruto had unleashed his powers 7 tails. Indeed, during the month, he had grown his 7th tail. He approached Hinata, removed his coat, wrapped it around her, and lifted her. He made sure that Hanabi and Hiyashi couldn't sense his power and ki because he could feel them approaching. He saw Hiyashi as he left the room. He moved toward them. Tie them up, bring to arena 3 days. With a nod, Hiyashi gave the next group of Hyuga instructions to follow suit. She won't live here anymore. Hiyashi gave a sympathetic nod. This place was unsafe for her. Where will she be? You'll see. After Hiyashi gave a nod, they all went outside. Outside the compound was more than half the village. Nobody dared to speak to Naruto. He approached Saru Tobi. He gestured toward a piece of land. How much? It sounded more like a command than a question at all. Naruto was already having a hard time keeping himself together, so the Hokage remained silent. 50 million, I believe. Take out of account Kitsune. Naruto was about to approach when he noticed Sakura. After the Hokage nodded, he looked in her direction. You wonder if someone raped Hinata this same at exams. Despite her trembling, Sakura managed to nod. Naruto turned to face Tenten, who was standing close by. See sword, 2nd stage at exams, maybe final form. Tenten nodded in response to the gasp. Everyone was essentially following Naruto as he made his way to the piece of land he had just purchased. He turned around and held Hinata out to Anko as he reached the edge of the property. Hold her, need hands. Despite not understanding why he chose her, Anko remained silent. Just as Naruto was about to act, he noticed Haku and Zabuza. Not living at house yours, now get stuff later. Both of them nodded, and Naruto returned to his hand plot. He began to go over the hand signals. Nobody had ever witnessed someone perform hand signals so quickly. He halted and slammed his hands down after making roughly 200 hand signals. Yin and Yang style creation of all things. In the center of the land, a massive stone mansion began to rise after it was fully developed. A black wall 10 feet high was built around the property. At last, 2 enormous stone statues brandishing halberds appeared on either side of the main gate with his arms extended. Naruto turned back to face Anko. Give her me, come here 2 days, remove curse. With a smile, Anko gave him Hinata. He turned to face the Hokage after taking her. Anyone bothers me or her for next 3 days die. Saru Tobi nodded his head in understanding. Naruto looked at Hanabi and Hiyashi. Get her stuff later, visit anytime after exams, firecracker. They both nodded, and Hanabi grinned at her nickname. Naruto turned around and proceeded to the gate. He turned back when he was nearly through the gates. Anyone comes near here dies slowly and painfully. The statues crossed their halberds over the gate as he passed through it, and the gate closed. The Hokage remarked, that went better than expected. Guess who said, why do you say that? If he wanted to, he could have killed all of us, the Hokage said, wiping his forehead. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped but remained silent. Inside the new home, he had constructed a bed with pillows, sheets, and covers for the master bedroom. When he was building the house, H entered the bedroom, placed Hinata on the bed, and began tending to her. She had a few broken bones and numerous bruises. She was still wearing only her underwear. She woke up about halfway through. Naruto-kun. Yes, I'm here, don't worry, everything is fine, he said with a smile and a gentle kiss. Where are we? Hinata asked as she began to scan the area. Remember when I showed you yin-yang style? I used it to create a new compound, she said with a nod. She exclaimed, you said making things takes a lot of chakra, shouldn't you rest? In response to her worry, he grinned and said, I admit I only have about 5% of my chakra, but that's enough to heal you. Although she nodded, she remained worried because 95% of his chakra was focused on the two ninja villages and their inhabitants. She had no memory of him ever being so low. Okay, but as soon as you're done you're resting. Knowing he couldn't argue with her, he nodded. About 15 minutes were needed for her to fully recover. He took the one shirt he had with him out of his coat, opened it, and handed it to her as he removed his boots. She put it on then, with Hinata curled up to his chest and Naruto on his side. They both slid into the bed and fell asleep almost immediately. His tails wrapped around her because he neglected to seal them. Exam Stadium. 3 days later, the Hokage was prepared to summon everyone. He got up and moved to the booth's edge. Attention everyone. At once, everyone fell silent. The Hokage, who still had it, grinned at this. Naruto and some others would like to make some announcements. Immediately after he said this, 4 individuals shuffled into the arena. Hinata was revealed when the first shushined in a bright lavender flash. Zabuza was revealed when the second one shushined in what looked like blood. The third showed up as a broken ice sculpture that exposed Haku. The final one showed up in a huge heap of snakes, exposing Anko. With a sly smile, Zabuza advanced and produced a sophisticated serrated dagger featuring a fox image. He launched it roughly 200 feet into the air. Everyone eagerly gazed up at the dagger. It seemed as though Naruto had suddenly emerged from a black hole, grabbed the kunai, and threw it at the cage booth. Just before it would have crossed the edge and reached them, he reappeared on the edge with the kunai. Even though none of his ninja had made it, the Hokage had chosen to come for the exams, so this did have a purpose. His actions left everyone perplexed. Maybe this will jog your memory, said Naruto. He appeared in a flash of yellow after throwing the kunai in the middle of the arena. At this point, anyone older than 20 gasped. Minato had a son? The Hokage nearly gasped. Naruto grinned. Yes, I am the son of your hero Konoha's yellow flash, better known as the 4th Hokage. Everyone gasped at this point, but Naruto wasn't finished yet. But I've improved this boring jutsu. When he dropped the dagger directly in front of him and vanished, everyone was perplexed. Everyone was perplexed by this until he showed up in front of the cages. I can go anywhere within 500 yards of the seal. He then vanished once more, resurfacing next to the dagger. He spoke now that everyone had been sufficiently mind-fucked. Haku, Zabuza, Hina-chan, go ahead and head up. In a shushin, they all nodded and vanished. He approached Anko to trick people. They had chosen to take off the seal during the exams. I'm sure most of you know the seal. Anko here has a seal placed on her by her former sensei Orochimaru. Also the reason a lot of you think she'll betray you like her former sensei did. Jiraiya of the Sannin, Sharingan Kakashi, and Saru Tobi the professor, just to name some, have tried to remove this seal and failed. Naruto then extended his hand to touch her seal and pushed some chakra into it. About 30 seconds later, the seal vanished. He faced the audience once more. Yet none of them simply tried to push enough chakra into it to kill the piece of soul Orochimaru had placed inside. 2 of the 3 individuals were staring and scowling while thinking, stupid, stupid, stupid. After Anko thanked him and gave him a hug, he snapped his fingers, causing some Hyuga members to bring in the 8 elders. They were all gagged and bound. He laughed at them. Before I left the village a month ago, I told the entire Hyuga clan to not harm Hinata, and I made an example of one of them who had not listened to me previously. But when I come back I found Hiashi knocked out, and when I go to the council chamber of the Hyugas I found them trying to place the curse seal on her. It took all of my self-control to not slaughter them. I've decided to show you all what happens when you harm those I care about. But first, a demonstration of strength. Tenzo. Naruto was suddenly confronted by an Anbu. Tenzo, I am aware that you are the current Anbu captain and have the wood style, am I correct? The Hokage nodded as Tenzo glanced up at him. He turned to face Naruto again. Hi, Naruto laughed. Good, now how strong do you think your toughest wood-style defense is? I do not like to gloat, but I believe nothing less than an S-rank jutsu would break it. Good, please use this, would you? Naruto grinned. Tenzo glanced back at the Hokage, who gave him a nod. After about 50, he slammed his hands down and turned around to resume going through hand signs. Wood-style 4 wooden guardians defense. 4 wooden statues emerged from the earth, formed a giant wooden box, and then back together, slamming their shields down. Tenzo's breathing was quite labored now. Thank you, Tenzo. Now, old man, would you help me demonstrate something? Many of the people were taken aback by the sight of the Hokage shushin down because they didn't know who he was referring to. Thank you. Now would you be so kind as to try to break this with your strongest rank earth jutsu? Despite his confusion, Satobi chose to make fun of him by going through 12 hand signals before inhaling. Earth-style earth spears. A spear popped out of the ground as Saru Tobi stomped, and he threw it at the guardian in front of him. Dirt flew when he did this to the other 3. Each guardian had only a few cracks and scratches after the dirt had been removed. He approached the guardians and said, "Good, Good, just what I expected. Let's see what I can do. The ground spider webbed as he removed his coat. Now all Hyugas watch closely because I won't be using any chakra. The Hyugas activated their Byakugans because nearly everyone believed he was lying. Naruto extended one leg forward and one back. He released his claws by pulling his hand back. He opened his eyes after calming down and thrust his hand forward. Just as his claws made contact with the wood, he uttered the words, Kitsunishi. The statue had long cracks running up and down it, but it remained intact. He moved to stand in front of the following statue. He assumed the same position but turned his palms toward the statue and raised his hands to shoulder level. Slamming them forward, he yelled, Sarutenohira. A massive crater for a god 10 feet from his palms was created when his palms struck the statue, but it remained sturdy after completing the third. Naruto assumed the Akatsu stance. Opening his eyes, Naruto slammed his fist forward and uttered the words, Akatsu. About 8 feet away, he struck the statue spiderweb, which appeared to be about to collapse but remained upright. He entered the Sokotsu stance at the final one. Sokotsu. Naruto yelled as he opened his eyes and slammed both fists forward. The giant statue abruptly collapsed after the spiderweb caused the other statues to collapse. They all looked to the Hyuga for verification. All of the Hyuga gave a nod of agreement that caused me to consider the same question. What could he do with chakra? Grinning, Naruto approached the bound Hyuga and said, Thank you for the help, you two can go back up. Tenzo and the Hokage both shook their heads. Naruto faced the throng. Now on to the example of what happens if you harm my Hyme. He opened a gallon of kerosene, a cross, and a hammer and large nails. Grabbing the cross, he slammed it into the floor. He then nailed both of his hands into the cross. After picking up the Hyuga that was closest to him, he then covered himself and the cross with kerosene. He took a few steps back and took out a lighter. He threw the lighter at the cross, setting it on fire, and said, I had just been kicked out of the orphanage. This is what I received on my 4th birthday. The majority of the audience was shocked that a 4-year-old could survive that. A few individuals were now crying. Naruto approached the following elder and opened a metal table, rope, and pliers. He tied the elder to the table after picking her up. This is what happened the day I met the people at Ichiraku. They were so nice. He approached the table and began extracting the woman's teeth. This made everyone cringe. Naruto faced the throng once more. As they did this, I watched them beat up and cut old man Tucci, and they raped his daughter Iyame. He circled back around. She was only 12. This caused everyone to gasp. Naruto approached the woman and killed her by smashing her head against the table. He faced the audience once more. That's why I eat ramen so much. I eat it in memory of the people who were first nice to me. The Hokage gasped at Naruto, displaying signs of respect for him. I don't know what happened to them. I believe the Hokage had them taken to another village. Naruto approached the following elder. He opened a scalpel, another table, and more rope. He bound the elder and set him on the table. His gaze shifted to the audience. He returned his attention to the table and said, This is what happened the day they killed my pet fox I had found a month before. They killed the little fox in front of me. He carved on the man's chest. After approaching the table and grabbing the scalpel, he proceeded to carve the man, saying, It wasn't nearly this quick though. Then they held me down and carved words into my chest, back, arms, and legs. Then he turned back to them and said, They carved into me for hours because of my healing. Dropping his cloak, Naruto rolled up his trousers. Release, he said. He turned and saw words carved into the flesh of his back, arms, legs, and chest. Demon, monster, beast, Kyuubi, and so on and so forth were the words they used. Resuming his cloak, Naruto approached the elder. After glancing at the man, he killed him by slamming his hand into his chest. Naruto approached the following elder. He opened some rope and a chair. He tied the elderly man to the chair. After placing him in it, Naruto faced the throng once more. For the last month I was at the orphanage. They would beat me nearly every night. The woman there and some of the kids would join in sometimes. Grinning at the man's cries, Naruto turned around and stomped on his right foot, crushing all of the bones inside. Naruto snapped the man's forearm like a twig and sliced at it, saying, The worst night was 2 days before they kicked me out. Naruto reached down, grabbed his right hand, and crushed it. A week before I had stood up for this shy little girl who was being picked on. She tried to make the adults and the kids attacking me stop. Next, Naruto grabbed the man's shoulder and squeezed, snapping his collarbones. Naruto faced the throng once more. The women who took care of us told the children to attack her. They did. I like to think she died quickly, but her voice was so quiet. I don't know. That night was the last night I showed any emotion. When hurt, who am I to cry about being hurt when Hazu-chan died trying to help me? Naruto faced the man once more. He approached and gave him a kick to the head, causing it to fly and splash against a wall. About half of the men and almost all of the women in the crowd were crying by this point. Naruto approached the elder number 5. He opened large nails in a wooden table. Naruto placed the elder on the table. After picking him up, he grabbed the nails and slammed them into his hands, immobilizing him. He then broke every bone in his legs and feet, beginning at the knee and working his way down. I met Iruka exactly 1 week prior, and he treated me like a brother. This was the worst night of my life. A group of 5 Chunin ambushed us as we were about to eat, and they did the same to us both. I nearly cried out in pain and agony for the first time in a year. I almost didn't write this, but I wanted to let you know that I won't blame you if you decide to leave now. After punching out all of the elder's teeth and turning back to face him, Naruto made a chakra blade, cut off his pants, and severed his dick without touching his balls. All of our teeth were punched out. Then they left our balls intact but chopped off our dicks for hours. They raped us in our asses and mouths. Reaching down, Naruto took hold of the elder's face on both sides. The worst part of it though is that when they left I couldn't stand hearing Iruka moaning in pain. Abruptly, Naruto snapped the man's neck all the way around. I crawled over to him saying I was sorry over and over and snapped his neck, ending his misery. Naruto faced the throng once more. It's actually funny, his final words to me were, "Naruto, try to find it in your heart to forgive the villagers. They're just sad about their dead loved ones." Naruto approached the final 3 and turned to face the woman on his right. He faced the audience once more. "I was pissed when I saw you trying to seal Hinata. I was furious when I saw her crying, but Hina-chan had almost convinced me to let these elders live." He now gave the woman to his left an evil smile. I said almost very late at night I was awoken by my Hime crying, having a nightmare. After I woke her and calmed her down, she told me what it was about. I almost unleashed Q-chan right when she told me these 2 old bitches behind me told my Hime that when they were done sealing her they would make sure she would never be able to have the demon's child. By this point, 4 tails had been released, and breathing was difficult for everyone in the arena. I have decided to make an example of these 3. Naruto slammed his hands down after going through almost 40 hand signals. Bringer of Darkness. When he used a second Hokage jutsu, the elderly in the crowd gasped. A massive black sphere that was 200 yards away from Naruto. When the jutsu finally lowered a little, the first woman was visible. Her head was completely turned around, but her feet were nailed into the ground with her back to them. There were 2 other issues. The first was that she was missing her eyes, and the second was that, "See no evil," was etched into the skin along her back. 5 minutes later, the man of the 3 was revealed. As the jutsu continued to descend, he was nailed to the ground as well, but he was on his knees because the nails were placed just below his knees. Blood was streaming down his arms, and he was clutching his ears. "Hear no evil," was etched into the flesh along his arms. 5 more minutes later, the last woman was revealed. As the jutsu completely descended, "Speak no evil," was carved along her forehead, and her tongue was torn out. However, there was more. Her vagina was heavily bleeding, and blood was dripping down her spread. Nailed legs. The words, "Birth all Eevee," were engraved along the inside of her thighs. Naruto came forward. "Let this serve as a reminder. You create your own demons. If anything happens to Hinata, then I, a monster of all of your creation, will kill each and every one of you slowly." Naruto then smiled as he glanced up at Tenten. "Now, I believe I promised a showcase of Ryujin Jaka." All of the Hyugas immediately began to perspire. After drawing his sword, Naruto lifted her into the air. "Turn all of creation to ash, Ryujin Jaka." Everything in the arena began to burn as flames erupted from the blade. The water was evaporating, so nobody in the stands could even perspire. Everything in the arena was reduced to dust in the wind when the flames subsided, except Naruto. Sheathing his blade, Naruto turned to face the spectators. "Now let the exams begin." Exams. Chunin Finals Arena. Genma had just arrived to proctor the tests after Naruto had announced the start of the finals. "Rock Lee, please come down to the arena." When Lee heard this, he hurried to the arena. Lee and Naruto were separated by roughly 20 feet. Genma moved between them and held up his arm for confirmation. He glanced at both of them. Both of them gave a nod. He shouted, throwing his arm down, "Fight!" Before most of the Genins and some of the Chunins could see him, Lee ran at Naruto. Naruto just avoided Lee's attempt to kick him. Lee persisted in his vicious attack on Naruto, but as soon as he spotted a gap, Naruto kneed Lee in the stomach, causing him to skid several yards away. "Lee, you better take your weights off or this will be over very quickly." Lee glanced up at Guy to get his blessing. Many people were confused when Lee removed the weights from his legs after Guy gave him the all clear. Everyone's attention was drawn when Lee threw them up. A crater that was roughly 20 feet in diameter and 3 feet deep in the middle was created when they struck the ground after disappearing from the view of almost all Genins and most Chunins. Lee reappeared next to Naruto and delivered a forceful blow to Naruto's head. Everyone was shocked by how easily Naruto took the punch and was pushed several inches to the ground. Lee was backhanded by Naruto, which caused him to fly back. Go ahead and do the primary lotus on me, I'll let you. There were two reasons why everyone in the arena who was aware of the lotus was shocked. First of all, that someone would genuinely allow that to be performed on them, and that a genin could do it. The others were simply perplexed. Lee glanced up at Guy once more, who gave him a serious nod. Lee started taking off his bandages. He adopted his fighting stance as soon as they were unwrapped. As you wish, Naruto-san. Lee sprang up in front of Naruto and kicked him into the air. He wrapped the bandages around Naruto after emerging from behind him from 50 feet in the air. They spiraled toward the earth. Lee shouted just as they were about to fall to the ground. Primary Lotus. Naruto was slammed into the ground when Lee abruptly leapt out of the way. Everyone was staring at Naruto, who was buried from neck to head in a crater. He was shifting, and at last he stuck his head out. That was pretty good, Lee. You've almost perfected the primary lotus. The fact that he didn't even appear slightly injured by that attack shocked everyone. You should go into the third gate, Lee, if you want me to take my cloak off. This time, Lee didn't even glance at Guy. He swiftly moved up from the first gate to the second and then to the third. Naruto and almost all of the Chunins were the only genins who saw Lee disappear. He moved in front of Naruto and punched him in the chest, but Naruto parried it and attempted to kick Lee in the side. Lee, however, parried it and attempted to slam his elbow down on the captured leg. Lee kicked Naruto in the side, causing him to skid away after he jerked his leg away. With a laugh, Naruto removed his cloak. Looks like I can take it off now. Mind if I give this to somebody to hold? Lee gave a nod, and Naruto vanished. Resurfacing behind Hinata, he kissed her cheek and draped the cloak over her shoulders. Thanks for holding this for me, babe. He then disappeared, leaving a flushed Hinata in his wake where Naruto had been. He reappeared since it was only marginally faster than his current speed. Only Kakashi, Guy, Saru Tobi, the Cage, and Lee witnessed him move. Round 2. Lee and Naruto vanished from sight due to the formation of craters and shockwaves. Most people could only see where their hits connected for about 3 minutes. This went on. Both Lee and Naruto returned to their positions. Both of them only had a few bruises, and Naruto's was already getting better. Lee, how many gates can you go to? 5, Naruto-san. Since practically no one could enter the first gate, everyone who was aware of the gates was staring. However, this boy had no chakra and could go to 5. Good, go to the 5th gate. As you wish. Lee began to focus on entering the gates. He suddenly erupted in energy, and a tiny crater was created. Gate of Life. Open. But Lee wasn't finished. Lee suddenly had a faint blue aura. The crater beneath him grew larger, and there was another surge of energy. Gate of Wound. Open. As you wished, Naruto-san. I am at my highest gate. With a laugh, Naruto began to clap. You are a fine shinobi, Lee. To get that many gates at such a young age with willpower alone is incredible. I think you deserve a reward. Thank you, Naruto-san, but what do you mean a reward? Naruto's body was suddenly covered in seals. Naruto showed everyone by making a circle. A wide variety of seals were present. Every vertebrate and joint along his arms, shoulders, and what appeared to be the length of his trousers, as well as his legs, had a tiny seal. They all went to the big seal with the kanji for lock in the middle of his chest. In the crowd, 3 people became very alarmed upon realizing what that was. They were Saru Tobi, Kakashi, and the hidden Jiraiya. These are seals all along my body. Lee, among them are muscle restraint seals, chakra restraints, joint restraints, weights, and chakra storage seals. A few of them open when I go beyond 2 tails, but not usually all of them unless I want to. I am going to show what it is like when I am human and have these all off, and I'll show you my best human fighting stance. Naruto reached up and rotated the seal on his chest, drawing everyone's attention. The ground beneath him began to spiderweb. As he slowly turned it, he began to release chakra as he turned it. It also made a sound like a lock turning. When he was done turning it, it said, unlocked, rather than locked. Everyone's attention was now drawn to the seal's tattoo-like design with glowing eyes and body and dim tails. It resembled a 9-tailed fox on his back. The seals read Kyuubi along one arm and Hinata on the other. Naruto was releasing so much chakra that everyone was gasping. The absurd thing was that this was all part of his typical chakra. How much chakra do you have? I have more chakra than the Sanbi but less than the Yonbi. The fact that someone could possess so much chakra astounded everyone. It's all part of being an Uzumaki. I have never heard of the Uzumaki clan before. That's funny because the leaf symbol is in memory of them. Let me give you a history lesson. Everybody was paying close attention to what Naruto had to say. Around 1,000 years ago, a man you all know as the Sage of the 6 Paths sealed the Jubi inside himself and sealed the body in what we know as the moon. He lived many years before. As he lay on his deathbed, he separated the Jubi into 9 entities. We know these now as the 9 Bijus. Before he died, he gave his 2 sons something. The younger son, he gave him his bodily strength and physical energy. To his elder son, he gave him a variation of his eyes. He chose his younger son to be his successor. This caused a hatred from the elder son and their families to fight for years to come. We now know these 2 clans as the Uchiha and the Senju. Now this is known by quite a few people. What most people don't know is that the Sage of 6 Paths had a name. His name was Uzumaki. Another thing that is not commonly known is that he had a daughter who he had continue the Uzumaki line. The Uzumakis were gifted with the Sage's long lifespan, amount of chakra, knowledge of sealing, and the possibility to unlock the Sage's Jujutsu, the Rinnegan. Hearing all of that, everyone was taken aback. Many people, who were aware of what had happened to the Uzumakis, looked down with sorrow. The Uzumakis lived in peace on the island of Whirlpool for nearly 1,000 years. Part of the clan actually helped build the Hidden Leaf, and Uzumaki Mito married Hashirama Senju, who just so happened to be the first Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox. They were fine until about 20 years ago. At the time of the Third Great Ninja War, the Rock, Cloud, and Mist Village all decided that they were a threat and needed to be taken out. While the Leaf was distracted by a fight with part of Rock's army, the other half of it in Kumos and Mists attacked Whirlpool. They had an army of over 10,000 strong. Whirlpool at the time had a little under 1,000 members. You would think that it would have been a slaughter, right? Wrong. This is why I don't really blame those villages. An average Uzumaki had large enough reserves to perform 5S rank jutsus and still fight at an average Jonin level. The siege of Whirlpool took over 3 days, and when it was over, the opposing army now had a little less than 1,500 people and only 800 not injured severely. So was Whirlpool a threat? Yes, they were demons on the battlefield. Once more, everyone was taken aback by this news because nearly none of them had ever heard any of it before, let alone all of it. So you see, the only reason the Leaf didn't lose that war was because Whirlpool was taken down, but for everyone they lost, they took at least 5 others. Now I don't blame Leaf either, because they didn't know what was going on until it was far too late. This is why you wear the symbol of the Uzumaki, because they saved this village by giving themselves up. Now onto the Rinnegan. When the sage let Uzumakis have the possibility of getting it, he made it so that anybody with Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki blood within the last 5 generations could have it. You all know who my parents are: Minato Namikaze, Konoha's Yellow Flash, and Kushina Uzumaki, the Bloody Habanero. What you don't know is their ancestors. Minato Namikaze is the secret grandson of Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki. His parents had him rather late in life. His mother died during childbirth, and the father was reminded of his late wife, so he said that Minato died during childbirth too and put him in the orphanage. So my father, Minato Namikaze, is Tsunade Senju's brother. Now that they were receiving this information, everyone's head ached. Now my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, has an even more interesting history. My mother was conceived through rape. Madara Uchiha raped my grandmother and impregnated her. This is possible because of the Uzumaki lifespan and Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which gave him an equal lifespan. When my mother was 7, she was sent to the Leaf Village to become the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Later on in life, my mom and dad had me. Let's recap, shall we? My grandparents on my father's side were full-blood Senju and full-blood Namales, and my grandparents on my mother's side were full-blood Uzumaki and full-blood Uchiha, so I am half Senju, a quarter Uchiha, and a quarter Uzumaki, so that makes me heir to 4 clans. The Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and the Namikaze. Also that would mean I can have the mythical Rinnegan. Naruto's eyes, which were now purple with a black pulse emanating from the pupil, caught everyone's attention. Now my rant is over, let's continue. Lee nodded, and they resumed their battle, which was nearly evenly matched, but with Naruto's slight advantage in strength and speed. They both seemed to be quite distant from one another. Sorry Lee, but I'm ending this. Lee went unconscious before Naruto could intervene. At the disappointing conclusion, everyone in the audience started to perspire. Genma returned to the field. Winner of the first match, Naruto. Except for a select few, the entire crowd cheered. Lee was lifted by Naruto and taken to the medical staff. He had severe muscle strain and a couple of broken ribs. I will be there soon to heal him. Soon, get everything ready. They all said, "Hi, Naruto-sama," and nodded behind Hinata. Naruto vanished and then reappeared. He put his arms around her. I know you'll do great in your next match. I'll try to heal Lee as quick as possible. You can wear my cloak for good luck. Naruto gave her a kiss and hushed off after she nodded. Would Hinata Hyuga and Neji Hyuga please come down? Neji and Hinata both went to the arena and assumed the Juken stance. For Hinata's flexibility, it was slightly altered. You should give up. It is fate for me to win this fight. I am sorry for everything, Neji, but but your father dying was not my fault. Genma raised an arm and moved between them. Fight. Hinata and Neji both ran toward one another. There was a flurry of palms and strikes from their hands. They were both doing well, although Hinata wasn't as skilled as Neji. Her adaptability more than made up for it for over 5 minutes. This went on. Hinata's adaptability eventually allowed her to get past Neji's defenses, and just as she was ready to juken him in the neck, she halted and turned to leave. I cannot hurt you, cousin Proctor, I forfeit. This caught everyone off guard. Neji became enraged and rushed to Hinata as she was leaving, striking her heart from behind. Just as he was about to hit again, he started having trouble breathing. View the switch from the medic bay. Naruto was making his way. Lee was now resting and would be all right in a few days. He went to the opening for the medics to enter the arena because he wanted to check on Hinata. He was perplexed when Hinata said she forfeited just before he arrived. As he reached the opening, he witnessed Neji hit Hinata in the heart and saw him preparing to strike again. Naruto released all 7 of his tails at once without resealing his seals. His hand seemed to be around Neji's throat when he first appeared at the tunnel. Naruto sensed the medics. Check Hinata. After hearing him out, they all rushed to her. Neji was thrown at a wall by Naruto in an instant. He was there again, gripping his throat. Why? She is a demon slut and responsible for my father's death. In denial, Naruto nodded his head. You will pay later. Neji collapsed from the key. After that, Neji reappeared at the medics. As Naruto disappeared, one of them got to his feet and gave him a terrified look. I am sorry, Taiko, she is dead. Her heart stopped. In denial, Naruto nodded his head once more. He gave the medic Neji. Take him, all of you, leave, I fix. Despite their confusion, they all left so as not to aggravate him anymore, though it appeared odd in his current form. Naruto got down on his knees, stroked Hinata's cheek, and smiled. He gestured with a tail to another area of her body, one at the heart, one at each limb, and one at each temple. Naruto pointed to the ground with one hand up by his side. King of Hell, come forth. A razor-toothed demon statue emerged slowly from the earth. Some claimed it shivered when Naruto looked at it. Hinata Hyuga soul now. An astral figure appeared to be spit out by the statue after it appeared to chew. After grabbing it, Naruto put it inside Hinata. Hinata gasped and attempted to lean up, but Naruto intervened. Don't, Hina-chan, rest for now. Everything will be okay, I promise. Naruto picked her up. After she nodded, Naruto vanished and then resurfaced beside the Saru Tobi. I'm taking her home. If I'm not fighting Neji when I get back, I'll kill whoever is. Oanoki the Tsukage snorted as Saru Tobi nodded. What's the big deal? She's just a stupid girl. At Oanoki, Naruto released all of his ki. If you ever speak like that again, I will personally visit the rock village with thousands of those special kunai you all love. Naruto vanished as he went home to lay Hinata down, and Oanoki shuddered. Saru Tobi gave Oanoki a look. You were very lucky he had Hinata in his arms, or he would have killed you. Saru Tobi approached the cage box's edge. Attention everyone. Naruto and Neji Hyuga will be fighting in 5 minutes' time. Neji, who had just emerged from the medical bay, walked out onto the field without any argument. After nearly 5 minutes, Naruto emerged on the other side of Neji. You are lucky Hinata made me promise to not kill you. Genma stepped between them. He cast a mildly pitying glance at Neji. Fight. Genma leapt aside, but Naruto and Neji remained motionless. Go ahead, do the 64 palms, Neji, I'll let you. Why? I want to show how worthless you are. Neji rushed towards Naruto and started to use the 64 palms technique on him. Naruto began to shake quickly before anyone noticed. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Neji completed and leapt off. Naruto appeared bored as he stood there. How? Simple, really. I shook my body rapidly, making it impossible to hit my chakra points. Raising his hand, Naruto gestured to Neji with one finger. Lightning-style electric bolt. Neji countered the jutsu with a quick rotation. Naruto ran up and just walked through the rotation while he was spinning, grabbing Neji by the throat. Again, it was simple. All I did was cover my body in a thin layer of chakra, and that countered the rotation. To counter all of your moves is so simple, to completely leave you helpless. I only need blind you. Without your eyes you are worthless. Naruto then threw Neji to the ground and knocked him unconscious. The ease with which Naruto was able to counter the Hyuga's most valuable moves astounded everyone. Naruto swiftly vanished and resurfaced beside the cage. He bent to speak softly into the cage's ear. I know that's you, Orochimaru. You better not start the invasion until the final match is finished. Naruto then vanished once more, heading to the rivals' booth. Temari vs Shikamaru was the next match. The same as manga or anime, would Gaara of the Sand and Sasuke Uchiha come down to the arena? Sasuke leapt down into the arena as Gaara made an appearance in a Shushin. Genma raised an arm and moved between the two. Fight! Sasuke dashed toward Gaara with the weights on. He was nearly as quick as Lee, however. This was not nearly quick enough to overcome Gaara's defense. I guess I'll have to use my new jutsu. Sasuke leapt up close to the top of the arena wall and intensified his maneuver. Everyone who recognized it let out a gasp when Naruto emerged behind Kakashi and gave him a back of the head slap. A few people were about to speak. You retarded one-eyed fucker. What the hell were you thinking teaching the fucking most power-hungry person in the village an assassination technique? Sasuke was now leading the Chidori in a charge at Gaara. Gaara simply built a wall of sand in front of him after realizing this after slamming into it. Sasuke was caught using the sand coffin method. Naruto was standing right next to Gaara, facing the other way, with his sword on Gaara's throat just as everyone was ready to stop Gaara from crushing Sasuke. I don't recommend doing that, you'll be dead as soon as he is. Wouldn't you rather fight me in the finals? Gaara let Sasuke go and turned to leave. Sasuke was taken away by the medics after Genma declared Gaara the winner. Temari and Gaara were supposed to fight next, but she gave up because she didn't want to fight her younger brother and didn't have much chakra left. Before the finals, Genma announced a 30-minute break. Naruto went to see how Hinata was doing. Gaara went to the field and waited while everyone else sat around and chatted. After half an hour, Naruto emerged in the middle of the field. Genma moved between them and held up his hand. Fight! Initially, Naruto and Gaara merely exchanged glances. After 2 minutes of this, Naruto lifted his hand and gestured to Gaara with a finger. Lightning-style electric bolt. Gaara quickly saw a bolt of electricity fly at him, but he stopped it with his sand rather easily. However, it did cause the glass where it struck to turn. Naruto glanced up at Sasuke, who had returned since he wasn't seriously injured, and Kakashi. Your technique is easier when you have the strength to put behind it. Naruto then raised his hand and unlocked his seals once more with his hand in Gaara's shoulder. He vanished and then resurfaced. Gaara let out a cry of bloody murder. Mother! Is this my blood? Mother! Sand began to rise and encircle one arm and one leg of his body. Shukaku state monster. Gaara's transformation caused a gasp from everyone in the arena. Naruto simply made a tongue click. Fuck, Naruto was too quick for the monster Gaara to stab him when he rushed at him after drawing his sword. Naruto severed the sand arm for a brief moment. It appeared to work, but then the sand returned and reformed the arm in an attempt to knock Gaara unconscious. Naruto sheathed his sword and vanished. He came up behind Gaara, giving him a goddamn clock to the back of the head. Gaara crashed into the wall of the stadium. Not long after Gaara struck the wall, everyone heard laughter that sounded demonic. Yes, yes, I can finally come out, let's play. With the exception of one person, everyone was now concerned as Gaara began to transform into the fully realized Shukaku. Motherfucker. Why can't I have one fucking normal fight, for Kami's fucking sake? Manifest impossible is the Q song as he continued to swear uncontrollably. Naruto let go of 3 of his tails. A couple of Jonin were ready to intervene and attempt to assist Naruto. When Naruto glared into the stands, they came to a halt. If anybody fucking tries to stop this match, I'll fucking torture and kill you personally. After that threat, everyone agreed not to meddle in the match. Pointing to Shukaku, Naruto lifted his arm. You want to fight? Let's fight. The Shukaku skidded back a few yards as Naruto vanished and crashed into his chest. He was a blur to the best trained eyes. If he had previously only been visible to a select few, Shukaku began to laugh as he turned to face Naruto. Great. Someone to fight. Now let us fight. Naruto simply raised his hand and covered it with wind chakra as Shukaku fired multiple air bullets at him. Naruto mostly just stirred up dust behind him as the bullets, which had been cut in half, passed by him. You'll have to do much better than that to beat me. Shukaku began firing wind bullets in seemingly arbitrary locations. He was shooting at the crowd, and Naruto saw it and hurried away. He drew his sword and began slicing through the bullets of the wind. Shukaku continued this for a minute before ceasing. Naruto pointed his sword and gave Shukaku a look. Naruto leapt to the ground and demonstrated several hand signals. He shouted and slammed his hands down. Earth-style demonic chains. For a brief moment, Shukaku was restrained by enormous rock chains that emerged from the earth. It wouldn't last long. Naruto knew Naruto's tails focused on his hand as he held it up in the air. His hand first took the shape of a Rasengan, which then grew into a shuriken and began to screech. This is wind-style Rasen Shuriken, one of my strongest moves. I'm not finished though. One of his tails suddenly erupted in flames, directing fire chakra into the jutsu. Then the lightning chakra was channeled into the jutsu and the second tails began to crackle with electricity. At last, water chakra was directed into the third tail. which was covered in swirling water. No one was aware that Naruto was using a fourth tail that had emerged to channel a significant amount of Yukai. Gazing at the Hokage, Naruto let out a shout that was audible to him. "There's only woods behind Shukaku, right?" When Naruto saw Saru Tobi nod his head in agreement, he grinned. The swirling mass of Yukai and chakras began to shrink abruptly, eventually reaching the size of Naruto's fist. Naruto gave Shukaku a menacing grin. "This move, Elemental Biju Ball, is amazing." Before putting it in his mouth and swallowing it, Naruto glanced at the chakra, and when he did, a few witnesses swore they saw Shukaku begin to perspire. Saru Tobi also paled, indicating that he understood the move, and his chest and stomach grew several times larger. When Genma announced the winner, Naruto went to pick him up and handed him to his brother and sister. Naruto's mouth opened, releasing a ray of condensed chakra that expanded to cover Shukaku's entire body except for where Gaara was. Shukaku exploded in a variety of colors, including blue, green, red, black, and yellow. To everyone in the stands at the end of the blast, all that was left was Gaara in a big pile of sand. "I am aware of the invasion. I'll make sure you three don't face any charges if you all hide until it's over in a few days. Come find me as well so I can repair his seal." 5 minutes after Naruto finished, all of the enemies in the stadium abruptly stopped moving, leaving all of the Leaf Ninja perplexed. Suddenly, Naruto spoke up. After an explosion at the cage's booth and the installation of a barrier on the building caused people to rush in from outside the stadium. "You know, shadow clones plus my improved version of the Hiroshin is quite deadly." Everyone heard the Hokage yell from inside the barrier shortly after that, and all of the enemy shinobi fell over, either sliced in half or missing their heads. "I am appointing Naruto commander of the war until further notice." Everyone turned to watch Naruto, who slammed his hands down, performed a few hand signals, and smiled before releasing 3 tails once more. Kitsune summoning 4 guardian foxes. 4 enormous foxes, each about 3/4 the size of Gamabunta, were spotted around the stadium after a massive plume of smoke. "Anbu." The captain approached and spoke as soon as he finished, saying that every Anbu in the region was gathered around him. "Yes. I want you to be divided into 4 equal-sized groups, with 1 group for each Kitsune. Show them where sand and sound are attacking. 4 points. Have you got that?" The foxes and Anbu all spoke simultaneously. "Hi, Naruto-sama." The Anbu all leapt away, heading for one fox or another, and Naruto paused to consider his options. Teams 7, 8, 9, and 10, as well as Izumo and Katetsu right here. Everyone he mentioned was immediately present in the arena, with Hinata being the only one absent for apparent reasons. "I want everyone to go to the academy, protect any civilians and eliminate any enemies in your path. Make sure every student is okay before escorting them to the Hokage Monument's bunkers once you arrive at the academy." Except for 3, the majority of them responded as the Anbu and Fox's diss. "Why ought we to?" Kurenai, Sasuke, and Neji all asked at once. "Because if you don't, I will kill you for insubordination here and now." They all nodded and shivered, and they all rushed to their work. Hyuga. Aburame. Naruto was now surrounded by all of the Hyuga and Aburame, or at least those in the arena. Hiyashi. Gather your top 10 Jukin users and go northwest of them. You should also gather your top 10 Shibi users and 10 Chakra Leech insect users. According to what I understand, a sizable number of Curse Mark users are going crazy. They're best suited to your styles. Keep as many of them alive as you can. They all nodded, and Shibi and Hiyashi each went off with their own people. The rest of you pair up and then head anywhere you see civilians that need help. They all answered right away and left. Akamichi, Yamanaka, Nara. Even the Nara, who didn't want to enrage Naruto, arrived very fast. Take your 5 best fighters from your clan, Shikaku, Choza, and Inoichi. After placing them in the best groups, led them to the front gates, where the majority of the action takes place. The others form groups of 3, 1 from each clan, and proceed to a gate other than the front one. Naruto interrupted them just as they were ready to depart. "Naras, I'll tell all of your mothers, sisters, girlfriends, and wives if you even take a moment to relax. I'll put your entire clan on a tofu diet for a month. Akamichi Yamanaka, I'll force you all to put my brain to the test. Believe me, it won't be enjoyable." The Yamanakas, who had attempted to test Naruto's mind earlier, along with all of the Naras and Akamichis, shivered and promptly left. Everyone vowed that day that they had never witnessed a Nara work so hard in their lives. "Get down here, Root Anbu and Danzo." There were just over 60 operatives, and Danzo and the rest of the Root arrived in no time. I want you to reach Orochimaru's village before he flees and returns. Regardless of how you do it, I only know that it is a group of underground bases and that it is situated in the land of rice paddies. I'll tear out your Sharingans one by one, Danzo, if you betray me in any way. They all hurried away. Danzo was aware that Naruto could and would carry out that threat, most likely in front of a large crowd. Inuzuka. Before long, every Inuzuka was present. Sume, please bring your top 15 fighters to the main gate. The others divide into 3 groups and proceed to separate gates. In fact, they all gave a howl in return and hurried off. This is exhausting. Fuck, I should probably go to the main gate. After vanishing into the upgraded Hirishin, Naruto emerged atop the main gate, which had been blown off its hinges. Naruto glanced around and saw that roughly 500 enemies were running in the direction of his compound. He hurried to the front line, where the individuals he had sent were engaged in combat with the enemy. What is the reason behind their approach to my compound? Everyone on his side appeared to be reluctant to speak. He noticed. Tell me, now, one of the enemy group's guys shouted. Orochimaru promised us all the money and power someone could want to the person who gets inside that compound and impregnated that Hyuga girl. Q Slaughter. I came to play. Downstate. When Naruto sprouted all 7 tails, everyone froze and stared at him. I want everyone who supports me and isn't interested in dying to go right away. I want everyone to go to another gate. Naruto-sama, what are you going to do? Anyone in his vicinity went to their knees as Naruto unlocked his seals by reaching to his chest and unsheathing his sword. This gate will be looked after by me. For myself, you can go, Guardian. Hi, Naruto-sama. Naruto plunged his sword into the ground, made a series of hand signals that no one could recognize, and then slammed his hands down as the giant kitsune vanished in a puff of smoke. Tomb of Demons. Demon style. The enemy ninjas were surrounded by 3 enormous walls. Go now, everyone. When this tomb closes, it won't be able to close until everyone has died inside. When a 4th wall appeared directly behind Naruto, a roof slid over it to seal it, and less than a minute later, they all heard screaming coming from inside the leaf. Nin all leapt away, but they all remained to watch. View the switch. The giant tomb's lid had just been closed, and nearly all of the enemies were terrified. In some cases literally, unable to see anything and hardly able to hear over their own hearts when a voice suddenly sounded that seemed to come from everywhere. Where should I hit? The brain, genitalia, lungs, kidneys, eyes, ears, nose, chin, throat, stomach, spine, or heart. So many options, I'll probably take them all. Before Naruto ever attacked, people began to scream and panic. He began by killing someone in the middle of a group so that the people around that person would attack. Naruto did this 8 more times, until by the end of the 9th kill, there were only 100 people left. Naruto smiled as he considered a possible strategy. The last man standing will be the only one to survive. Fight. A few of the weaker ones puked upon seeing the carnage, and the rest immediately began fighting, ripping throats out and biting and scratching. Naruto saw that one of the guys had feigned death, and when there was only one man left, he jumped up and stabbed the other in the back. The final man turned around and saw Naruto standing there clapping. Great plan. My initial plan was to simply murder the remaining person, but I've since changed my mind. You'll be my spy. When you return to Sound, I won't kill you as long as you remain faithful, and you might turn into a leaf shinobi after Orochimaru dies. What does that sound like? It did not take long for this man to respond. He knelt down and spoke without hesitation. Thank you for the most gracious offer, Master. Naruto laughed. He was aware of this man's intelligent response. Diablo, just give me a call. Here we are now. The man was given a dagger by Naruto. Once you are certain that you are in a safe place, throw this dagger into the ground at midnight. In 1 month when I visit, you will share with me everything you have learned about Orochimaru. Now, tell me your name before I let you leave. Naruto smiled and sniffed. Miss? The now identified woman, who wore glasses and had light red eyes and deep red hair, looked up before removing her mask. It's interesting that you are an Uzumaki. Why don't you have a lot of chakras? Orochimaru's experiments gave me sensory skills that allowed me to identify chakra in a newborn, replacing my large reserves. Karen Uzumaki is my name. Interesting, huh? You're not related to Kushina Uzumaki, would you? In addition, what is your age and do you possess any special skills or the curse mark? Almost any wound can be healed if someone bites me and absorbs my chakra. I'm 13, and the curse mark would affect my senses. No, but I have heard of her, and she is a bitch in my opinion because she was alleged to have abandoned her child. Naruto picked her up and gave her a hug after looking down at her and grinning in a way that confused her. Karen was shocked to learn that the Orochi Pedo had caused her to lose all friendly contact for a long time. She hadn't experienced any kind of affectionate contact since her village was destroyed by fire about 8 years prior. Karen blushed a little and Naruto drew away. I am glad there is family out there that doesn't follow that bitch of a mother. May I ask who you are, if that's okay? I am Naruto, formerly an Uzumaki and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and the possessor of the Rinnegan. When Karen learned that he was a Jinchuriki and had the Rinnegan, she was astounded. Where is your red hair if you're an Uzumaki? My father had blonde hair, which is my natural hair color, and even if I still had red hair, I dyed it. We must be leaving now, so please hold onto my arm. Despite her confusion, Karen listened and took hold of his arm. Now this will be very sickening, so try not to throw up. A few hundred yards outside the village, they reappeared after disappearing in a flash of red. Karen was ill, but she didn't throw up because she had experienced worse with the pedo. Now Karen, you should be going, remember, 1 month at midnight. Karen nodded and hurried away into the trees, and Naruto watched her until he was unable to see her anymore before vanishing once more and reappearing inside the tomb as it began to collapse. When the walls fell completely, many of the fighters puked from the slaughter, so Naruto turned to them. Naruto knew he had to appear angry, so he went back into Four Tails. Everyone should go to a different gate and assist in keeping it safe. Proceed. As they all hurried off in different directions, Naruto turned to see where Orochimaru was. He saw Saru Tobi on the ground and Onoki standing nearby, panting heavily. He turned to see Orochimaru and a few others fleeing. He saw a girl far behind the group limping and yelling for them to wait for her. He assumed she had sprained her ankle and hurried at her, knocking her unconscious and tossing her over his shoulder before turning back to Saru Tobi and Onoki. Hey Tenzo! From the trees, an Anbu leapt and landed beside Naruto. Hello. Naruto gave him the girl. Take her to the unique Anbu holding cell so you can observe the door firsthand. I will deal with the person directly if I discover that they have touched her. Naruto turned to Saru Tobi and knelt down to heal him after Tenzo nodded and leapt away. Saru Tobi gave him a small smile. I apologize for never being of assistance to you. Naruto, I want you to be my successor. As a token of my apologies, you will become the Godem Hokage in 3 days. Did the god of shinobi die with that? He was a good man? Naruto gave Onoki a dumbfounded look. He is displaying extreme drama. If I give him individual attention, he'll be walking in no more than a week. After picking up the elderly man, Naruto hurried to the hospital. Council chamber. 3 days later. We must decide who the Hokage will be now that Saru Tobi is not capable of being it. Even though they didn't like it, everyone knew Danzo was correct after they looked at him. Jiraiya, you should be the Hokage. You are the strongest in the village. Jiraiya glared at the unidentified civilian council member. Firstly, I am not able to be the Hokage because of the spy network, and secondly, I am not sure I'm the strongest anymore. When the elders spoke up, they were all trying to think of a suitable Hokage, wondering who Jiraiya believed to be stronger than him. Since Kakashi is strong and was an Anbu captain for a long time, why not him? The chamber door exploded open before anyone could respond, and Naruto entered the room. That perverted dog is far too carefree to be Hokage in any case. Saru Tobi has already prepared the documents for a replacement. Everyone had a paper when Naruto snapped, and they all studied it as Danzo read it aloud. I, Saru Tobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, declare Naruto to be my heir in the event that I am unable to serve as Kage. Signed by Naruto, Onoki of both scales, and Saru Tobi Hiruzen. A random civilian spoke up as everyone turned to stare at Naruto, with most of them jaws clenched on the tables. A genin cannot be the Hokage. As that may be, I am not a genin. When Saru Tobi announced me as commander of the war, he made me an elite jonin by default. 5 minutes later, someone looked up after taking out the shinobi laws book and beginning to read through it. He is correct. Naruto has every right to be a jonin. Everyone was staring at Naruto, who was grinning enormously, when Danzo made the decision to speak. Naruto, I have a proposal. Continue. You will be put to the test in every shinobi art subject by the village's top expert in that particular group. You will be given the title of Hokage if you defeat half of them. Deal? Knowing that Naruto couldn't avoid the challenge, Danzo grinned. All right, but for every person I defeat, I get to do something that the council as a whole must approve of. Deal? Danzo accepted Naruto's extended hand. Agree. Someone immediately upped the contract. Naruto smirked as he watched the council members get to work on it. 3 days from now, is that okay? Naruto walked out of the room after Danzo nodded. Stadium. 3 days later, everyone was at the stadium, even though most didn't know why. They just knew that Naruto was sitting in the middle of the field, where people were chatting and there were some betting booths set up but not yet open, when a man who many knew as Danzo suddenly appeared. In what order would you like to complete this? Again, what are all the options? Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu, Sealing, Intelligence, and a capture test. Let's do Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Kenjutsu, Intelligence, Sealing, Genjutsu, then capture test. Okay. Ready to speak, Danzo turned to the audience. Today, Naruto will be put to the test in 7 different facets of being a shinobi. Ladies and gentlemen of Konoha Ninjutsu will be the first, so Kakashi Hatake, please descend. Reading his book quietly, Kakashi put it away quickly, and Naruto got up languidly. They stood a good distance apart, and Danzo walked away. Which elements and how many can you do? I have 4 water, lightning, fire, and earth. Okay, do a strong one of each, I'll counter them. While Naruto stood there idly, Kakashi nodded and put his book away. First fire. Kakashi began reciting hand signals at a pace that was astounding to most people, and he ended by putting his hand to his mouth. Fire style firestorm. Naruto simply stood there and allowed the fire to strike him after Kakashi spat out a huge wave of flames that was directly aimed at him. Everyone was wondering, did he just eat an A-rank fire jutsu? Kakashi was concerned until the fire began to go out and Naruto appeared sucking in the fire a few minutes later. The fire was gone and Naruto was still standing looking bored. Next water. After going over the hand signals once more, Kakashi put his hand to his mouth. Water style ultimate water dragon. Naruto stood motionless as a gigantic 3-headed water dragon soared toward him. Everyone was too focused on the dragon to notice Naruto's reddish glow. When the dragon hit Naruto, it turned into a mist instead of splashing, leaving everyone perplexed. Naruto chose to clarify when the mist cleared. I layered fire chakra on my skin. Kakashi gave a sympathetic nod. Next lightning. After going over the hand signals once more, Kakashi paused and clapped his hands together. Lightning style lightning spear. A bolt of electricity was extended by Kakashi, who separated his hands and threw it at Naruto. Naruto lifted a finger in the direction of the bolt, which struck his finger and appeared to be absorbed. Electricity began to crackle all around Naruto, who simply pointed one finger up. A bolt of electricity shot out, but it was very different from Kakashi's. Many of the people were more shocked that Naruto took action. Last earth. While Naruto covered 2 fingers with a layer of earth, Kakashi went through hand signals, and when he was done, he slammed his foot down. Earth-style raging wave. Naruto had just raised his hand in a flick-ready position when a huge wave of earth crashed towards him. He flicked the wave with his finger covered in earth, and it collapsed as it was about to hit him. We'll skip that since you don't know any wind jutsus that are worth my time. Do you know of any powerful chakra-only jutsus? Not really. Best I got is a B rank. Alright, now it's my turn. Aim to avoid dying. Naruto put his hands together and performed the 5 hand signals. Fire-style Fira Bomb. Raising his hands above his head, Naruto threw an orb of fire at Kakashi, who immediately created a wall of water. The orb seemed to wash over the wall when it struck it, and it took Kakashi 3 minutes to extinguish the fire before he was panting. Naruto put his hand to his mouth and performed the 4 hand signals. Water-style 6-headed Hydra. A huge 6-headed Hydra was hurtling toward Kakashi, who immediately formed a wall of earth and covered himself with a thick layer of earth for protection. The Hydra was briefly halted by the earth wall, lost 2 heads, and then charged through it, slamming into Kakashi, who was flung against the stadium wall. After a minute or so, Kakashi stood up, and his armor came off, revealing obvious bruises. Kakashi, let me show you a real lightning spear. Naruto slammed his hands together after going through the 6 hand signals. Lightning-style Zeus Bolt. After a few minutes, it began to storm and lightning began to strike in the arena. Naruto spread his arms wide and a giant bolt of lightning appeared, which he grabbed in one hand and threw toward the cloud. Naruto raised his hand to his mouth and performed the 5 hand signals once more. Wind-style Hermes Whirlwind. Everyone watched in wonder as Naruto pushed out wind-infused chakra, creating 3 enormous tornadoes that began to spin around. However, Naruto wasn't done yet. He performed 4 more hand signals and stomped his foot. Earth-style Quaking Olympus. As the ground began to tremble violently and cracks appeared everywhere, Naruto grinned at everyone's looks, performed the 7 hand signals, and raised his hands in the air. Ice-style Kione's Hail. Big pieces of ice began to fall from the sky despite the fact that nobody had been harmed by anything. Naruto had one last task to complete, so he slammed his hands down and went through 8 more hand signals. Lava-style Hephaestus Forge. Lava was now boiling over the fissures that had been made in the ground, and Kakashi was so terrified that he didn't even want to move for fear of dying. Naruto made the decision to speak up. I practiced this jutsu for myself. Godly Wrath is the collaboration style. It was a very appropriate name, according to everyone in the arena. Could you stop it? The clouds began to clear, the hail became a light drizzle, the tornadoes began to subside, the lava vanished into the earth, and the fissures began to close in a matter of minutes. Everything was completely still as if nothing had occurred. Naruto nodded and snapped his fingers. I guess I won that one. People were still in disbelief that he could accomplish all of that, so Naruto laughed and looked around as he watched Guy leap up and down to the stadium, a few yards away from Naruto, after Kakashi simply nodded stupidly and left. Moving on to the show, I'm skipping Tai and Ken because I feel like it. After defeating Guy in a vicious taijutsu match and defeating Hyuga and Gecko in a kenjutsu spar, they were waiting for Shikaku to arrive for the intelligence test. When he did, they sat down at a shogi board with some mats on either side and began playing a game that was fairly close until Naruto abruptly got up. Take a break, something is needed by me. Everyone heard an eep as Naruto vanished, and he reappeared with Hinata in his lap, caressing her hair. The match continued for 10 more minutes, and when Naruto eventually prevailed, everyone was shocked that anyone could defeat Shikaku at shogi. Shikaku got up and left with the board and his mat, muttering something unintelligible, while Naruto simply laughed and glanced down at the sleeping Hinata. Naruto glanced up at Jiraiya as he leapt into the center of the arena. Just attempt to contain me by erecting a barrier. I'd rather not wake her up. Jiraiya started working and finished 10 minutes later. Naruto looked around and began using his claw to cut at seemingly random places in a green cage that resembled a jail. After a few minutes, he made one last cut and the entire thing vanished. I win. After nodding and being astounded by how fast he had destroyed the barrier, Jiraiya was suddenly surrounded by 3 masked Anbu. We are the village's top hunting group. You have 10 minutes to find a hiding place in the village. You have to hide for an hour. How about I won't leave the stadium and remain hidden for 20 minutes? Following that, Naruto and Hinata simply vanished, and the hunter began searching around. After 20 minutes, they had found nothing and gave up, and Naruto appeared as if he had been there before. Danzo turned to face the crowd and shushined next to Naruto, who had gotten up to support Hinata, who had woken up. I present the Godem Hokage Naruto to the Konoha people. Everyone began yelling and roaring for Naruto, who merely smiled. After a week, the Hokage office. In the office, Naruto was lying on a couch with Hinata on his chest, both of them almost asleep, when the door burst open and someone entered. Naruto turned to face the visitor and gave him a menacing smile. Hello, mother. Uzumaki Kushina was standing there, staring at a man who was lying on the couch in the Hokage's office, with a girl on top of him who appeared to be sleeping. I'm sorry, but who are you? I'm hurt you can't remember your own son, Kushina. 5 people rushed into the room before Kushina could say anything. Naruto raised his gaze to the Mizumo and Katetsu, the gate guards, were 2 of them. 3 other people were female. One was a girl with blonde hair who resembled Naruto, but her face was more like Kushina's. 2 more girls made up the other 2. One was roughly 12, and the other was roughly 7. Both of them bore striking resemblance to their mother. The 12-year-old exuded an aura similar to Kurenai's, while the 7-year-old brought back memories of his own childhood. The blonde's aura was somewhat chilly, but it was nothing compared to the older redheads. Azumo and Katetsu both spoke simultaneously, as they usually do when they are anxious. Sorry Hokage-sama, we tried to stop them, but Kushina is too fast and the kids were very sneaky. The blonde girl grinned, and the little redhead grinned brightly. Naruto simply waved and laughed, brushing the matter aside. It is quite all right, just return to your post. With a hi, they both departed. After waking up, Hinata turned to face Naruto. Who's there? My mother. Hinata leapt to her feet and prepared to attack Kushina before anyone could react, but Naruto moved swiftly to stand in front of her, embraced her, and disappeared in a burst of flames. A few minutes later, he was back. The young redhead rushed towards Naruto and gave him a leg hug. That was so cool. Thank you. It's a technique that was created by my father. I just perfected it. What's its name? It was originally known as the Kiri-ishin no Jutsu. My version is known as the wormhole. The technique's name made Kushina shudder. For everyone else, it simply sounded awesome. Naruto glanced at Kushina as she took a step forward. I'm looking for the Hokage. Apart from the young girl affixed to his leg, Naruto's smirk perplexed everyone. Well, you are looking at Konoha's Godem Hokage, Naruto, known as the Biju Killer, Konoha's Demon Kitsune, and my personal favorite, Oni no Shiru. Although Kushina had heard of him previously, she was unaware of his youth and that he was her son. You are so badass. Naruto laughed as everyone turned to stare at the young girl. Naruto stopped Kushina from slapping her by raising a hand before the young girl. Naruto knelt. Now Moko-chan. You shouldn't say things like that. Promise me you won't say anything like that again, okay? The young girl was nodding, and on the edge of tears she smiled as Naruto bent down to give her a forehead kiss. Now don't be sad, I'm not mad at you, how about I sing you a song? He got up and unlocked a guitar from his storage seals. After she gave him a joyful nod, he leaned against the desk and took a seat. Moko crawled onto his legs and lay down as he began to tune the guitar. He grinned as he glanced down at her. This song was written by someone who was at a hard time in their life. Naruto began to sing and strumming a guitar. I'm so damn depressed. I simply can't seem to break out of this rut. If only I could overcome this obstacle. However, I need something to get me out of this mess. I took my lumps and bruises, I fell, but I quickly got back up. But in order to get motivated again, I need that spark. For me to reclaim the microphone, I have no idea how, why, or when. I came to be in this situation. I'm beginning to feel respectable once more. Thus, I simply chose this pen. Get up and try to vent in some way. However, I simply cannot admit or accept the possibility that I might be done with rap. I know some things are really difficult to accept, and I need a new outlet. However, I simply cannot sit back and mope in my personal grief. However, I am aware of one fact: it will be difficult to follow me. One difficult act to perform. It will be difficult to follow me. Today here, tomorrow gone. However, you would need to walk 1,000 miles. In my position, merely to observe how it feels to be me. Let's trade shoes, and I'll be you merely to observe what it would be like to. You feel my pain, I feel yours. Enter each other's thoughts. Just to see while we see things from each other's perspective. However, don't let them tell you that you're not attractive. Oh. Any of them could get fucked. Simply remain loyal to yourself. So don't let them tell you that you're not attractive. They can all get fucked. I see. Simply remain loyal to yourself. Naruto paused and surveyed the area. The other two girls were sobbing quietly, and Moko had dozed off on his legs. Even though Kushina was only staring at him, he could tell she was about to cry. He gave Moko's hair a gentle pat and resealed the guitar. So Kushina, what did you need? After wiping her eyes, Kushina relaxed. I was going to request calling Tsunade back to He village to heal Moko-chan of a very deadly disease. Grinning, Naruto glanced down at Moko. He examined her diagnostically. I see disturbing parasite. Eating her major organs has maybe 2 years before permanent damage sets in, and maybe 4 before she dies. The girls were all staring at Naruto. The clan had tested for months before figuring that out. Yes, it is a very rare parasite that has only shown up maybe a dozen times in the past 50 years. It just so happens I was going to send for Tsunade soon anyways. I'll just have to do it sooner than expected. I can fix her while Jiraiya is looking for Tsunade. Jiraiya was standing there. In 5 minutes after Naruto tapped a spot on his desk, he gave Kushina a look but remained silent. Jiraiya, I need you to begin searching for Tsunade. When you find her, call me through the wormhole, okay? Okay, how quickly should I find her? As quickly as possible. Jiraiya gave a nod and walked out the window. Naruto turned to face Kushina again. There we have it. Bring her by for the next week or so. I'm destroying the parasite as we speak. How do I know you can do it? Naruto simply arched his brow. He lifted his hand and placed it as far away from Moko's sleeping quarters as he could. He severed his other hand and wrapped it in chakra before it could bleed. It clotted. A hand-shaped bubble of bone slowly emerged. Subsequently, muscles emerged and enveloped the bone, flexing and adapting at last. Fingernails sprouted from his fingers and skin bubbled up from the muscle to cover it. Good enough proof for you? The girls and Kushina gave a stupid nod. Naruto simply grinned and burned his severed hand. Now you two girls must be famished from your journey? Naruto reached up and touched another area of the desk. Before either could respond, a blonde girl wearing glasses soon entered. Yes, Naruto-sama. Shiro, could you escort my sisters, Haru and Nezuka, here to my clan compound and tell the old man I sent them? She gestured for them to follow her. While nodding, they left the room. Naruto spoke while Kushina sat down on the couch. Now, what is it that you need? Shiro, Haru, and Nezuka. Change scene. The Hokage tower had just been exited by the girls. Nezuka made the decision to pose a question as they were strolling down the road leading to the compound. Shiro, how did Naruto know our names? We never told him, but he knew all 3 of ours. I honestly don't know how Naruto-sama does it, but he does it with everyone he's ever met, and he has been right every time I've seen it. He has met about 200 new people this week and has guessed all of their names just like he did when we first met. Interesting. He seems really nice. Even though my mother said that my twin was a demon in disguise, I think she was lying, though he seems too nice to be a demon. Oh, it's no disguise. He really is a half demon and will be a full one in around 2 years. You are mistaken that demons are all evil beings, they're just misunderstood because of how their normal appearances are. Don't let his nice side fool you though. When it comes to the battlefield, he lets his demon side really show. Just in the last 6 months he has more confirmed kills than nearly anyone in the history of the world. The only people I know of off the top of my head with more kills are Hashirama Senju, Tobirame Senju, Saru Tobi Hiruzen, Minato Namikaze, the third Raikage, Madara Uchiha, and the leader of the Akatsuki. They both assumed he wasn't that strong, so they were both surprised to hear this. They then began to wonder what their brother and mother were discussing. Back with Moko, Kushina, and Naruto. Immediately after, Naruto inquired about her desires. Don't you know? Someone on the council sent for the Uzumakis because you needed help rebuilding. I see they forgot to mention it. No matter. Yes, that would be helpful. When can you have people here to help? In about a week's time. How much will you pay? I have a proposition. You name the price, okay? Why? Do you think your strongest Chunin could beat mine? Yes. How about your strongest Jonin against mine? Yes. And you against me? Yes. Great. In 1 week we will have 3 battles. For everyone my village wins, the amount will be halved. For everyone yours does, it will be doubled. Agreed? Agreed. Good, we will sign the contract later. May I know your choices? Chunin is Nezuka and Jonin is Nagi. Yours? Chunin is Hinata and Jonin is Kakashi Hitaki. Alright, where will my family be staying for the next week? Also, where will my ninja be staying? We will figure out the later when needed, but you and your daughters are welcome to stay at my compound. Kushina squinted in search of any indications of dishonesty, but she couldn't find any. That will be fine. I will head out now. I'll take Moko off your hands. Don't worry about it, I don't mind. I'll just bring her home when I leave. Despite being taken aback, Kushina simply nodded and left, thinking aloud. Naruto gently rubbed Moko's hair. Something is wrong here. 9 o'clock. Moko was on Naruto's shoulders as he made his way to the compound down the street while Moko was humming a song. Naruto became aware of something. Tomorrow, I must see how that red-headed girl is doing. Naruto glanced back up and saw the compound's gates approaching. As he approached the gate, the statues moved aside, allowing Naruto to enter. The statues returned to their guarding duties. Once he was inside, Naruto entered the living room of the compound through the front door. The building was designed in a Western style by Naruto. When he created it, this was more his style. Upon entering the living room, he noticed Kushina seated in a recliner and Nezuka, Haru, and Shiro conversing on the couch. Hinata, he thought, was working in the garden. After removing Moko from his shoulders, Naruto sat down in a nearby recliner. Moko made the decision to scuttle into his lap. Shiro got up from the couch when he sat down. I guess I'll be going now that you're here, Naruto-sama. Nonsense, you are more than welcome to stay for dinner. I wouldn't want to impose. Now Shiro, you are always welcome here, please stay for dinner. Naruto grinned as Shiro sighed and took a seat again. Moko was raised by Naruto, who then placed her back on the recliner. He went to the kitchen and picked up an apron to wear. He proceeded to prepare dinner in the kitchen. This caught Nezuka's attention. Why does Naruto cook dinner? Doesn't a woman normally cook? Normally yes. But if you haven't noticed, Naruto is far from the norm. Why would this be an exception? Nezuka accepted the response with a nod. When Hinata entered the room and Naruto yelled for everyone to come, they began discussing various topics. They all got to their feet and entered the kitchen. They were shocked to see Naruto standing there, whistling a song while cooking, with fox ears on his head and 7 fox tails waving behind him. Moko lost her mind at once. Fuzzy. Reaching Naruto, she snatched one of his tails and pressed it to her cheek. Surprisingly, Haru and Nezuka had to refrain from doing the same thing. Naruto merely laughed and carried on with his cooking. Everyone took a seat at the table, with Moko, who was still giddy, following shortly after with haste. Naruto sat between Moko and Hinata and set their plates before eating. He gave Hinata a cheek kiss and gave Moko a head rub, which made her smile. After chatting and eating for about an hour, everyone was done. Will you be staying with us tonight, Shiro? I have imposed enough as it is. Naruto-sama, I will be heading home now. As you wish. See you tomorrow, Shiro. With a nod, she left through the front door. Naruto got up from his chair. I will show you all your rooms, follow me. They all did, but Naruto saw that Moko had dozed off, taking her in his arms. He proceeded down the corridor. He came to a halt at a door. This is your room, Kushina. After nodding, she entered, but Naruto stopped her. I need her storage scroll of clothes so she can have something to wear. After giving him a scroll, Kushina shut the door. After putting the scroll in his pocket, Naruto proceeded down the hallway, pausing at 2 doors that were opposite one another. These are your rooms, sweet dreams. Naruto then proceeded to the upper floor. He paused at the door opposite his study, opened it, and put Moko down, who was barely conscious. He helped her into some pajamas that he had unsealed. He tucked her in and laid her down. "Remember, Moko, my study is right across the hall. If I'm not in there, my bedroom is 3 doors down. Also, I have a present for you." Naruto used creation of all things to create something with his hands behind his back. "Here you go." Naruto produced a 9-tailed orange fox plush toy. Moko picked it up and gave it a hug. "Thank you, Ni-chan." "You're welcome. Moko-chan, now go to sleep." After leaving the room, Naruto entered his study. The Hokage's office. 3 days later, a wormhole seal began to pull on Naruto as he sat in his office. Since he thought it might be Jiraiya, he hurried over, put a seal on it, and brought Jiraiya back. "What have you found out?" "She will be in Tanzaku town at 6 tonight for the gambling parade where there will be a tournament. Other notable people competing are the Raikage, Oanoki of both scales, Mifune the leader of Iron Country, and I signed up." "Okay, I'll take you back. Sign me, Hiyashi Hyuga, and Kushina Uzumaki up for the tournament. When you sign me up, do it under the name Kitsune." "Okay." After dragging him back, Naruto twisted to face the gates of the Hyuga compound. When he approached the gates, the guards opened them for him. "Good job, guys." Hiyashi was in his study when Naruto hurried inside to speak with him. Hiyashi told Naruto to come in when he knocked. "Ah, Naruto. What can I do for you? How good are you at poker?" "I don't know why that matter, but I am fairly good for obvious reasons." "Good, I am giving you a mission to enter a poker tournament along with myself and Kushina." "May I ask why?" "Tsunade will be there along with other notable figures. I have a plan to get her back to the village." "I see. When do I need to be ready?" "It starts at 6, so be ready by 4. Also, dress fancy." Naruto then proceeded to his tailor shop. The door opened and he entered. The sight of Naruto nearly gave the tailor a heart attack. "What may I do for you, Hokage-sama?" "How long would it take you to make a suit and 2 dresses?" "What do you need?" "I need, after 10 minutes. I can do it in about an hour and a half for 250,000 inches. Do it in under an hour and I'll pay twice that." "Of course, Hokage-sama." "Good, I'll be back in 1 hour with the money." After leaving, Naruto twisted to enter his own compound through the front door. Quickly using his senses, Naruto sensed Hinata outside. Likely training. As Naruto hurried outside, he noticed Hinata practicing taijutsu. He approached her from behind and waited. Hinata turned around after a few minutes and nearly jumped when she saw Naruto. "Oh, it's only you, Naruto-kun. You scared me. We've got a big event tonight. You should clean up and get ready. I'll be getting her clothes soon." "What do you mean?" Hinata went upstairs to wash and clean up after Naruto explained what would happen after locating Kushina, who consented to come. Naruto went to tidy up. Naruto left to get the money for the clothes from the bank. After that was resolved, because it was almost time for the clothes to be finished, he hurried to the shop and entered carrying the small bundle of cash. At that moment, the tailor left the back with what he required. "Ah, Hokage-sama, I just finished. Thank you. Here is the money." After taking the briefcase, the man gave the clothes to Naruto, who put them away. "You are very welcome, Hokage-sama. Come back anytime." "I will." Naruto then twisted away and walked out. 4:30 Office of the Hokage. Since they were going to get a hotel room before getting dressed, Naruto, Hinata, Kushina, and Hiyashi were all in the office without their clothes on. Naruto warped everyone to the hotel after sensing the wormhole pull. Jiraiya was in front of them when they first appeared in a hotel lobby. He extended 3 keys. "These are your room keys. The tournament will be where the dining area normally is in an hour and a half." Hinata, Hiyashi, and Kushina each took a key, while Naruto kept one for himself to get ready for the tournament. They all went out. 7 o'clock. The competition. Behind a podium with a microphone on it stood the tournament manager. "Hello, everyone. Today we started this tournament with 72 people, 8 games with 9 people at each game. Now the winners of each of those games will compete for the championship. All but one of these people are very prestigious. First of the Yondaime Raikage." A went over to the table and took a seat. His muscles protruded, making him a massive man. It seemed strange that he had blonde hair and dark skin. There was an air of authority about him that demanded deference. He looked to be in his late 30s. He was wearing regular sandals, a big black vest, and black dress pants. Second is Oanoki of both scales, the Sandaime Tsukage. A senior citizen hovered over the seat and toward the table, only reaching about his knee. He was rather short. He possessed more experience than A, but he didn't have quite the same aura. He was dressed in his typical Kage garb. Third is Mifune, the leader of Iron Country and master of the quick draw technique. Another old man approached the table and took a seat. He had long gray hair and his head was bandaged. In addition, he wore a beard and mustache, and he carried a sword in a hip holster. Although his aura was as experienced as Oanoki's, it had a very serene elegance. He was dressed in a samurai kimono. Fourth, Tsunade Senju, the legendary medic and the female member of the legendary Sanin. A woman with a youthful appearance approached the table. Her hair was blonde, and her breasts were enormous. Her aura was one of, "I'll kill you if you mess with me." About 1/4 of the audience was aware that this was not her true appearance. She wore high heels and a flowing green dress with only one strap. 5th Jiraiya the Toad Sennin, the legendary Toad Sage and the spy of the Sanin. Jiraiya went over to the table and took a seat out of the 5 individuals. His aura was by far the most serene. He had plenty of money already, so he didn't seem to care if he won, which he didn't. Jiraiya had made the decision to wear his Geta sandals and a western tuxedo. 6th Kushina Uzumaki, leader of the Uzumaki clan and wife to the Yondaime Hokage. Kushina went over to the table and took a seat. She exuded a sense of challenge, defying anyone to even find her amusing. The bitch aura is another name for it. She chose to wear flats and wore a long red dress that was similar to Tsunade's but had 2 straps. 7th Hiyashi Hyuga, leader of the Hyuga clan, the strongest clan in Konoha. Hiyashi approached the table and took a seat. He exuded a surprisingly serene aura. It was still stiff, but not nearly as much as it would have been a few months prior. He was dressed in sandals and a formal white kimono. 8th and last is a man who goes by the name Kitsune. Not much is known about him except for that he is the richest person in Konoha. The only account that comes close to his account is the Hyuga clan account, which still on had 1/4 of his. Speaking of the Hyuga, he has done this entire tournament with the Hyuga heiress on his arm. With Hinata by his side, Naruto approached the table and took a seat. She stood behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck. He wore a fox-like mask over his upper face, a black top hat, and a long red coat that appeared to have been painted with blood. In addition, he wore elegant dress shoes and black dress pants. Hinata was dressed in a single-strapped lavender dress with a cut along the left leg. The arrogant expression on his face infuriated Tsunade. Feeling like a big shot, "Punk, I am the best-looking guy at the table, richest, and I have the best-looking girl ever. Also I can defeat anyone at this table, so I have my reasons." Except for Tsunade. Everyone was staring at Naruto or giggling. Tsunade merely clenched her jaw and gazed at the table. They started the game. A.N. Hold'em is what they're playing. Here's a quick explanation. After being dealt 2 cards, each player places chips in the center and examines their cards. They can then decide whether to raise, fold, or call. The amount 3 cards are then placed in the center for anyone to use once more. Everyone must decide whether to raise, fold, or call. Everyone repeats this after another card is dealt into the center. When the final card is dealt, everyone bets again, and the winner is the one with the best hand. The dealer, who is also a player, rotates each hand clockwise. Additionally, that is how bets are placed, beginning at the dealer. With Tsunade and Mifune nearby, Naruto was winning by a small margin. After 8 hands, Tsunade was getting annoyed because Naruto had been grinning for the past 3 hands. "Why are you so smug, brat? Please lady, calm down. You are not scaring me. I have personally threatened all but 2 of the people at this table, so you are annoying me with your talking. So for the love of Kami, shut your trap. Who are you to talk like that? Me, the legendary Tsunade. If you must know." A few people were startled when Naruto reached up and removed his hat and mask. "I am Naruto, the son of Namikaze Minato and Kushina Uzumaki clan, head to the Namikaze, Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans in Konoha, the possessor of the Rinnegan of the Rakudo Sennin known as the Biju Killer, Konoha's Demon Kitsune, and Oni no Shiru the Godem Hokage and a Hanyu." After saying that, Naruto let his ears and tails fly around. "Now I have a game to win." As they went on, Naruto never lost first place in the game. After 26 hands, Jiraiya was dealing and Naruto had a sizable lead. "Tsunade, if I win this hand without looking at my cards, you have to come back to Konoha. If I don't, I will pay for all of your debts." Tsunade essentially had to accept that arrangement. "Deal." With a sly smile, Naruto pushed all of his chips to the middle. The others at the table trailed behind. The cards were dealt to the middle of the table by Jiraiya. A 10 of hearts was the first one, a queen of hearts was the second, it was a 7 of clubs for the third, a 9 of aces was the fourth card, a jack of hearts was the final one. Everybody flipped their cards with a straight flush. Tsunade's hand was the best. "It looks like I won." "I don't think so, Tsunade, I haven't flipped my cards." "Please kid, you need a royal flush too." Tsunade flipped his cards and stopped talking. He had an ace of hearts and a king. A gave Naruto a funny look. "What kind of luck do you have? The devils." After saying that, Naruto got up and walked to the door while holding Hinata. "Oh yay, put the money in the Kitsune account." After 2 nights, Naruto's compound around 2 in the morning, Naruto left his study because of his sensitive hearing. He heard very low sobbing just before he went outside. He hurried over to the rooms where Haru and Nezuka were staying. He opened the door. After hearing it from Haru's room, Naruto approached Haru, who was sobbing quietly on the bed, and took a seat next to her. He simply grinned when she looked up at him. "What's wrong? Mother said I'm not supposed to tell you or she'll hurt me. You tell me what's wrong and I'll make sure you won't be harmed." Haru nodded while still sobbing quietly because she could see that he had the authority to support that. "Mother is planning to have all the Uzumakis coming here attack you during your match against her." Naruto had sensed something negative was coming, so he wasn't overly surprised to hear this. To soothe her, he leaned over and gave her a hug. "It's okay, everything will be alright. If you need something, go to my room and Hinata will help you. I have to go prepare." While Naruto scurried to his office and pressed a button on the wall, she nodded and lay back down. Kakashi, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Asuma, and Guy arrived at his office within 15 minutes, but Guy appeared worn out. "Yosh. What is it you require, Hokage-sama?" Even at this hour, Naruto laughed at Guy's flair while everyone else merely moaned. "I need you all to get me lots and lots of sealing ink. After that, bring it to the arena. After you have all place to keep a perimeter around the arena so no one comes by looking around." They all wanted to ask questions, but they could tell he wasn't feeling particularly inclined. After 2 days, the arena in roughly 5 minutes, Hinata and Nezuka were to start fighting. Even though he knew Hinata would prevail, Naruto was still looking forward to the fight. He made the decision to allow Saru Tobi, who had just been discharged from the hospital 2 days prior, to serve as the match proctor. After doing some calculations, Naruto estimated that Hinata would have between 30 and 40% of her chakra left after the battle. Nezuka and Hinata stood opposite one another, simply staring at one another. Saru Tobi moved to the side of them. "This is a friendly competition set up by our Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki, leader of the Uzumaki clan and Whirlpool. I hope there are no hard feelings after these fights." To my left is Hinata, heiress to the Hyuga clan and future wife to Naruto. Our Hokage. To my right is Nezuka Uzumaki, the heiress to the Uzumaki clan and twin sister to our Hokage Hajime. Hinata merely gazed at Nezuka as Saru Tobi leapt away impatient. Nezuka hurried over to Hinata, who leaned back and slammed the fist over her, hitting her arm, but jumped back, fearing she had burned her fingers. She noticed that her fingers were slightly burned. "I have an unnatural control of fire from my mother being the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and overexposure to its chakra." Nezuka then hurried over to Hinata, who began to spin for the rotation. Nezuka smirked as he approached the chakra dome and reached for it. Barely pausing in time, she began to release fire chakra, which heated the dome and eliminated the oxygen. Hinata stopped spinning instantly, almost puked, and was sweating profusely despite her smile. "What's so funny? You're losing this battle. You would think that." 3 Hinatas appeared out of the earth at once, along with the original chakra that had been channeled to their fingers. "Just because there's more of you doesn't matter. You can't touch me. I don't need to." They all began to channel lightning chakra into their fingers, causing them to crackle. Lightning-style storm bolts stun. The Byakugans of the Hinata began to pulse and strike the air. People saw faint bolts in the air as Nezuka froze and began to shake. 64 lightning bolts. Nezuka collapsed after the Hinatas all delivered a final blow, and Hinata was panting on one knee in the arena. Naruto made an appearance. "I will explain what happened. What is the one disadvantage to the Hyuga style? You need to be close to your opponent to hit them. What Hinata-chan just did was what I like to call a long-range taijutsu." Both girls were picked up by Naruto, who then led her to the medical bay. Saru Tobi returned to the arena. Would the next competitors come down? No one moved, but everyone looked around in the arena. Naruto reappeared. "Since neither my nor Uzu's competitor is here, let us fight and they can go after us." Kushina nodded and leapt to the ground. Saru Tobi moved between them as they stood across from one another. "Old man, when you start this match, get away quickly." At the start of a battle, Naruto removed his cloak, something he hardly ever does. "Hajime." Naruto threw his cloak at his mother, who merely watched it fall. As Saru Tobi leapt away, she realized Naruto was gone. When she saw it hit the ground, he smirked as he stepped in front of her, kicked her away, and punched her in the stomach. After slamming into the wall, she immediately stood back up. "I underestimated you, so you took off all of your seals at the beginning?" All of the Uzumaki in the stadium were confused when Naruto burst out laughing. "No, that was only the seals on my cloak." All of the Uzumakis were almost drenched when Naruto displayed his seals. That was an absurd number of seals to have on the body, even for an Uzumaki. "I see, I guess I'll have to take you seriously." After the smoke cleared, Kushina was seen carrying a black katana with a red hilt while wearing blood-red armor. "The Red Death's bloody armor and sword of death already, I feel so special." A puff of smoke appeared as Naruto opened something. Naruto had a monk staff in his hand. When the smoke cleared, the sight of that staff chilled the blood of 3 people in the crowd. "What's wrong, Saru Tobi-sama?" The face of the former Kage had gone white. Where could he have the Sage of Six Paths famous staff? Holy shit! Exclaimed Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were in the crowd. Shikuho, the renowned staff of the Rakudo Sennin, was in Naruto's grasp along with it. He had his Rinnegan activated and was dressed precisely like the sage's drawings. Naruto grinned malevolently. Let's get started. A lava and ice geyser erupted as Naruto slammed the staff down. With this staff I have control of any of the elemental bloodlines such as... Grasping his staff with both hands, Naruto slammed down, particle-style atomic dismemberment. The ground crumbled as a laser blasted from the top of Kushina's staff, who just managed to avoid it. Shit, I can't take him like this. Uzumaki's do it now. Kushina grinned as all but 3 of the Uzumakis in the crowd leapt into the arena. How will you combat this, you demon? After giving Kushina a quick glance, Naruto grinned and burst out laughing, and within 15 seconds, he was laughing uncontrollably. Everyone found it to be extremely unsettling. When Naruto finally relaxed, he continued to smirk. So predictable, Kushina. With a tapping motion of his staff, Naruto said, ceiling-style mass paralysis. Everyone down there, with the exception of Naruto, froze as a giant seal that was all over the arena floor lit up. Now Kushina, I will give you one chance to give up and accept some terms. Take your time. When Naruto lifted one finger, the wind chakra began to spin. Eventually, it solidified a tiny Rasengan that resembled a shuriken. When he threw it at a group of Uzumakis, it flew at them, hit the ground, and expanded, eliminating 10 of them. Then he turned back to Kushina. Wind-style mini Rasen Shuriken, I have 4 more. With each of his 5 fingers, Naruto created a unique elemental Rasengan. So do you have a decision, or do I get to test more of my jutsu? Kushina simply nodded while glancing at him. Naruto allowed the Rasengans to disappear. Good, I knew you weren't dumb. After 3 weeks. 2 weeks had gone by since Naruto's attempted murder, and all was well. Teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 were in his office at the moment. Along with Saru Tobi, he was giving them instructions. I want teams 7, 8, 9, and 10 to escort Saru Tobi to Taki for an alliance meeting. You will be leaving in 1 hour. They all said, hi, and walked away with a knot in his stomach. Naruto reclined in his chair. The following day, when Naruto felt the pull of a wormhole while he was seated in his office, he thought it was Karen. He went right away, grabbed her, made a mark, and returned. He pivoted to gaze at her. What have you found out? Sasuke Uchiha is selling out his team and mission to go to Orochimaru. They're going to be ambushed and they will take all the women. Naruto's eyes widened and he began to reflect. Okay, Shiro. Shiro rushed into the room right away. Yes, Naruto-sama? I need you to go to the hospital and have them ready for at least 13 injured. After that, escort Karen here to my compound and introduce her to Hyuga. Shiro nodded, knowing better than to question Naruto at this moment. Also, Shiro, if anyone comes by, tell them to fuck off. With a nod, she and Karen departed without even trying to control his power. Naruto removed his cloak, unlocked all of his seals, and unlocked all of his tails. He appeared as if out of nowhere and hurried to the gate. Katetsu and Izumo. Hi. Close the village down. No one gets in or out until I get back. If someone does, I will kill you, understood? Both of them were perspiring and nodding rapidly. Naruto vanished as he was approaching Taki. He felt 2 chakra signatures after 10 minutes of travel and went in that direction. He saw Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi when he arrived. Hello Itachi. How are you doing? Fine, thank you for asking, Naruto-kun. Since you are here, I'm guessing you're here to capture me. You are correct. Then I will have to call in that favor. I see. I'm guessing Kisame is in a genjutsu. Then I will be going. Itachi leapt away after picking Kisame up. Naruto swiftly followed suit as he made his way back to Taki. Now, he was appreciative of all the lessons Q-chan had taught him about the elemental nations. They might be quite helpful. After 20 minutes of travel, he arrived at a startling sight. Saru Tobi Hiruzen and 60 shinobi stood opposite him in the center of the clearing. His left arm was hanging limp by his side, and he was covered in various wounds. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Lee, Neji, Sai, Shino, Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru were behind him. Saru Tobi simply closed his eyes after being struck by an A-rank earth spear. Saru Tobi accepted his fate and waited for Naruto to arrive, thinking, hopefully I gave them enough time for Naruto to get here. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes when he felt nothing. Naruto was in front of him, reaching out to stop the spear. What happened here? We were traveling to Taki with myself in the carriage when an explosion rendered my left arm useless. We didn't see it coming because Sasuke was responsible. He at some point had drugged all the girls and he took them on a snake he summoned. As soon as he was gone, 120 shinobi popped up out of nowhere, all ranging from his Chunin to low Anbu levels. Kiba and Sai collapsed 45 minutes into the fight and Shoji and Neji followed 15 minutes later. About 20 minutes after them, Asuma and Shikamaru collapsed, followed by Kakashi 10 minutes later. Lee and Guy didn't collapse until an hour later, and the reason Lee did is because he took an A rank jutsu for me. That was 2 hours ago. Saru Tobi fell backwards with that, but he didn't reach the ground. You don't want me to revive you? Saru Tobi made a no signal by shaking his head. Figures, I just want you to know that all is forgiven and no hard feelings. At this, Saru Tobi grinned and nodded. He rested his head on the floor. Saru Tobi Hiruzen, the shinobi god, had passed away. He passed away content with his life. Naruto got to his feet, turned to face the enemy shinobi, and grinned malevolently. I have wanted to test these out. Naruto opened a seal to reveal a number of items. He inserted 3 black earrings into each nostril after first inserting 6 in each ear. Despite everyone's confusion, they all thought they had this under control and did nothing after that. Naruto put a ring on each finger from right to left. The following kanji were displayed on each one: demon, fox, fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, soul, gravity, bloodline, and sage. He sealed them to his flesh by sending chakra to each of them after putting them on. Now I would normally give you a chance at surrender, but I'm in a bad fucking mood. Soul Dragon! Yelled Naruto as he leapt into the air above the adversaries and pointed the soul finger at them. A huge spectral dragon bounded out in the direction of the adversary. When it struck, the enemy would release something, which the dragon would then absorb, causing the victim to die. All but 5 of the enemy were dead in a matter of minutes. Slamming his hands together, Naruto uttered the words, summoning King of Hell. The soul dragon flew into the King of Hell as he rose from the earth. The king then vanished beneath the earth. There were 5 of them left when Naruto looked up. I see you survived the soul dragon. Quite impressive. You all must be Jirobo, Kidomaru, Saken and Yukon, and Kimimaro. They didn't want to upset him, but they all wanted to know how he knew that. I will give you 5 the chance to join me. Having made up their minds in a flash, 4 of the 5 knelt before Naruto. Naruto turned on his Rinnegan scanner and glanced up at Kimimaro. You have a rare lung disease. I could have that cured for you. Kimimaro gave him a wide-eyed stare. He believed that he would die within the month. Perhaps he had a chance to live his life. After all, he knelt before Naruto and nodded. Good, now here, take these kunai and set them up around these guys. They all moved swiftly to form a circle around the shinobi that had fallen. Placing his hands together, Naruto sat down in the center of the circle. Come into the circle. Once all of them were in the circle, Naruto began to channel chakra. He opened his eyes after a minute or so and exclaimed, mass wormhole. Everyone in the circle seemed to bury themselves in the earth. In front of the hospital at the Leaf Village, people were going about their daily lives normally when all of a sudden, objects began to rise from the ground directly in front of the hospital. People could see that it was their Hokage and numerous others. When they had finished rising, Naruto got to his feet and surveyed the area. Medics. A number of medical ninjas rushed out of the hospital and began rescuing the injured. After picking Saru Tobi up, Naruto gave him to Tsunade so that she could get ready for his funeral. Head Anbu, Danzo. Anbu and Danzo, the top 4, were by Naruto's side. In 5 minutes the Anbu all tensed at the expression in Naruto's eyes as he turned to face them. Which of you has the fastest team? A tall, purple-haired woman wearing a cat mask came forward. I do. Hokage-sama, take this scroll and then go get your team. You are to be in Suna within 2 hours. I want you to set up the kunai all around the village. They will not argue with you. Do I make myself clear, Neko? Hi. She fled in terror as soon as Naruto gave her the scroll. Naruto turned back to face the other Anbu members. Which of you has the most stealth-oriented team? A man wearing a lizard mask and brandishing a sword advanced. I do. Hokage-sama, take this scroll and prepare your team. I will be transporting your team to the Rock Village. Your orders are the same as Neko. Do you still accept this mission? If you are found, I cannot help you politically, and you cannot wear your headbands for this mission. Do you understand, Gecko? I understand, Hokage-sama, and I accept. Good, go find Neko first though, that's an order. Gecko grinned and nodded. Taking the scroll, he walked away to the final 2 Anbu. Naruto tuned in. Tenzo, I need you to get your team ready. You will be going to Kumo to set up the kunai. I will transport you there. Tenzo accepted the scroll, nodded, and hurried off. Naruto looked over at the final Anbu. Escort these 4 to Tayuya at her place of residence. The former Sound Nin was signaled to follow him by the Anbu, who nodded. All of you tell Tayuya to bring you to my office in 1 hour. After giving each other a nod, They all followed the Anbu at last. Naruto turned to face Danzo, who stiffened a little. How many bases does Otto have? How many shinobi do they have? And where are they mainly located? They have around 40 bases, 3,000 shinobi, and about 80–90% are located in the land of rice. Good, you may leave. Danzo walked away with a slight bow. Naruto glanced around and then up. It seems I have no choice. An hour and a half later at the Hokage's office. Naruto had just finished moving the Anbu, removing the curse seals from the former Otto Nin, and arranging the kunais throughout the water village. He was now waiting to sense the kunais' pull while sitting in a meditative position atop the Hokage monument before he felt every kunais in place and began pressing on them all. Another half hour or so passed. In Iwa Owanoki almost had a heart attack when he heard a voice outside onto his balcony while he was seated at his desk. What the fuck? In Kumo, the Raikage saw that his younger brother was looking up for some reason while they were sparring in a training ground. He followed suit and collapsed on his ass in shock. B's words were barely audible to him. Damn. In Kiri, when a battle broke out in Kiri, everyone had halted their fighting due to what was visible in the sky above the village they were battling for. Who the fuck is that? Was everyone's basic thought. In Suna, after returning from a mission, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro paused and gazed up at the village while Temari and Kankuro stared in awe. Gaara smirked and carried on walking. Returning to Konoha, over all of the major villages, including Konoha, there was a ghostly representation of Naruto. This was something that Naruto had specifically planned. People of Konoha, Kumo, Iwa, Suna, and Kiri, I am the Godem Hokage. Naruto, many of you know me as the Biju Killer, Konoha's Demon Kitsune, and the Oni no Shiru. I am here to tell all the villages that I will have to disappear for around 2 years. I want you to know that if you attack my village there will be hell to pay. I know this information will be spread across the elemental nations in days at most. Also, Orochimaru, meet at the place where it all ends tomorrow at noon. Naruto then cancelled the jutsu and got to his feet, surveying the village. Hinata is going to be so pissed. 10 a.m. the following day, the village gate. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Naruto were at the gate. Naruto moved to the center of them and gave them a look. Put a hand on my shoulder. They considered asking a question but changed their minds when they all touched his shoulder. He opened everything, including the demonic pentagram, which left everyone perplexed. It seemed as though Naruto and the others vanished without a trace. 12 o'clock, Valley of the End. Orochimaru, Kabuto, Sakue, and a few other nin created Hinata, Tenten, Sakura, Ino, and Kurenai. After Naruto and the group had been there for roughly 45 minutes, they could only walk because they were all bound and sealed. Orochimaru took the stage to talk. So Naruto-kun, why did you want me here? I doubt you have anything that could be more valuable than these 5 lovely ladies. Actually, I have something much better. Oh, what would that be? By demon's honor, I will let you conduct any experiments on me for 1 year's time. Orochimaru's eyes went wide with shock. This was not what he had anticipated. In actuality, this was a far better bargain than these 5 worthless girls. What are the terms? I will go along with any experiments you want for 1 year as long as you release the girls. I will not fight back unless I feel my life is in great danger or that which is most precious is in danger. All I want before is that I am allowed to search the girls for any seals on their person. This is a very kind deal. I accept your deal. After cutting his palm, Naruto approached Orochimaru and shook hands. Naruto approached the girls and promptly inspected them, removing any potentially harmful seals. After kissing Hinata and knocking them all out, he led them to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi. I will see you all in 1 year. Try to keep the village together. If anything happens to Hinata HTN, there will be hell to pay. Before gathering up all the girls and departing, they all nodded. Naruto then went to Orochimaru and took a seat to meditate. Naruto spoke and his eyes flashed before Orochimaru picked him up. 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. The only son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki, was born extremely unlucky and is now simply known as Naruto. His father sealed the Kyuubi no Kitsune inside him within an hour of his birth, and in doing so, he passed away. Within a week of this, his mother abandoned him and detested him. In his first year, he experienced more assassination attempts than most royals do in their lifetimes. As the years went by, Naruto experienced many ups and downs, but he always believed that his life could be worse and grew stronger. As a result, he had come to the realization that eventually, things would always go wrong in his life. Many others in his immediate vicinity had also observed this. People were initially perplexed when he turned himself in to Orochimaru for what seemed to be no apparent reason, because he had not explained his motivations to anyone, but they all trusted him and weren't overly concerned. However, when the year he spent with Orochimaru ended and he failed to appear, people started to worry. However, soon after, Word spread throughout the elemental nations that Orochimaru had been missing for some time and was reportedly seriously injured, and that all 9 of the Jinchuriki had disappeared. Everyone will now know what transpired 9 years later, and Naruto himself will discover what transpired during his absence. The very heart of elemental nations, the landscape was destroyed for about 2,000 feet from the epicenter by a terrifying roar that followed a giant flash of light in a forest in the middle of the elemental nations, transforming the forest into a desolate wasteland because so much chakra went into it. The roar reverberated throughout the elemental nations outside of the destruction. In the old village of Sand, the majority of the former Konoha 12, as well as portions of the Aburame, Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, and Hyuga, were located in the former Sand village, which is now known as Demon Village. Among them were a number of former Jonin, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, Shizune, Kakashi, Guy, Yugo, Gekko, Genma, Ibiki, and Anko. Everybody in the village had the same thought as they all looked up at the roar. It can't possibly be him, can it? Beyond the water village. People who were all members of the resistance were underground in bunkers outside the water village. Zabuza, Haku, Meitarumi, Ao, Chojuro, and the demon brothers were among them. When they heard the roar, they all looked up different thoughts. What the fuck was that? Thought everyone but Zabuza and Haku. It couldn't be, thought Zabuza and Haku within the rock village. The majority of the Akatsuki and the Tsuchikage were among the notable individuals in the rock village who gazed up at the roar. With a shudder, the Tsuchikage thought, fucking scary. Village of Hidden Leaf. The roar reverberated throughout the Leaf Village, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Returning with Naruto when his chakra wave came back, Naruto stretched and looked around. There was a reason for the roar he just made. Even though it wasn't particularly quiet, it was the fastest way to find out where he was. It was used to swiftly scan a very large area. He was in the middle of the elemental nations, based on what he could make out, but he couldn't make out what else. First of all, unless he had somehow missed it, which he doubted, Kumo was no longer there. Second, the majority of the people he knew personally were in Suna, and third, he had no idea how long he had been gone. Since he sensed 4 S-rank nin were moving in that direction, he would go in Suna's direction. He knelt down and took a quick look around before hurrying off, barely causing the leaves on the trees to rustle. Returning to Demon Village, one of the individuals guarding the village's walls ran up as the majority of the former Konoha nin were discussing the roar. Jiraiya-sama. Having sat down, Jiraiya got to his feet, his expression solemn. Yes. Firstly, one of the sensors on the wall just felt 4 S-rank shinobi about 5 miles away from the village moving at a moderate pace and will be here in about 5 minutes if they keep it up. At this, Jiraiya and the other shinobi who heard it tensed up. What else? Someone at one of the border checkpoints radioed in saying someone ran straight through the checkpoint before they could do anything. The checkpoint was about 150 miles out. When will this person get here? Most likely. That's the crazy part that I had to ask a few times about. They said at current speed 15 minutes. Everyone was dumbfounded and just stared at this. At last, Jiraiya raised her voice. Are you sure about that? The only people who could go half that fast are myself, Guy, and Lee. The nin simply gave a head nod. Jiraiya scowled and looked over his shoulder. Myself along with Guy, Kakashi, Tsunade, and what remains of teams 8-10 will go fight the S-ranks. Now would be a good time, so see how you fare against an S-rank. So teams 8 and 9 will fight one S-rank while team 10 will fight another. Guy and Kakashi will take one each. When the other unknown person arrives, I will take care of them if they are hostile, okay? The nin all gave a nod, and they all left the village. Alongside Naruto. Naruto was now on the sand after passing some kind of checkpoint. He sensed everything in the desert. Now that he was on the sand and accelerated a little, he would have appeared to be gliding over the sand. If anyone could have seen him now that he was able to sense nearly anything in the desert, he experienced an adrenaline rush. Hinata. When Naruto saw her, he almost doubled his speed. Outside the village walls, 2 miles at last, all of the Konoha nin had encountered the S-rank nin. Only Jiraiya was aware of their identities and publicly declared that they were all Akatsuki members. So we have Deidara the Mad Iwa Bomber, Sasori of the Red Sands, and the Zombie Brothers, Hidan the Immortal and Kakuzu of the 5 Hearts. Deidara uses explosives. Sasori is a master puppet user. Hidan uses a scythe and cannot be killed in any known way, and Kakuzu had 5 hearts and can use all of the elements. Everyone knew they were going to have a fight after being shocked by this. Kakashi should fight Deidara, Guy should fight Sasori, Team 10 should fight Hidan, and Teams 8 and 9 should fight Kakuzu. Shikamaru find a way to at least capture Hidan. Jiraiya turned to face Shikamaru and saw that he was trembling. I'll do more than that, I'll obliterate this fucker out of existence. Shikamaru was typically distant, so his outburst caught everyone off guard, with the exception of the rest of his team. Calm down, Shikamaru. Choji rushed ahead before Shika could react, moving more quickly than anyone had ever seen him when he got to Hidan. He reared his left fist back and his blue wings spread out from his back. Let's see how immortal you are, butterfly bomb. Hidan flew back more than 300 feet when Choji's fist struck his chest. The fact that he employed such a move without the special Akamichi pills shocked everyone with his hair pulled back from his eyes. Choji faced Shikamaru. Shika, I can give you 5 minutes to think of something, no longer. Choji then shimmered off in Hidan's direction. Shika assumed his contemplative stance. Jiraiya turned to face Ino, who responded to the unasked query. Hidan killed Asuma-sensei. Understanding their rage, Jiraiya nodded to start their battle. Teams 8 and 9 leapt in Kakuzu's direction. Guy tried to kick Sasori as he ran towards him, but he blocked a Deidara, then began to fly up, and Kakashi followed. Sasori. Guy the 5th S guy stood somewhat apart from Sasori. You are a lot faster than you seem. I will have to take my weight off. Guy grabbed his weights from below and tossed them in Sasori's direction, but Sasori blocked them with his tail. They redirected the weights so they flew past him, but he was shocked when his tail broke when he felt something strike him in the side and send him flying. He looked up and saw that Guy was gone. He leapt out of his Hiriko puppet as soon as he hit the ground. That was surprising. It has been a while since I used myself. When Sasori threw off his cloak, it became clear that he had become a puppet. That is most unyouthful of you. He unsealed a puppet and perspired despite being a puppet. Let's see how you fare against the 3rd Kazekage. Team 10 vs vs Hidan. Choji has primarily been punching Hidan around for the last 5 minutes. Hidan was living up to his reputation, pun intended, but most people would be dead. Choji ran up to Shika after knocking Hidan away once more because he was almost out of chakra. What's the plan? I need you to knock Hidan directly at me, that's it. Choji gave a nod and ran off. Tenten, Hinata, Shino, and Lee vs Kakuzu. When Lee tried to kick Kakuzu after running at him in a hurry, black thread emerged from Kakuzu's body and blocked the blow. Lee leapt to his feet before the thread could stab him. Reminds me of Gaara's sand. Everyone concurred that it was quite similar. Kakuzu looked about at everyone. I see I have the Demon Queen, Hinata Hyuga, the Green Beast, Rock Lee, the Killer Panda, Tenten, and the Black Death. Shino Aburame, you all have very large bounties on your heads. I'm glad I came now. Tenten shouted and charged at Kakuzu before anyone could respond. God damn it, I haven't worn my hair like that in years. Why'd I still have that name? At this point, Kakuzu and everyone else started to perspire. Tenten attempted to stab Kakuzu as she approached, but the thread flew out and split the sword in two. Lee removed his weights just in time to save Tenten from being stabbed. He put her down and dabbed at his forehead. Phew, that was close. Hinata came forward with a strategy in mind. Tenten and Shino get back and support Lee, and Lee, you and me will be fighting Kakuzu up close. They all gave a nod and followed through summary. It was roughly an even battle as Kakashi chased Deidara around, attempting to knock him out of the sky. Eventually, he would knock him out of the sky and hurt him with his Sharingan, but Deidara would escape. Sasori had just employed his 100 puppets technique, and Guy was in the second gate. Tsunade is able to eliminate the poison after Guy destroys them all and kills Sasori by entering the view gate and becoming poisoned in the process. Before fainting, Choji managed to knock Hidan over to Shika. Ino took control of Hidan and allowed Shika to possess him by using her mind transfer. Shika now believes that he will perish if he uses his shadow to tear Hidan to pieces. Tenten ran out of tools after they had just destroyed the second of Kakuzu's 5 hearts. She was therefore unable to defend herself when the water mask attacked, but Lee saved her life by taking the blow and kicking the mask away before it could harm her. As Tenten attempted to bandage Lee's wound, Shino began to struggle against this mask. As a result, Hinata had to battle Kakuzu, who possessed the lightning mask and his earth heart. All of a sudden, the ground began to tremble violently. They all turned their heads to see where it was coming from in the distance. They could all see something approaching. However, Hinata, wearing her Byakugan, was aware of what it was as it approached. Everyone could see that it was a huge sand wave with a man standing atop it. Gaara was what most people thought of first. The man was left standing as the wave gradually broke apart as soon as it was within 100 feet of everyone. He was wearing a dark, deep red trench coat that was divided into 10 pieces at the bottom. There was writing on each piece, but nobody could see it. He wore no shirt that flaunted his well-defined chest. He was 7 feet tall, and everyone could see it. Jiraiya, who was roughly 6 feet 4 inches, was the only person who was comparable in height to him. He was wearing red gloves with metal plates and black combat boots that were crimson. His hair was dyed 10 different colors and fell just past his shoulder blades: sand yellow, navy blue, sea green, vermilion, ivory white, Alice blue, light yellow, burgundy brown, international orange, and Byzantium were in order from left to right. In addition, he had a ring on each finger, 3 earrings in each ear, 3 on each side of his nose, and 1 in each eyebrow. Therefore, everyone thought this character looked really strange. Jiraiya approached him. "Who are you?" The man was about to speak after looking up at Jiraiya when Kakuzu chose to attack Hinata. While she was preoccupied, Kakuzu tried to remove her head as the lightning mask tried to impale her. Hinata opened her eyes and felt nothing for a few seconds, just when she thought she was going to die. With the lightning mask in one hand and Kakuzu in the other, the man stood before her. He grinned as he turned back to Hinata. "Are you okay, Haim?" The man then broke the lightning mask, shattering yet another heart. He then launched Kakuzu into the air, whereupon he detonated. The string he uses is conductive. Answering the unasked question, the man said. Jiraiya approached the man after Shino had already killed the final mask. "Again, who are you?" "Oh, you know, just your everyday badass, king of demons, successor to the Rakudo Sennin, N. Naruto." As she tackled and knocked down the now identified Naruto, Hinata screamed, holding the now crying Hinata. Naruto got to his feet. "I'll answer everyone's questions, but first Shika, don't kill Hidan, we need him." "Why shouldn't I? This fucker. I know he killed Asuma. I'll tell you later how I know, but we need him so we can get info on Akatsuki. I promise once I'm done you can do whatever you want, okay?" With a nod, Shika used his shadow to knock Hidan unconscious. At this point, Naruto was the main focus of attention. "Let's all head into the village, then we'll talk." After they all nodded, Naruto picked up Hidan and they all turned to leave. Once inside the village, Naruto bound Hidan, gave him a poison injection to keep him unconscious, and then threw him to the ground. Before he spoke, he turned to face everyone and surveyed the area. "Okay, I will explain what has happened to me in the past. How many years has it been?" "It has been almost 7 years exactly since you went to Orochimaru." With a nod, Naruto closed his eyes to reflect. "Firstly, the reason I went to Orochimaru was because Q-chan was dying. She would have died in 2 years at the absolute most, and I was not letting that happen. I had been thinking about it for months and thought that I didn't know enough about science to get her out, since the seal keeping her in wasn't even my father's. I removed that when I was 11. It was the Shinigami's sealing technique that kept her in, so I figured maybe it was possible to get her out with science, but I did not have the time to become an expert in the field, so I decided to try to get the best. So I figured I could control Orochimaru with my Rinnegan, so he would subconsciously try to experiment with taking the Kyuubi out. It was working and Orochimaru was almost done when something went wrong. The other Jinchuriki along with myself were teleported to the demon realm, better known as Hell." Everyone gasped and turned to watch Naruto, who simply carried on with his tale. All of us awakened in a city not unlike Konoha, but with some differences. Firstly, this city's walls appeared to be constructed of flames. Secondly, the residents looked like normal people but had different animatistic features. Thirdly, all the buildings were at least 200 feet tall. After talking with our inner demons, we discovered where we were and where we needed to go, which was the council. The council is the counterpart to the Biju, who are meant to keep relative peace in their realm. By peace, they are meant to make sure that no one person runs anything and that no one is doing anything too horrendous. Now that requires a backstory all on its own. About 1,000 years ago, the Jubi, who was the queen of Hell, prepared to reverse back human progression just as she had done 3 times before. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw swirling black pools surrounded by blood-red streams. The reason for this was that if humans became too advanced, they would eventually do unspeakable acts and would fight all the time. She had thought about it and had even spoken to Kami about it, who had said that as long as she believed it was the right thing to do, Kami would not mind her actions. So the great Jubi took half of her chakra and formed the 9-tailed beast of Hell. These 9 beasts would govern Hell while she was away. With that, the Jubi went through the only portal to the human realm. Now someone can leave Hell and enter Hell without the portal, but it takes tremendous amounts of chakra to do so. It would take about 1/4 of the Jubi's overall chakra to perform this technique. After she arrived here, she started destroying everything. After 2 days of this, a man showed up to stop her. This man is known as the Sage of the 6 Paths, or the father of ninjutsu. Naruto's gaze now shifted to the Rinnegan's well-known ripple pattern. "Why do you fight back?" the Jubi asked, glancing at the man. "You must be aware that you can't win." The man just looked at the Jubi and responded with, "I cannot let the people I care about be killed." The Jubi was shocked by this answer and just stared. She had many foolish humans before try to stop her, but none had responded with such a selfless answer before. The Jubi smirked and decided she would test this human's resolve, so they began to fight, and fight they did. They fought for nearly a week, and the Jubi was impressed by the sage's ability and resolve. She noted that he was almost out of chakra and that he was focusing all the chakra he had to his hands. Now the Rakudo Sennin would perform the greatest feat of ninjutsu ever. He would create the moon with gravity manipulation. The expression on everyone's faces made Naruto laugh, and he went on with the tale. Once he had created the massive rock, he attempted to slam onto the area, knowing that it would destroy him and the Jubi. The Jubi was amazed this human could create something like this and would purposely kill himself. She used her power and shot a massive bijudama at the rock, propelling it into the sky way above the earth, where it remains. When the sage realized he had wasted the rest of his chakra, he slowly walked over to the Jubi. Once over there, he kneeled before her and begged. He begged for the well-being of everyone in exchange for his life. The Jubi was amazed. She had never met a human who was so selfless. She looked at the man before her. Before thinking of something, she told the man that if he could think of a way to separate her into 9 beings within 5 years, she wouldn't destroy anything and everyone would be spared. This is how the tailed beast were created. Since everything made sense, everyone nodded in agreement, but Jiraiya had a query. How do you know all of this? You will know soon enough. Now once myself and the other 8 Jinchuriki had composed ourselves, we headed off to find a way out of what we believed to be hell. We eventually found out the only way to leave hell was to defeat the 9-tailed beast in order. I now know a jutsu that allows me to leave, but that is besides the point. It took us nearly 20 years just to find the Ichibi of hell and defeat her. The only reason we defeated her was because during the fight I absorbed the last of Q-chan's Yukai and almost killed the Ichibi in my rage. We realized from that we would take too long to find the tailed beast. I was the only one that would be safe because my seal let me absorb Q-chan's Yukai and I was a full demon, so I would not die of old age, but the others had different seals and could not release the other tailed beast nor absorb them, so they decided on something else behind my back. They all gave me their biju and allowed me to absorb them. Each biju also gave me a special gift. The entire population gazed in awe at Naruto. They wanted to know what powers he possessed. From the Ichibi I was given complete control over sand, gold dust, and iron. 3 pillars then emerged behind Naruto, 1 each of iron dust, gold dust, and sand. Nibi gave me control of her hellfire. Naruto infused the pillars with blue flames. The iron and gold melted into puddles, and the sand turned to glass. Sanbi gave me the ability to grow scales. Green scales appeared on Naruto's exposed body as a result of his inhalations and exhalations. Yanbi gave me the ability to grow extra limbs. When Naruto clasped his hands together, 2 arms began to emerge and follow suit. Gobi gave me the ability to withstand incredible temperatures, whether they be cold or hot. Rokubi gave me control of bubbles. I know it sounds useless, but I can prove it's useful. Jiraiya, there are currently 27,387 people currently in the village, correct? When it started to rain, Jiraiya nodded, surprising everyone. I send out nearly usable bubbles that when they pop I get any information that was them. Everyone gave a sympathetic nod. Nanabi gave me one of my favorite things ever. Reaching, Naruto removed his trench coat and put it away. 2 black, leathery wings emerged from Naruto's back after the coat was removed. A pair of badass wings. Picture angel wings with feathers that are red and black. The Hachibi gave me the ability to transform my outward appearance at will. Naruto's skin turned bluish. His eyes turned pure black, and his hair grew a few inches longer. After a couple of minutes, it changed again. Lastly, Q-chan gave me all of her memories and the mental capacity to contain nearly anything. Naruto went on after everyone had had a moment to consider everything. When I awoke, I spent much time training my abilities. Tell me, how old do you think I am? After giving it some thought, everyone said, 20. To everyone's confusion, Naruto burst out laughing at once. Naruto calmed down after a few minutes. I am glad you think me so young. No, I am far older than that. I am exactly 637 years old. As they waited for Naruto to say he was kidding, everyone just stared at him. I'm serious. How is that possible? Well, time passes much differently in the dimensions. I wasn't sure by how much until now. Anyways, back to the story. After I felt I had perfect control over all of my abilities and had discovered the location of all the biju, I started taking them out one by one. After I had defeated all of them, they taught me how to open a portal in between worlds. It took me another 10 years to fully master the technique, and in that time I met several notable people. But that can wait. When I arrived here, I used that roar you heard as a sensing technique to scan all the elemental nations. Now I need a quick summary of what has gone on since I left. Shikamaru stepped forward. Everything was fine until 4 years ago when a lot of stuff went down at once. First, the Akatsuki moved out with around 20 or so ninja, all ranging from very high rank to very high S rank. 3 of them wiped Kumo off the map in a single day. After that, he would join with them soon after Jiraiya arrived, telling that Danzo, along with more than half of the ninja and most of the civilians, were planning a revolt. It would have cost too many lives to fight back, so we took all the people not involved with us here. That includes most of the Aburame, Nara, Akamichi, and Yamanaka clans, a little less than half of the Hyuga, a few Inuzuka, about a third of the remaining ninja, and about a fourth of the civilians. Sai, who was a member of Root, couldn't decide on his feelings, so when we were attacked on our way out of the village, he preformed a sealing jutsu that killed a good part of the enemies. Also, while the branch family was escaping from the Hyuga compound, Hiyashi and Neji held back the main family long enough for everyone to get out at the cost of their own lives. Once everyone had joined up, we headed to Suna. Jiraiya came forward to carry on. We decided to send some ninja to help in the Kiri civil war, which still continues and is at a stalemate right now. There are 2 sides, the Demon Alliance and the Akatsuki Alliance. We are not currently sure of where Danzo is in all of this. Also, we have not heard from Kabuto, Orochimaru, or Sasuke in over 6 years. How many ninja do we have, and how many would we have if we won the war in Kiri? Was the question Naruto chose to pose. We currently have about 45,000 ninja, and if we won Kiri we'd have another 15,000 taking account of deaths and injuries, Jiraiya said after giving it some thought. And how many are with the Akatsuki, with and without counting Danzo? Thinking about it once more, Jiraiya concluded, they have around 55,000 without Danzo and 70,000 with. How big would a village have to be to hold all of our ninja and civilians, including Kiri, Shika? If it is a square, then it will need to be 30 miles by 30 miles, a little more to be safe, Shika said after doing some quick calculations. Okay, have everyone in the village ready to leave tomorrow at noon. Can you get a message to Zabuza? Jiraiya replied, tell him to meet me on the shore of the mainland. In a week I am going to head to the location Shika gave me. I'll be back tomorrow at noon. How can you go that far and back that fast? My top speed with all of my weights and seals can break the sound barrier, so I can do it. Would you like to come home? As she approached Naruto, Hinata grinned and nodded in order to get on his back. Naruto knelt down and then rose again. See you all tomorrow. Naruto then took off, making a loud cracking noise as he did so. Suna's main gate the following day, 12 o'clock. After being informed of what was happening, all of Suna's residents were outside the main gate, and there was a lot of conversation. A bright flash appeared as soon as noon arrived, and Naruto and Hinata were positioned in the center of the crowd. Naruto moved to the center of the crowd and surveyed the area. Is everyone ready? Naruto hurled a wormhole kunai down as everyone nodded. Mass wormhole. In the midst of a vast clearing that appeared to have been freshly cleared, everyone gradually sank into the earth and emerged. Is this big enough, Shika? Shika nodded as she approached Naruto. Good, I want everyone to head into the forest and don't come out until I say so. Why? Shika asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm going to make a village. After giving Naruto a brief glance, Shika muttered something about being disruptive and telling people to leave. Naruto entered the center of the clearing and took a seat. Once everyone was inside the forest, a huge black stone rose 100 feet into the air from the earth beneath him. The stone was reflective and precisely rectangular with his eyes in their Rinnegan form. Naruto opened them. Banbutsu Sozo. Creation of all things. Giant houses and buildings gradually emerged from the round. The pillar beneath Naruto was constructed from the same stone as the buildings. The majority of the houses were only 30 to 40 feet high, but a few of them were almost as tall as Naruto's pillar, though not quite, standing at 85 to 90 feet. A massive black wall rose up to a height of about 30 feet around the entire village. After buildings had covered about 30 miles of the 35-mile clearing, a gate on the enormous wall featured a picture of the Jubi kneeling in front of the Rakudo Sennin on the other side of the village from the main gate. 9 enormous structures that resembled the Hokage Tower in the Leaf Village finally appeared, followed by an even larger structure. On the pillar, Naruto rose and hurried to the main gate. Naruto turned to face everyone after they had all assembled at the gates. Before anyone enters, I have a few things to say. First, I will be the leader of this village and you can call me Shoni, First Demon, if you wish. Second, I will have 9 advisors under me. If you wish to get anything to me, then you must have 6 of the 9 advisors agree on it. The advisors will be labeled by number and by their specialty. The number 1 and 2 advisors will be over civil matters and D-rank missions. The number 3 will be over the Shibabi Academy and deciding who becomes a Chunin, but they will have to ask myself first before promoting the person. The number 4 will be over C-rank missions and Jonin promotions, but they will have to get my permission to become Jonin. Number 5 will be over the science and health departments in the village. The number 6 will be over B-rank missions and prison and interrogation of criminals. The number 7 will be over spy and espionage departments in the village along with our version of Enbu known as Shinigami. Number 8 will be the one who deals with foreign matters and all patrols in and out of the village. Lastly, number 9 will be my war general and be my right hand, meaning I take their advice above everyone's. There will be many rules that I will announce eventually. Also, you should remember that while I will be as kind and considerate as possible, this is a dictatorship and my word is law. Is there anyone who wishes to leave? Naruto noticed that nobody was going anywhere. Good, now let me announce my advisors. Number 1 will be Baki Shuza. Do you think Shoji is ready for this position? He is more than ready. Then Shoji is my number 2. Number 3 will be Tamari Shibi. Do you think Shino is ready for this? I do. Then Shino is my number 4. Number 5 is Tsunade, who will decide a second as command. Number 6 will be a cooperation between Inoichi, Ibiki, and Anko. Number 7 will be Jiraiya, who will decide a second in command. Number 8 will be Hinata. Lastly, Shikaku. Do you think Shikamaru is ready for this? He was ready long ago. My right hand will be Shikamaru. I welcome everyone to the village hidden in hell. After a week, Naruto waited for Zabuza to board the boat before departing. He had made sure that everyone had a place to stay and had resolved the situation back in the village. When the boat finally drew up, Naruto looked up. Naruto looked at Zabuza as he stepped off the boat. You the one they sent? Yeep. What's your name? I'm offended, Zabuza, forgetting about little old me. Naruto? Zabuza asked, his eyes widening. In the flesh? Holy shit. You got to tell me what happened to you. I will on the boat ride. Great, get on. Both Zabuza and Naruto boarded and the boat set sail. They arrived in Kiri after roughly 4 hours in a lengthy Naruto story, at which point Zabuza caught up on everything. Damn. That is a story. That it is also. I need you to make a Kenjutsu training regime for the academy and I'll send the details back to the village. Okay. I will. Now let's head into the base. After about a mile of walking through a forest, Naruto and Zabuza entered a dilapidated old house. After entering, Zabuza pushed up a hidden trapdoor. After entering and walking for another half-mile, they arrived at a spacious room with 100 or so people inside and numerous tunnels extending from it. Not a bad place. I assume there's other entrances and ways of blocking off tunnels, right? Yay, there is. They kept walking until they saw Haku, who had transformed into a stunning woman dressed in the traditional hunter nin garb. She was speaking to a woman with long red hair who was dressed similarly to an Anbu. Haku turned to face Naruto and Zabuza, staring at them bewildered. Who is this, Tu-san? I'm offended, Haku-chan. With wide eyes, Haku rushed to embrace Naruto. Naruto, where have you been? Zabuza can tell you later, but first, a mask appeared in Naruto's extended hand. It resembled her previous one but had a wolf-like appearance. Here you go, Haku accepted and said, thank you. No problem. Who is this, Zabuza? Also, is this all they sent to help? The redhead asked as she approached. This is Naruto, and yes, this is it. Why did they only send one person? Because this is all we need. This guy scared me when he was 12. I can't imagine his current strength. Even so, what can one man do? In an attempt to intervene, Naruto said, one man? Nothing, but I am not human. Then what are you? Born in Uzumaki, became half demon at 6, and full demon at 16. I am Naruto, formerly Uzumaki, and I contain all of the power of the tailed beast. How? That can wait. First I need you to accidentally let the enemy know where this base is. Why would I do that? So I can take the enemy out. I know that since Hyuga disappeared, a member of the Akatsuki has been controlling everything. If they discover our location, they will send most of their forces and then I can slaughter them. You? I doubt anyone could do that to all of the enemy no matter your strength. Are you related to the Uzumakis? Yes, distantly. Then look. After removing his cloak, Naruto gave it to Haku. Then he began to reveal his seals by channeling chakra. Few seals had been added by Naruto since his departure. His body was now covered in what seemed to be chains that moved slowly and seemed to vibrate very quickly. While that is impressive, it doesn't prove anything. Take a closer look. Leaning forward, Mei gazed at a link in the chain, a resistance seal, a gravity seal, a chakra storage seal, and several others she had never seen before caught her attention. That shouldn't be possible. Mei's voice sounded shaky, which surprised Zabuza. She had never sounded so scared in all the time he had known her. He made the decision to inquire about what shouldn't be feasible. What is it? Every one of those chain links has chakra storage, gravity, resistance, and at least 2 other seals I've never seen before. How many chain links do you have in total currently? I have 523 links and I add another every other week. There are also 4 other seals on them: a chakra eating seal, a ki eating seal, a yukai eating seal, and a nature chakra storage seal. Zabuza thought, I knew he would get strong, but that is insane, as everyone stared at him based on my understanding of seals. A typical cage could manage no more than 20 to 30. I still can't be sure of your skill. Haku and Zabuza stared at her as if she were insane. Naruto snapped his fingers and smiled. Everybody in the room except Zabuza and Haku had a kunai to their throats when a clone materialized behind them. Is that enough proof? Everyone turned to stare at Naruto as the clones vanished. So how long till the enemy gets the information? 4 days later, close to the base, Haku, Zabuza, and Naruto were waiting for a scout to return and inform them when the enemy would arrive at the base. Are you sure he can do this, Zabuza? I don't have a single doubt in my mind. I have to ask you three to go back underground. Don't ask why, you will know soon enough. They all gave a nod and departed. Naruto anticipated the spy. How are the enemies moving? They are marching and there are about 15,000. Okay. Thank you, go underground now. The man was going to argue, but changed his mind and walked away. Naruto began moving slowly, at least to him, in the direction of the army. When he got there, he looked around, trying to figure out how to kill as few people as he could. My key seals could be released. No, that would shatter them. I could enclose them in a cage. They would break out. No fire would be useful to me. I have the ideal strategy. Naruto teleported to a kunai that he had thrown into the air above them. He performed a single seal in midair, calling forth a gigantic rock cage. Upon landing on top, he performed another seal and triggered a firestorm throughout the cage, rapidly depleting the oxygen and causing the prisoners to faint. He felt how many people he knocked out by pushing some chakra through the cage before releasing it. I received just over 6,000. Excellent. Another 4,000 people collapsed and fainted from the strain after Naruto used the Rinnegan. Finally, Naruto called forth 100 clones, who all charged into the final 5,000, knocking them out in the process. Naruto straightened up and surveyed his surroundings. A genjutsu was released when he flared his chakra, revealing Itachi and Kisame. Naruto raised an eyebrow in Itachi's direction. So you haven't gone blind yet? How long has it been since you used your Mangekyo? Over 4 years now. How have you been, Naruto-kun? I have been okay. So you two have been controlling Kiri since Hyuga disappeared? Yes, we have. Interesting. I have a proposition for you two. Both of them gave Naruto a doubtful glance. How would you, Kisame, like to recreate the 7 swordsmen? And Itachi, how would you like a new set of eyes? Hell Village. 3 days later, Naruto had just returned to his village office via teleportation. Once he had finished dealing with Kisame and Itachi, he summoned all the ninja, and they began to treat him like a hero. He was happy to be back after 3 days of most people partying. While he and Mei talked about various topics, Shika was standing there, perspiring, when he heard the door open. What's up, Shika? Shoni, I have some bad news. What is it then? It's Hinata. She's been taken by the leaf.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.